So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Harry went back in time to save Bellatrix. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story.
Of late, fate had not been kind to Harry Potter, even if it was keeping him alive. Fate had not been even that generous with Harry's friends. Or the Order stalwarts. Or half-bloods. Some of the latter were alive, making sure to toe the line and give proper respect to the purebloods. Of course, one could argue that the dead ones were the lucky ones. They were at rest and did not have to sleep in caves as Harry now regularly did. Harry had just spent the day sleeping in one of his regular caves, and it was about time for him to rise from his slumber. There was never much light in the cave. But having made the cave one of his shelters on many occasions, Harry could discern from subtle changes in the lighting that another sunset had arrived. He was not in the mood to rise from the makeshift bed in which he had slept during the day. But the muscles in his back were demanding that he do anything but remain lying down. Grudgingly, Harry arose. The force of habit moved him to conceal or pack his items. Soon, Harry was ready to engage in Annette. Her night of what he was not quite ready to admit was merely aimless wandering. In his mind, it was more akin to spying or patrolling. To be fair, he had rescued some would-be victims. But aside from that, he was in a rut. With a wave of one of his wands and the pop of apparition, Harry was on his way for the evening. Based on his subconscious knowledge that it was not fully dark out, Harry's instincts carried him to the Forbidden Forest, a safe distance from the Hogwarts wards. The forest was relatively safe for Harry. Death Eaters and Ministry agents rarely ventured there, and the creatures in the forest knew better than to disturb Harry. Harry found a comfortable perch in one of the trees from where he could observe the Hogwarts grounds with a pair of omnioculars. He soon found one of the Hogwarts house teams engaging in Quidditch practice. With the ghost of a smile, Harry turned a knob to zoom in on the players as he began reminiscing. Eventually, the Quidditch practice ended. Harry remained, watching the lights and activity at the castle and remembering his good times at Hogwarts for another hour before apparating away. This time, he went to a random village in Wales and, keeping to the shadows, explored and otherwise killed time for a little while before apparating to another random location. A few more hours and locations later, Harry found himself in a suburb that was borderline rural. He had just finished helping himself to a restaurant's leftovers when he spotted a dark mark hovering in the air out toward the direction of the moor. Feeling so inclined, Harry slowly began making his way toward the dark mark. In his wanderings, Harry would occasionally spot a dark mark hovering in the sky. Curiosity would often draw him toward it. It was not too dangerous to go check on what the Death Eaters had left behind, since they typically would flee the area immediately after casting the mark. Other people would avoid the area, and the Ministry was not about to pay over time to clean up activities the powers that be tacitly condoned. At dark mark sites, Harry typically would find corpses. Though, at this point, it was rare for the corpses to be of anybody he knew. Usually, it was random muggles. So, Harry was mildly surprised and felt a sense of dread when he discovered, as he drew near, that the site appeared to be a magical household. It was what had probably begun as a large and isolated farmhouse. Harry did not recognize the house, though the organization of the property reminded Harry of the burrow. Harry suppressed all thoughts of the burrow and Fawk used on checking whether it was safe for him to explore the area. There were a couple of candles burning somewhere in the house and some smoldering embers outside. The embers were probably leftover from some explosion or maybe fire spells. Aside from that, the house seemed dark and deserted. After surveilling the area for some time and casting a handful of detection spells, Harry cautiously approached. As was typical at the more rural attack sites, the victims were outside and were dead. They looked like a middle-aged couple and what could be an older relative or unfortunate houseguest. Harry looked at the corpses only long enough to ascertain that he did not recognize them. He then moved into the house. The front rooms and hallway of the house were in shambles. It seemed the residents had put up a good fight. There was evidence of dozens of spells having been cast back and forth. Unfortunately, the spell damage to the walls and furnishing testified that shields had deflected most of the spells that the residents had cast. Since it was a magical household and would likely have useful items, Harry resolved to do a little harmless scavenging. He set about as if to scavenge, but stopped when he heard a faint moan. Harry quickly stepped back toward a darker part of the room he was in and snapped into a defensive posture. Had he not previously devoted time to watching for movement and ascertaining that there was likely no danger, he would have apparated away immediately. But his instincts told him that he was alone with what sounded like a survivor of the fight. Another moan enabled Harry to pinpoint the survivor's location on the floor across the room, half buried in the rubble of what had been a large display cabinet. Harry resisted the urge to rush over and render aid. Instead, he remained in the shadows and maintained his defensive posture. After as much as half an hour and many more pitiful moans from across the room, he made his way over and gingerly cleared the rubble. Only to discover that the survivor was Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's mind quickly categorized this development as a trap, albeit one with opportunity. In less than a second, Harry grabbed Bellatrix's wrist and apparated away. He then apparated from location to location in one continuous blur before coming to a rest on the edge of a small and secluded beach, which was bathed in moonlight. Bellatrix, who had begun the journey in a horizontal position, arrived in a similar position and landed on the ground with a painful sounding thud, causing her to whimper and let out a deep moan. With more time to analyze the situation, Harry soon realized that Bellatrix was probably not faking injury. In fact, she appeared to be in critical condition. There was a fair amount of bleeding from superficial cuts and gashes. Harry surmised this was the result of someone banishing her with force into the display cabinet. But it appeared to Harry that she was in worse condition than her superficial injuries justified. Spell damage was the likely cause. Maybe one of the residents had landed a hit on her. Well, what do I do now? Harry wondered. Still feeling a bit wary, Harry proceeded to search for any sign of Bellatrix having a wand. However, all he could find was a fancy hair ornament concealed in the bodice of her dress. The ornament was a long, black rod tapered on one end into a relatively dull point. There was ornamentation at the top. It was not a wand and did not seem dangerous. Despite it looking innocuous, Harry decided he may as well pocket it. As an avid horcrux hunter, Harry knew that even harmless objects could be dangerous. Where is your wand? Harry demanded. Bellatrix answered with a long and low moan. Tell me, Harry insisted, nudging her none too gently. They took it with them. Bellatrix slurred before breaking into a mixture of agonized moans and sobs. Surprised, Harry sat back and contemplated this development. It was not uncommon for the Death Eaters to scavenge wands from the dead and even their fallen comrades. And it was not uncommon for the Death Eaters to occasionally leave one of their own to succumb to their injuries. But this was Bellatrix, ex-Lestrange of Lord Voldemort's most loyal and powerful lieutenants. And she was not even dead yet. On the other hand, Harry was realizing that it had been some time since he had come across Bellatrix in a fight. On the other hand, there had been few battles with Death Eaters over the past year or so. Harry concluded that Bellatrix was in no condition to enlighten him. He also knew that there was a lack of options for dealing with her short of dropping her off at St. Mungo's to be revived and returned to the Death Eater ranks. These things considered, Harry opted to take her with him to one of his several hiding places where she could be a prisoner and where he could decide what to do next. Picturing one of the cave hideouts that he had already half-heartedly decided to abandon and was Herefore not worried about being compromised, Harry grabbed Bellatrix's arm and apparated again. Deep down, Harry was wrestling with an urge to strangle Bellatrix or lash out at her irrationally. But he was endeavoring to behave with some logic and find a strategy or advantage. Surely she could be of some use to him, whether as a hostage or source of information. Probably the latter, seeing as Death Eaters had willingly abandoned her and taken her wand. He still did not understand how or why that had happened. As Bellatrix moaned and whimpered, Harry set her up on a makeshift bed on the ground and applied a few cleaning and basic healing charms that cleared up her bleeding. He finished by dosing her with a couple of potions that would help her feel better and sleep. Soon, she stopped moaning and sank into what looked like a semi-relaxing slumber. Despite Harry's efforts, her breath did not sound good, and her skin had an unhealthy pallor. With Bellatrix slumbering, Harry relaxed. slightly and took his time to cast some charms and wards around the cave that would ensure that Bellatrix stayed a prisoner. He also cast alarm wards to alert him to any activity. Satisfied with his precautions, Harry apparated to the Forbidden Forest. Instead of watching Hogwarts, he stalked back and forth, occasionally kicking trees and rocks as he let himself fume over Bellatrix and everything she represented as well as the quandary her being in his hands now presented. Unbidden, memories of Sirius dying at Bellatrix's hand surfaced in Harry's mind. Other memories of Bellatrix's involvement in Death Eater encounters also enraged Harry. A large part of him wanted to lash out and kill her as if she was a rabid dog or a cockroach. Her death would help avenge not only Sirius, but also those of the Order who had fallen. It would be satisfying. But Harry worried that killing a prisoner was not an ethical thing to do. And a more logical or ambitious part of Harry was suggesting that Bellatrix was an advantage to be exploited. Harry's conscience was also twinging a bit about not seeking better medical aid for Bellatrix. But he shoved that concern aside without too much effort. There MPLY was no medical aid to be had for Bellatrix short of returning her to St. Mungo's, where the Death Eaters would be able to recover her and transform her back into a killing and torturing machine. Or maybe they would kill her themselves. After all, they had already abandoned her to probable death. Other options were not feasible, either. Harry had long avoided asking even the so-called Order of the Phoenix for help or even letting them know his whereabouts or plans. The original members were gone. Traitors had crept into the ranks. At this point, considering their attitudes and policies, Harry viewed all of them as traitors. He took a break from fuming about Bellatrix to rant and rave in his mind about the Order, Voldemort, Bellatrix, and everything else that had gone wrong recently or even in the distant past. Harry continued stalking around the forest in a silent tirade as he came to the conclusion he should nurse Bellatrix as long as possible and try to hatch a plan to exploit any advantage she could offer him. Harry returned to the cave feeling resolved and even slightly cheerful about having a new angle or strategy for him to employ against Voldemort. But his hopes were dashed. Bellatrix's skin was now a hue of gray that Harry knew portended death. She was awake and watching him from behind dull, violet eyes. There was no way that this once vibrant witch was going to do anything, let alone make it to see another day. Sitting next to her on the ground, Harry let out a sigh as conflicting emotions warred inside of him. Already giving up on your next plan to bring down the Dark Lord, Potter? Bellatrix said, her words voice barely above a whisper. Maybe I'm getting ready to kill you, Harry bit out. You would have killed me already if you had no use for me, Bellatrix whispered. But it is too late for whatever you are hoping to do, Potter. Go ahead and strike me down. I will not hold it against you. I could have you healed, Harry said nonchalantly. The rational part of him had already concluded it was impossible. You already healed my injuries from the raid. Nothing else can be healed, as I have already come to accept. Anyway, you are too late. He won. You lost. You need to accept that, Bellatrix whispered haltingly. I can kill him, Harry growled. Why? Then I will have won. Bellatrix attempted a chuckle, but instead found herself coughing. It took her several minutes to recover. Finally, she responded. Won. Won what? He will be dead, Harry explained. Everything can go back to normal. Already, he was feeling naive. He and his late friends had spent so much time focusing on the fight against Voldemort that Harry had not given much thought to life after the war. And of course, part of him had doubted he would survive. His death would change nothing. Bellatrix explained to Harry laboriously. Like when you defeated him as a baby. Society did not change. The Ministry did not change. There were no meaningful reforms. But it is now worse, already. Your friends and allies are dead. The remainders are purebloods or wish they were purebloods. The Ministry has no legitimacy. It will be the puppet of whoever fills the Dark Lord's void. Maybe I can fill the void, Harry suggested. Bellatrix looked at Harry speculatively from behind her dull, violet eyes. To do that, you must seize power and hold it until society reforms. Not easy. The old ways of the old families die hard. The Ministry is insular. Hard to get a foothold in their world. Then what do you suggest I do? Harry lashed out angrily. He instantly felt humiliated. He was now asking a Death Eater, who was on her deathbed, for advice. He did not need to be embarrassed, though. She had not heard. Bellatrix was gasping for breath now. Money, power, lust, entitlement. Pureblood politics, she mumbled as she drifted into a state of unconsciousness. By the time Bellatrix regained consciousness, Harry had fetched some more restorative and healing potions from one of his caches. Without talking, Harry began dosing her with some of them. Bellatrix did not seem eager to partake. Yet, inexplicably, she opted to humor Harry. Her pallor remained gray. The potions did very little to help Bellatrix, aside from lending her some energy and easing her discomfort. "Where is he?" Harry asked, trying to avoid a repeat of the discussion from earlier. "Do not bother," Bellatrix whispered. "The horcruxes are hidden. You tipped your hand too early. Very poorly done. I can still incapacitate him," Harry pushed. "Just like when I was a baby. I told you that is not enough. And it is too late. Why are you so rational?" Harry demanded, suddenly feeling resentment over Bellatrix's entire demeanor. She was supposed to be a monster. But she was acting almost normal. She was acting as if she was smarter and saner than he was. She was lecturing him. Bellatrix smiled wanly and closed her eyes. "Because I am free." Despite Harry attempting to continue the conversation, Bellatrix did not respond. It seemed like she may have lost consciousness. But Harry harbored a suspicion that she was choosing to ignore him. Eventually, old get some sleep. After what seemed like hours of trying to fall asleep, Harry was on the verge of succumbing to his exhaustion when Bellatrix's faint voice cut through the darkness. "Tell me, Potter, would you conquer?" "What do you mean?" Harry asked, bolting up into a sitting position. "Could you conquer?" "I can kill him," Harry insisted. "I just need the right strategy." "Do you have to kill him in order to conquer?" "Yes, of course. Why are you asking?" Bellatrix did not answer. From the slight change in the sound of her breathing, Harry surmised she had lapsed into unconsciousness. Annoyed, Harry returned to his fitful attempts to fall asleep. But an hour later, Bellatrix whispered eerily again. "Will you conquer? I already told you that I will kill him. At this point, what else am I supposed to do? You have to conquer to win." Bellatrix explained, her voice slurring, as if she was drunk. "Otherwise, it is pointless to kill him. You could even conquer and not kill him." "I think killing him would help," Harry insisted. "Help what? Your friends and allies are dead. All who remain do not care enough to change anything. He won. It is too late to kill him." Harry brooded for a while, but then realized Bellatrix had something of a point, even if she seemed a little confused about how things were. "Okay, fine. I kill him and conquer and force everyone to treat half-bloods and those with non-magical parents with respect. And then there are the magical creatures." "It is too late for that," Bellatrix responded. "Then what is the point of our conversation?" Harry growled. "I was just wondering what you would do," Bellatrix said, her words slurring. It seemed that this extended round of discussion had exhausted her. "Too late," she mumbled. "Too late." Again, she slipped into unconsciousness. She did not regain consciousness until Harry decided it was time to dose her with another round of potions and had begun offering them to her. Again, she humored him by imbibing the proffered potions. And again, the potions restored some energy but did nothing to improve her overall condition. Indeed, she appeared noticeably worse than before. Tell me, Harry," she whispered haltingly. Are you a C conqueror or just a K killer? Or worse, a bum?" "I understand your point about conquering," Harry said. "But at this point, killing is all that can be done. At least I will have avenged my friends." "But if you see conquered," stuttered Bellatrix. "I see could be your lieutenant instead of his. You see could see onker. I would help." "I suppose so," Harry agreed, sensing from her sudden slip into irrationality that Bellatrix was nearing the end. At this point, the only thing left to do was to humor her and avoid unduly distressing her. Please, can I have my hairpiece back?" Bellatrix begged. "It was my heirloom. I carried it with me all these years. All I have left." Faintly surprised that Bellatrix had noticed its absence, Harry decided that she was in no condition or mood to harm him. So, he produced the hairpin from his robes, placed it in one of her hands, and helped to clasp her clammy fingers around it. "There you go," Harry said, her arm and hand trembling. Bellatrix brought it up to her lips and kissed it with reverence as if it was some holy artifact. A ghost of a smile appeared on her face. Feeling mixed feelings about Bellatrix's almost cheerful descent into the realm of death. Harry sat back to watch Bellatrix die with a hair ornament pressed to her lips. Harry was caught off guard when Bellatrix clenched her jaw and rolled toward him with lightning-like speed. Her hand with the hairpiece raised in the air. Before Harry could react, Bellatrix stabbed the pointy end of the hairpin into Harry's shoulder. Then, even quicker than she had struck in the first place, Bellatrix let go of the hairpiece and rolled away from Harry. For Harry, time slowed. As Bellatrix rolled away, he thought he could hear her insides snapping and cracking. She came to a rest on her side, facing Harry, who had tensed up, but had not moved from his sitting position on the ground. From the expression on her face, Harry could tell that Bellatrix was in agony. Sensing that the stab wound was not serious and would be easily healed, Harry ignored it and focused on Bellatrix's face, locking eyes with her after briefly noting that blood was oozing from her mouth. The light was rapidly fading from her dull, violet eyes. With great effort, Bellatrix said her last words. "Conquer. And be kind to me." With that, she was gone. Harry began to feel dizzy. It seemed like the room was spinning. Harry closed his eyes. A chill passed through his body, and in that instant, the illness passed. When he opened his eyes, everything was different. Lord Black's Lieutenant. A.N. Thank you for your kind reviews. I recognized many of you from years past, and it brought back such fond memories. Suggestions on plot points are very welcome. Looming right now, among other things, is the decision on what subject Harry should teach, if, hypothetically, he were hired at Hogwarts. In DE, I went with potions in an attempt to avoid the cliché of Harry doing dada and to have fun with him being incompetent. But I am on the fence now. I can cover key plot points either way. The sticklers among you will quickly note that Bellatrix's birthdate and other things are not canon. That is the price of the plot. And, as fan fiction, none of this is canon anyway. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 2. Lord Black's Lieutenant. A grandfather clock softly chimed early in the morning as an owl bearing Bellatrix Black's annual Hogwarts letter arrived. Bellatrix watched from behind languid eyelids as the owl swooped through her bedroom window and landed on the back of the chair in front of her dressing table. The owl stuck its leg out, presenting the letter it carried, but Bellatrix ignored it, remaining propped up against the headboard of her bed. Instead, she focused on the early morning sky outside the window. After a few more minutes, Bellatrix could see in the faint light of the approaching sunrise that another owl was approaching. With a satisfied smirk, Bellatrix hopped off the bed and met the owl at the window, quickly collecting the letter it had delivered. She sent that owl on its way before retrieving the Hogwarts letter from the first owl. The letter the second owl had carried was from Bellatrix's uncle Orion Black. He was the head of the most ancient and noble house of Black. In a time not too far gone, it would have been unexceptional for him to be widely referenced as Lord Black. However, that was no longer the fashion, even if the Blacks and various like-minded witches and wizards, for whatever reason, liked to think of Orion, and anyone else similarly situated, as being a lord in every sense of the word. As she returned to her bed, Bellatrix tossed the Hogwarts letter onto her dressing table and broke the seal on the letter from Orion with a crisp snap. She settled back into her bed to read the letter. In it, Orion, as he did every year, offered Bellatrix congratulations on her upcoming birthday. The letter went on to explain that, as a gift for her birthday, in addition to the customary authorization for Bellatrix to withdraw 100 galleons from the Black family vault during her Hogwarts shopping trip, Orion was authorizing Bellatrix to take possession of an heirloom hair ornament that the Black family had owned for centuries. Considering that Bellatrix's birthday was several months in the future, the birthday letter was as kind as it was callous. Bellatrix knew that her sisters would be receiving similar birthday letters with their Hogwarts letters regardless of the proximity of their birthdates. The monetary gift was as generous as it was insulting. Money was money, but this money came with the implication that perhaps Cygnus Black did not have enough money to buy his children's school supplies or a nice birthday gift. The backhanded aspects of the birthday gift did not bother Bellatrix. She understood that there were many hands in the pot and that sometimes not intended by all. Her uncle would have had to authorize the gift. His generosity would have fallen prey to her aunt's domineering personality and social ambitions. And then, it was almost certain that a bank goblin or two was involved in the actual execution. The news that she would be receiving the hair ornament brought a smile to Bellatrix's face. Her hints, some more subtle than others, dropped here and there over the past year, had not gone unnoticed or unheeded. The heirloom, largely forgotten by the blacks among their vast collection of other treasures, would be hers. She skimmed through the remainder of the letter, not absorbing much. It was mostly admonitions about how her upcoming 17th birthday later in the school year would make her an adult. As an adult, it was her duty to show proper decorum and not dishonor her family. Especially if she was to have a chance of matching with a proper pureblood. It sounded like it had been written by Aunt Walburga. Wasting no further time, Bellatrix began her preparations for the day, changing out of her usual nightie, doing her hair, and donning formal, if not slightly provocative, robes for her trip to Gringotts and the shops in Diagon Alley. On her way out the door, Bellatrix grabbed the Hogwarts letter and slapped it against the door a couple of times. The lack of any clinking from the letter reassured Bellatrix that the nut who ran Hogwarts had not made her a prefect. Satisfied, she secured the unopened letter in a pocket and breezed down the stairs and through the deserted dining room, pausing long enough to snatch a small pastry from the buffet. Soon, she was waiting on the Gringotts steps for the bank to open, pointedly ignoring the varying glances of those passing by. When the bank opened, Bellatrix was the first through the doors and was soon zipping along in a minecart toward the Black family's vault. The minecart quickly arrived at the vault entrance. Bellatrix alighted from the cart and proceeded to the vault door as the goblin helped open it. Inside, torches burst to life as Bellatrix entered. The light that reflected on the gold coins strewn about the vault made the handful of torches seem as bright as the noonday sun. Having taken advantage of the family's liberal policy on vault visits, Bellatrix had already seen and ogled every item in the vault. So, she strode past the various valuables on display without a second glance and direct toward a corner of the vault where thousands upon thousands of galleons lay on the floor in careless heaps. One of the heaps was not as careless as it looked. Alternating between climbing and wading through the other heaps, Bellatrix made her way to it and began digging around. After a moment, she triumphantly produced the hair ornament from where she had hidden it during a prior visit. A smile on her face, Bellatrix made her way back to the main area of the vault, collected her 100 galleons, and exited the vault. "I am finished here," Bellatrix said to the goblin standing next to her minecart. "Now, take me to my personal vault." After a long day of school shopping, Bellatrix had the house to herself for the evening. Her parents and Narcissa had opted to convert Narcissa's school shopping trip into a weekend at Grimmauld Place, the Black family's ancestral home in London. More mature and independently minded, Bellatrix had opted out of the communal Hogwarts shopping trip. As for Andromeda, who was also independent, if she deigned to return from wherever she had gone that evening, she would not disturb her older sister. In her bedroom on the upper floor, Bellatrix changed into her nightclothes, lit several candles, and worked her way through her shopping bags. She packed most of her textbooks and school items in her school trunk and planned to pack clothes and toiletries closer to the beginning of term. Having finished with her purchases and packing, Bellatrix turned her focus to the heirloom hair ornament, which she intended to be the intrigue of the night. She flopped onto her bed, grabbed the ornament from her nightstand, and spent several minutes admiring it. Eventually, she hopped off the bed, went to her closet, and rummaged around until she found some furtively written notes she had gleaned from slightly illegitimate visits to the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Although the hair ornament was not so famous as to be a documented artifact, Bellatrix had carefully studied its markings. She had hypothesized that it was a copycat of more legendary artifacts. Bellatrix's notes did not amount to a user manual. But Bellatrix felt that she had, at minimum, compiled a collection of spells and procedures that would enable her to safely evaluate and take advantage of the heirloom as much as possible. Notes in hand, Bellatrix fetched her wand from her dressing table and began with her attempts to exploit the magic of the hair ornament. Occasionally, she would stop to refer to her notes. However, she had largely memorized the experiments she intended to follow. Bellatrix began with casting safety and privacy charms on herself and around the perimeter of the room. Then, she began casting various charms on the hair ornament. None of the charms had any effect. This was not unanticipated, even if it was slightly concerning to Bellatrix. It simply meant there were fewer functionalities available through the heirloom than she had hoped. Resigned to the reality that the heirloom was not going to cooperate short of a large investment of magic, Bellatrix geared up for the next experiment. If the heirloom was anything like Bellatrix thought it could be, it seemed like it would be best if it was tied to a blood anchor before it was activated. Hopefully, the blood anchor would lend some precision to the heirloom's magic. Unfortunately, blood anchors fell within the purview of dark magic. Although she was well versed in the dark arts, Bellatrix was not necessarily eager to resort to them since they often involved blood. Embracing a strange sort of resolve, Bellatrix felt herself drawn to exit her room and make her way to the kitchen where she fetched a mixing bowl and filled it partway with water. She crept back to her room, locked the door, and set the bowl down on her dressing table. Wincing, she cast a simple but painful spell that allowed her to mix some of her blood into the water. Taking a conjured paintbrush, she knelt and began painting the blood anchor onto the floor, breathing heavily as magic from her was drawn into the anchor. With each stroke of the brush, a dull roaring sound built in Bellatrix's ears. In the distance, Bellatrix thought she could hear lightning strikes, though no thunder followed. She assumed that the dull roar and sound of lightning was the herald of a thunderstorm. But if she had looked out the window, she would have seen the crescent moon hanging in a clear sky. In short order, the blood anchor was drawn, and Bellatrix was back on her feet. The blood anchor comprised several runes, connected to each other by lines. It had a certain crude, hypnotizing beauty. Bellatrix picked up the heirloom and carried it toward the blood anchor. As she did, the roar and sound of lightning increased. It was as if she was walking through an invisible thunderstorm. As Bellatrix reached out to set the hair ornament onto the blood anchor, she thought she heard the boom of thunder. Shoving aside caution, she plunked the hair ornament down onto the blood anchor. As soon as the hair ornament touched the blood anchor, a loud bang sounded through the room. Simultaneously, the loudest lightning strike and crack of thunder Bellatrix had ever heard in her life seemed to shake the room, and she fell onto the floor. Suddenly, the hair ornament was gone. In its place sat a wizard with dark, messy hair. Although it was theoretically possible, Bellatrix had not expected instant results of this sort from creating the blood anchor. She surveyed the wizard who she had apparently summoned. Hi's clothing was ragged and his face a bit gaunt, but his striking bright green eyes were glowing with a magical light. Oried a lightning bolt-shaped scar that Bellatrix instantly diagnosed as being magic-related. Best of all, he had a presence of power and confidence belied only by his youthful face. While Bellatrix had been assessing his appearance, this wizard had also been surveying her, his face betraying a mixture of emotions beginning with recognition and incredulity that morphed into something Bellatrix thought could only be iciness or fury. Eventually, the stranger adopted a markedly neutral facial expression and spoke to her. "What year is it?" he asked. A thrill shot through Bellatrix. It is 1975, she reported, stumbling over her words and feeling almost too excited to speak as she drank in the mysterious wizard and let her imagination run wild. If he was here, then she had sent him. And she must have sent him for a reason. He looked at her slightly askance. "I knew you were powerful, but I never realized that you were this clever." Bellatrix interpreted the wizard's knowledge of her as a good sign. Part of her was offended at him not knowing all along that she was clever. Though, another part of her was feeling excited to have been able to impress this wizard. "What is the plan?" she asked. This question gave the wizard pause, and he studied her carefully from behind thin lips pressed tightly together. Finally he spoke. "Show me the inside of your wrists," he instructed. Caught up in the thrill of the moment and anxious to impress her visitor, Bellatrix did not even hesitate. Her hands shot out, and she twisted them to present the inside of her wrists. The wizard peered at them. "Interesting," he murmured as he looked at her pale wrists. "What is the plan?" Bellatrix asked again, letting her arms rest. A small part of her wanted to know why the wrists were important to him. But, for the moment, she was more intrigued about the plan. The wizard paused and continued to study her. Hesitantly, He finally divulged what Bellatrix wanted. You told me that you would be my lieutenant and that we would conquer, the wizard said. She is absolutely insane, Harry observed to himself as he watched the teenage Bellatrix sprawled in front of him in her nightwear begin to breathe shallowly and positively sparkle with excitement at the news that she would be his lieutenant in some random conquest. He assumed she was currently a teenager. Although her physique was quite shapely, she had the appearance of youth. What is your name? She asked, standing up from the floor and walking toward Harry. Harry, he responded, wondering how much he should reveal to this teenage version of a prominent Death Eater. Harry. Who? Let's just stick to Harry. Harry suggested as he accepted Bellatrix's help standing up. With the barest bit of annoyance and chagrin, he realized that she was already an inch taller than he was, just like her future self. Perhaps I should use an alias to avoid awkward questions. I assume that you lose some of the advantage of time travel if people figure it out. Right, Bellatrix agreed, right, as her violet eyes lighted upon the ultimate destination of her heirloom hair ornament, which was now buried in Harry's shoulder, its color blending with his robes. Would you like help removing that? If you do not mind, I would like it back. Harry looked at the hair ornament and grimaced. He had almost forgotten. Can we avoid a hospital? Absolutely, Bellatrix agreed, nodding as she confidently busied herself looking for items that might be helpful with removing the hair ornament from Harry's shoulder. Do you have much medical training, then? No, not really. Well, it is just a stab wound, Harry said, partially trying to reassure himself. Those are not always as bad as they seem. He allowed himself to be guided to Bellatrix's bed onto which Bellatrix eased him down. Taking steady breaths, Harry tried to relax and exude confidence while Bellatrix bustled around. Before he could quite come to grips with the idea of being nursed by Bellatrix, Harry found himself wincing as she pulled the hair ornament out of his shoulder. This triggered some bleeding. Merlin! Bellatrix exclaimed with exasperation, half under her breath as she moved quickly to replace the ornament with a towel and apply some pressure to slow the bleeding. She awkwardly set the ornament down and grabbed for her wand. A couple of healing spells cleaned out and healed the wound, relieving Harry of most of the pain. Thanks, Harry muttered, marveling at how dramatically circumstances had changed. A former nemesis of his had just tended to his wound in her nightwear in her bedroom. You are welcome, Bellatrix said absentmindedly as she turned her attention elsewhere. She picked the ornament up and cast some cleaning spells on it. How far in the future are you from? She asked casually as she fiddled with the ornament. About 25 years, Harry answered, seeing no harm in answering the question while he marveled at how Bellatrix had tended to his wounds perfunctorily and moved on without smothering him to death with concern and instructions. He sat up and swung his legs over the edge of the bed so that Bellatrix could sit next to him. And what led me to activate the hair ornament? Bellatrix asked. As she accepted Harry's silent invitation and sat next to him on the bed. Harry shrugged. You were at the end of the line. I would say you had hours, if not minutes to live. I suppose you thought you may as well activate your, heirloom. It makes sense, Bellatrix admitted. But surely I would have given you instructions. The purpose of time travel is to have a second chance. What am I supposed to do to avoid my fate in your original timeline? How did I die? You were still alive when you stabbed me with that thing, Harry said facetiously, a part of him taking pleasure at tormenting the teenage version of Bellatrix. You said I was dying, Bellatrix shot back, losing her composure. What killed me? How am I going to avoid that same fate? Again, Harry shrugged. I don't know. I.W. Asn't around you enough to know much about you. I do know you made some very bad choices and bad alliances. In the end, your associates abandoned you to your death. I stumbled upon you and was kind of, nursing you through your last hours. I think if you work with me, you will be better off in the long run. You are being vague, Bellatrix said. How about you tell me some more specific details? Harry squeezed his lips together for a moment as he considered his options. I think, he said slowly, that I am not quite ready to explain everything to you. Instantly, Bellatrix was furious. She stood up and faced him. Her fists on her hips. It was my magic that sent you here, she lectured. I am entitled to know everything. If you are not going to cooperate with me, Then perhaps I will send you back to where you came from. She brandished the hair ornament threateningly. I did not ask to be sent here, Harry said coolly. And if you try to send me back, I think you will find me a formidable adversary. If you want more information, you will have to wait for me to sort things out. I am the one with the upper hand here. Your future self knew it would be this way. She knew that it boiled down to you working for me or working with the people who got you killed. Hence, she proposed that you be my lieutenant. Bellatrix looked at Harry stonily, but did not respond. Besides, to some extent, you may enjoy not knowing everything, Harry said, grasping for other reasons why Bellatrix should accept his reticence. I am not sure how your hair ornament works, but you went out of yo. Way to not touch it or me when it activated, Harry revealed. You didn't want to come. I think you could not bear to let your younger self see what you had become. If I had been in your shoes, I am not sure I would have come, either. Bellatrix's face widened, but she was still furious. Perhaps she did not believe Harry. Instead of responding, she moved her hands away from her hips and angrily crossed her arms into something of a defensive posture. Though she was angry, had note that she looked very attractive. Concluding that he was not likely to get far with the teenage version of Bellatrix without disclosing further information, Harry decided that it was time to move on. Telling her about Voldemort and being his equal opposite would be convincing, but dangerous. Perhaps he could tell her more after he had time to evaluate the situation. He stood slowly, careful to not seem threatening in any way. I thank you for your hospitality, he said, nodding to his shoulder, and for the use of the hair ornament. I should be on my way. He subtly twitched his hand, causing his holly and phoenix feather wand to appear in the blink of an eye. He carefully pointed downward and away from Bellatrix. No, wait, Bellatrix said, caving as soon as she saw the wand. Perhaps she feared that he was about to cast a memory charm. We do not have to resolve this tonight. Harry hesitated. What are you saying? Please do not leave. I swear I will be your lieutenant, Bellatrix said, sounding like she was begging. Harry arched an eyebrow, and Bellatrix blushed, realizing how pathetic she had sounded. She took a moment to gather her wits. When she resumed speaking, she sounded much more self-possessed. But you are going to have to be fair, or else you will be without a lieutenant. Or, at least a lieutenant as competent as me. And, our discussion on this topic is not over. I want to know everything, but I am not going to throw away this opportunity merely because you are not telling me everything right now. And if I find out that my counterpart in the future did not sign me up to be a lieutenant, there will be consequences. Quite, Harry said dryly, lacking anything else to say. Why and beginning to consider that he might not want Bellatrix as a lieutenant, even if she stood to benefit from working with him. So, we will move forward as best we can, until further notice, Bellatrix decided. Plopping back onto the bed while Harry turned to watch her. When I was talking to you about conquering, what did I mean? What is our goal? Harry shrugged. Seize power and reform society before the other person does. The other person? Asked Bellatrix. I'll tell you about that later since it is probably not that urgent, yet, Harry promised. For now, I am going to go find a place to sleep. I'm exhausted. You can stay here, Bellatrix suggested. I'd rather not risk running into your family, or anyone else from the magical world, until I've figured out what my strategy is, Harry said. A Muggle hotel, then? Bellatrix suggested. Yes, Harry said, even though he had been thinking of one of the caves he had taken to frequenting as the loyal members of the Order had been killed off by traitors in the ranks. The idea of a hotel excited him. It would be nice to sleep in a bed and have a real shower. Except, hotels usually wanted money. Bellatrix had already thought of the financial need. She jumped off the bed and fetched a dragonhide wallet from her purse. She unzipped the wallet to reveal that it was full of Muggle money. Harry's eyes widened. Where did you get that? He asked, shocked not only that a teenage witch had that much money available to her but also that a pureblood witch was going around with a wallet full of Muggle money. I might tell you some other time. Bellatrix said vindictively as she carefully sorted through and picked out some of the bills. She handed them to Harry. I assume you can find accommodations without further help from your trusty lieutenant. She said as she put the wallet back. Yes, Harry said as he accepted the cash from her. taking a handout from a teenage witch who had grown up to murder his godfather and countless others made him feel dirty and pathetic. But he could think of no practical reason to not take the cash. He and she had entered an uneasy alliance of sorts, and she clearly had plenty to spare. Have a nice night, then, Bellatrix said. We can meet up later to figure out what is next. I will plan on it, Harry said. But maybe you could tell me where we are right now so I can find you again. We are just outside of Winchester, at my family's home, which we call Blacksford. Bellatrix revealed. Interesting, Harry said, realizing how little he really knew about the background of Bellatrix and her sisters. From his stays in Grimmauld Place, he had gleaned some information about Sirius and his immediate family. However, he had never bothered to inquire into the history of Sirius's cousins. Is it? Harry was about to explain but stopped himself. Good night, he said with a polite smile. Flicking his wand, Harry apparated away from Bellatrix's bedroom. But he did not go very far. Feeling a bit sly, he had apparated to a location a couple of 100 feet away from Bellatrix's house. The terrain near the house was wooded, and Harry was easily able to position and conceal himself to observe the house without being detected. Blacksford was a slightly dilapidated Victorian mansion with grounds that were more overgrown than not. Harry could see no lights or movement anywhere else in the house save for Bellatrix's bedroom. He pulled out his omnioculars and zoomed in on Bellatrix's bedroom window, curious to see what she would do after he left. Hopefully she is not about to run off to a Death Eater meeting. Harry thought wryly. He had checked for the dark mark. But he knew that the lack of a dark mark was not proof that the person could be trusted. Besides which, why did not know when precisely Voldemort had started branding his cattle. From his vantage point, Harry could not see much in Bellatrix's bedroom. The shadows showed Harry that Bellatrix was still in the room, sometimes moving around. After a few minutes, Bellatrix came to her bedroom window and peered out into the darkness, looking directly at Harry. Confident that he was well concealed in the darkness and foliage, Harry did not allow her penetrating gaze to scare him into moving. Rather than retreat, Harry took a moment to study Bellatrix's appearance more closely than he would have done had he been face to face with her. Even at a distance, her eyes, which were set into a beautiful face, were piercing and contributed to her appearing perpetually paranoid and slightly deranged. Her hair, set in an updo at the moment, was black as the night. After several minutes of Bellatrix looking in his exact direction and not moving an inch, Harry began to feel uncomfortable with what was beginning to feel like a staring contest. He was about to consider whether he should retreat when she abruptly turned on her heel and left the window. A little bemused by the incident, Harry apparated to an alley in London and proceeded on foot to find an appropriate hotel. Despite the comfort of a queen-sized hotel bed in a swanky London hotel in which every room featured a fantastic view of the skyline, it took Harry a while to relax and fall asleep. His unexpected journey to 1975 had left him with a massive opportunity, and he was not sure how to use it. The question of what to do about Bellatrix Black also unavoidable. Harry was not anxious to work with her, closely or otherwise. She had been the enemy for so many years. Her murdering his godfather, Sirius Black, and taunting him afterward was a memory that still haunted Harry. As were others involving her. On the other hand, the teenage Bellatrix had done no such things. It was not fair to hold her actions in another timeline against her. But still, she had the tendency or capacity to do the same things again. Unbidden, Professor Dumbledore's lesson about choices defining who you are came to Harry's mind. Dumbledore had taught the lesson to Harry when he was having doubts about whether he was truly a Gryffindor. Harry tried to squash the memory, partly because he did not like the conclusion to which it led and partly because Harry carried mixed feelings about Dumbledore. As well-intentioned as the aged headmaster had been, his plans for how the war against Voldemort should be conducted had not resulted in victory and had left Harry feeling more like a sacrificial lamb instead to Voldemort or anyone else. Moreover, as the words Bellatrix had uttered before sending him to the past had sunk in, Harry had realized that Dumbledore had, in many ways, squandered the opportunity between Voldemort's initial fall and his return, despite the best of intentions. The more Harry reflected, the more he realized Dumbledore had done too little too late. Harry shoved the entire subject of Dumbledore out of his mind as pragmatic thoughts about Bellatrix's potential crept in. The fact that Bellatrix was a powerful witch was undeniable. The mere fact that she would be with Harry instead of Voldemort would be a significant advantage, even if Bellatrix did nothing useful for Harry. It would be illogical to reject Bellatrix's assistance. He could, of course, be careful about what he told her about the future and his plans. Having tentatively concluded that he may as well work with Bellatrix to some degree and that he could later work out how much he told her about the future and his plans, Harry felt comfortable enough to shelve the problems facing him and fall asleep. Harry would have slept in until noon, but the prospect of a complimentary hot breakfast lured him to the hotel's dining room the next morning. As he entered the dining room, he was surprised to see Bellatrix sitting at one of the tables stirring a chocola candy bar into a steaming hot mug of hot chocolate. Her face completely blasé, she continued stirring the hot chocolate while pointedly making eye contact with Harry. Annoyed and embarrassed that Bellatrix had tracked him down so easily, Harry broke eye contact with her while he went to the buffet to pile his plate high with eggs, sausage, and other favorite items, some of which he might have otherwise foregone if were not for him wanting to delay his next interaction with Bellatrix. Eventually, Harry gave in to the inevitable and took a seat across from her, feeling a bit grouchy. His mood worsened when he realized that he, in his wanderer's clothing, looked like an immature slob when compared to Bellatrix, who had dressed and done her makeup and hair as if she was attending Sunday brunch with the Queen. She was even wearing a proper hat. Already suspecting the answer and feeling all the stupider for it, Harry asked the question. How did you track me down? The money I gave you had some strings attached. Bellatrix confessed as she finished stirring her candy bar into the hot chocolate and set the spoon onto her saucer. She twisted her lips in disgust. Too bad you have gone and spent it all in one place. Well, I have an idea that I might be coming into an inheritance soon, Harry said as he watched her pick up the hot chocolate and take a sip. He began eating his own breakfast. How do you reckon? Bellatrix asked, pausing between sips. Harry reached into the collar of his shirt. He fished out and showed Bellatrix a chain necklace. Hanging on it was a large golden ring set with a large piece of onyx. Bellatrix's eyes widened as she stared at the ring. Is that what I think it is? I dare say it is, Harry said as he returned the ring-laden necklace to its place under his shirt. Bellatrix set down the hot chocolate on the saucer and considered this new development while Harry enjoyed his breakfast in her consternation. He could almost hear the wheels turning in her head. It did not take Bellatrix long to adapt to this new information and follow up on it. Are you my son? She asked. No. Grandson. No. My brother. Harry rolled his eyes. Obviously not. Satisfied. Bellatrix picked up her hot chocolate. Well, that eliminates the risk of us committing incest, she said judiciously. Harry began choking violently as a mouthful of eggs went down the wrong tube in his throat. His coughing was so violent that other hotel guests began to stare. All the while, Bellatrix sipped her chocolate as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Eventually, Harry recovered his composure. Perhaps you would also be interested to know that I'm not your nephew or first cousin, either. Bellatrix shrugged dismissively and took another sip of chocolate. It was at this point that Harry realized that Bellatrix might already be a sociopath of some sort. And the plan is that you're going to be my lieutenant, not something else, Harry clarified, pointing his fork at Bellatrix. The very thought of having a romantic relationship with her gave Harry the chills. I take it you were raised by lower-class muggles of some sort, Bellatrix observed, sounding a bit disappointed. Harry did not respond and chose to focus on his meal as he realized that she was not thinking of a romantic relationship at all. As a pureblood, she saw such relationships as pragmatic alliances. We will not rush anything, Bellatrix promised, her tone a combination of reassurance and mockery. There will have to be extensive negotiations before we actually enter into a marital arrangement. You can say that again, Harry mumbled, not even wanting to think about how such negotiations would go. Fortunately, if that ring means what I think it does, we will be able to avenue my Uncle Orion out of the negotiations entirely, Bellatrix prattled on. Suddenly her face brightened. And now that I think of it, from a strictly technical viewpoint, you can act as my legal guardian. That will streamline a lot of our activities. Shouldn't my being able to act as your guardian concern you? Harry asked slyly. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. You do not scare me. Is that so? Harry asked. Bellatrix nodded. Harry shrugged, seeing no point in disabusing her of that notion for the time being. On the other hand, he was not sure what he could do or would do to convince her otherwise. Preoccupied with new information and possibilities, Bellatrix finished her hot chocolate without further comment. Grateful for the reprieve, Harry shoved her outrageous comments out of his mind and focused on finishing his breakfast. As soon as he finished, Bellatrix spoke up. Shall we get to the bank without further delay? They have reduced hours on Saturday, you know. Upon his and Bellatrix's arrival at Gringotts, Harry presented the Black family ring and laid claim to whatever that might entitle him. This triggered a meeting between Harry, Bellatrix, and several of the governing goblins of the bank. To Harry, the meeting resembled a court hearing more than anything else. After confirming Harry's status as the owner of the ring and ascertaining that there were now 2 black rings in existence, the goblins quickly comprehended that time travel had occurred. They were peeved, and a long debate ensued. It was fortunate that Harry had brought Bellatrix along because she was the one who won the debate. Once Bellatrix pointed out that the blacks, by owning and keeping a time travel object in their vault, had assumed liability for all risks associated with its use, the goblins were happy to turn a blind eye to Harry's activities. If the other blacks found out, it would be an internal problem for the Black family to iron out. Harry would have left it at that, but Bellatrix pushed for more. She pointed out that Harry would likely outlive Orion Black and become the sole owner of the account. And, in exchange for Harry revealing a few financial predictions, to be carefully curated by Bellatrix, the goblins agreed they would go so far as to accidentally conceal Harry's activities as best they could, so long as Harry treaded lightly and did not draw attention. In short order, Harry and Bellatrix were walking out of the bank with bags full of gold and wallets full of Muggle cash. We should buy you some essentials, Bellatrix suggested. I am still wanting to avoid meeting anybody, Harry said. But if you wanted to pick up what you think I need, I would appreciate it. Bellatrix looked Harry up and down with a judgmental eye. It seems like your participation in the shopping would be more detrimental than helpful. Maybe so, Harry said, not sure if she was assenting to go shopping for him or not. Bellatrix sighed and then saluted. Never fear, Harry. Your trusty shopping job. As Bellatrix proceeded to wander Diagon Alley, she used the time to think. The instant she had seen that Harry was in possession of the Black family ring, Bellatrix had comprehended that the opportunity for her to marry him was simply too good to pass up. The more Bellatrix thought about it, the more she convinced herself that a marriage was essential. If Harry married anyone else, it would hamstring Bellatrix's ability to benefit from Harry's knowledge of the future. Then of course, there was money. The Blacks were among the most wealthy of the pureblood families. If Bellatrix married Harry, and negotiated good terms in the marriage contract, she would be the mistress of the House of Black and have access to all the money she needed. But how to pull it off? She mused aloud. Pardon me. The clerk at the clothing store asked as she finished packaging up some underwear Bellatrix had bought for Harry. Never mind, Bellatrix said obliviously as she accepted the package and exited the store. Pondering on the anticipated difficulties of convincing Harry to marry her. Harry had already rebuffed the idea of marriage. To Bellatrix's chagrin, nothing Harry had done or said betrayed that he harbored even the slightest interest in Bellatrix. In fact, I am not sure he likes me that much, Bellatrix mused as she stepped into a luggage shop and went through the oceans of selecting a suitcase for Harry. I am good looking and dress well, Bellatrix mumbled. So, that ought to count for something. Not here it doesn't, the shopkeeper said. What? Bellatrix asked, exasperated, before realizing she had spoken aloud. I was not talking to you, she clarified, frowning at the shopkeeper as she forked over the money to pay for Harry's new travel case. It looked like a Muggle satchel. However, its interior was magically enlarged. Realizing that she could use it to hold her shopping bags, Bellatrix stopped on the way out and loaded everything she had purchased so far into it. It was later in the evening by the time Bellatrix finished shopping. She had been thorough in her purchases for Harry and had done some shopping for herself, too. After an argument with the hotel clerk, Bellatrix learned Harry's room number and proceeded there, magically bypassing the lock and letting herself in. Inside, she found that Harry had turned a chair toward the window and was staring out at the London skyline. The glance he shot at her from the chair showed that he was miffed by her letting herself into his room. "Aren't you likely to draw the Ministry's ire if you go around doing underage magic?" Harry asked. "I take it you were raised by Muggles," Bellatrix responded. Harry frowned. "Being raised by Muggles seems to be quite disadvantageous." "I would not know," Bellatrix said, holding up and displaying his new travel case, already packed with all her purchases for him. "Here's everything you might need." "Thank you," Harry said. He turned back to the window. "Be sure to reimburse yourself from my funds." Bellatrix felt she had earned more interaction than that. She set down the travel case and her personal purchases and helped herself to another chair, positioning it near Harry. Eventually, Harry broke the silence. "I'm still not sure how to conquer. But I think I will need a new identity, or background, if I am to avoid people figuring out I'm a time traveler and if I am to have any hope of getting into any prominent or powerful positions. Though, I would be happy to skip all that nonsense and just," his voice trailed off. "Just what?" Bellatrix asked once it became clear Harry would not finish his sentence. "Nothing," Harry muttered. Bellatrix opted not to press him to finish the sentence, hoping that giving him space would eventually entice him into sharing. Instead, she latched onto what he had shared. "Well, you are right about obtaining an identity. How do you think I should do it?" Harry asked. Bellatrix shrugged. "It depends on the type of identity. I am not sure that I am following. If you were not too picky, it would be easy enough to falsify Muggle identification papers and then claim that your dearly departed mother never sent you to Hogwarts. You would say you were homeschooled on magic. That sounds easy enough for us to set up and hard for anyone to disprove," Harry said, beginning to sound more cheerful. "Yes," Bellatrix agreed. "But then you will have a harder time connecting with the right people. It is not much better than a basic alias. What you need, Harry, is a pureblood identity. That is not going to be easy." Harry did not seem thrilled, and he was also beginning to think of other difficulties without Bellatrix's help. "At some point, Ollivander will tell everyone he never sold me a wand. What if you got your wand from somewhere else? Somewhere else. You are a pureblood born in another country, and you are now coming to England," Bellatrix declared, tentatively solving both the wand and identity problems. Harry nodded approvingly. "It would be harder for anyone to confirm or deny. But doesn't it make it hard to have influence on our ministry if I am a foreigner?" Bellatrix leaned back in her chair and went back to the mental drawing board. It did not take her long since she was already more than halfway there. "You are a pureblood born in another country to an expatriate family. Technically, you are British. I would still be an outsider," Harry mused. "We will have to use your wealth to bridge the gap," Bellatrix said sagely as she shifted in her chair, crossed one leg over the other and pointedly looked into Harry's eyes. "Also, an alliance with the Black family would open doors and cement you into society. You purebloods do like money," Harry said, seemingly oblivious to her sly proposal. "I am still not entirely convinced. But if we did that, what country do you think I should be from?" "It would need to be a country to which multiple British blood families have moved and then maybe stayed longer than originally planned," Bellatrix mused. "Former colonies are where the British have been, then," Harry said. "What about the United States or Canada? Moving to the UK from the United States or Canada would not be as convincing. Besides, to protect yourself from background checks, you should choose a country that is going to have a harder time confirming or denying your whereabouts or that would outright refuse to cooperate with an inquiry." "I had a friend whose brother worked in Egypt for a while," Harry revealed. Bellatrix stewed over that for a few moments. "I think it might work," she said. "Of course, we would have to go there and poke around to see if there is anything on which we can build a background and identity." It was nearly noon the next day, Sunday, when Bellatrix approached her father, Cygnus Black, to broach the subject of a quick jaunt to Egypt. He had spent the weekend at Grimmauld Place and had returned AF. Tear Sunday brunch to attend to personal business. "Daddy?" Bellatrix asked as she walked into her father's study. From the mountain of financial statements and reports lying on his desk, Cygnus Black looked up at his oldest daughter as she walked into the room. You are out of bed early, he said teasingly. Bellatrix glanced at the clock before scowling. I get out of bed in the morning. In fact, I have been waiting all morning for you to come home. It was hard to sneak away, he said, leaning back in his chair and resting his hands behind his head. He gave Bellatrix a conspiratorial glance. Hopefully your mother will not notice my absence too soon. Anyway, what do you want? Who says I want anything? Bellatrix asked innocently. You only call me daddy when you want something, he pointed out cheerfully. And it works. Knowing that it was true, Bellatrix did not waste time arguing the point and moved on. My friend's family is going on holiday to Egypt, and they invited me. For some reason, Cygnus seemed both surprised and relieved to hear that Bellatrix had a friend. How long is the trip? He asked. Maybe a week, Bellatrix answered. The accommodations ours plenty of room for me. I have enough saved to cover meals if necessary. It is fine with me if you go, Cygnus said. Your mother may or may not notice, so long as you do not miss the last Saturday of August. In fact, he said with a wink. Out of the generosity of my heart, I will not even bring your absence to her attention. I will be back in time, Bellatrix promised. And maybe you should make a list of any eligible young wizards you come across, Cygnus suggested, a slightly cynical tone in his voice. If your mother is angry when you get back, you can drop some names and divert her with thoughts of matchmaking. Bellatrix smiled mysteriously. Maybe I will bring one back with me. I hope you are planning on us using a portkey to get home, Bellatrix groused as she peered out the window of He Pan Am aircraft she and Harry had boarded in London. That will depend on whether I have the requisite identity papers to obtain portkey clearance, Harry said evenly, looking at a magazine instead of his seatmate. He had spent much of the flight reading to remain sane while Bellatrix nattered about the slowness and inefficiency of their flight. She had at least avoided topics that should not be overheard by other people on the plane and been surprisingly cooperative about dressing up as a muggle. Although, she had opted for business attire, which, paired with her age, made her stand out more than if she had just dressed as she normally did. As for Harry, his clothing was more nondescript. Bellatrix had bought him a wide variety of clothing, including muggle outfits. Harry let out a sigh of relief as the pilot announced their imminent arrival in Cairo. He snapped shut the flight magazine and stuffed it in the seatback pocket as Bellatrix peered out at the ground below and suspicious. Lee observed the landing process as best she could in the fading light of dusk. Upon exiting the plane, luggage in hand, Harry and Bellatrix apparated themselves past Muggle customs and made their way to the hotel unofficially known as the Cairo Palace. There, Harry shepherded Bellatrix toward the front desk, where it was soon their turn to speak with the clerk. Harry decided to be facetious. My daughter and I are wondering if you have any last-minute openings, he announced. Bellatrix glared at Harry and stepped forward to insert herself into the conversation. Do you really think he looks old enough to have a daughter my age? She asked, smiling at the clerk and striking a pose designed to emphasize her business attire, height, and maturity. The middle-aged clerk shot Harry an appraising glance. He does look young. But the eyes betray his age, dearie. As for you, well, you look very mature for your age. She shook her head, shot Harry a sympathetic glance, and directed the remainder of the conversation exclusively toward him. What kind of suite were you hoping for? Just 2 modest rooms, Harry said before the peeved Bellatrix could respond. The clerk thumbed through the ledger. We don't put minors in their own rooms, she informed Harry. How about a small suite with 2 bedrooms? That would be fine, Harry acquiesced. The clerk checked them in using the pseudonyms. Harry proffered and gave Harry the room keys. Harry and Bellatrix then proceeded toward their suite, with Bellatrix fuming the whole way. As they approached the room, Bellatrix snatched one of the keys out of Harry's hand and used it to open the door. As soon as they were inside with the door shut, she vocally expressed her displeasure. Daughter. Really? You are a minor, Harry yawned as he explored the suite and poked his head into each of the bedrooms. And you did point out that as Lord Black, I can pass myself off as your guardian. He picked one of the bedrooms and tossed his travel case onto the bed. Bellatrix glared at him before stalking over to the other bedroom and inspecting it. Apparently satisfied, she went in and shut the door. From the sounds Harry could hear through the door, He surmised that she was unpacking. Pleased to have a break from interacting with Bellatrix, Harry shifted a chair toward the window and took up his traditional position. When Bellatrix finally emerged from her bedroom, she was wearing a swimsuit. "I will be at the swimming pool," she announced with studied casualness. "Fabulous," Harry said, sparing Bellatrix no more than a quick glance and resisting the urge to roll his eyes at her attempt to assert her independence and maturity. "Don't wake me up when you get back." The next morning, Harry and Bellatrix had breakfast in the Hotel D. Ning room and then struck out toward the local Gringotts branch, hoping that the goblins could at least point them in the right direction. This turned out to be a fortunate move on their part since the bank happened to offer the exact thing Harry needed. The local goblins were less scrupulous than their British counterparts, and they had a list of wizards whose deaths had gone unnoticed and whose estates had been dormant, leaving their money unclaimed in Gringotts vaults. For the right price, the goblins would allow Harry assume the identity of one of these dead wizards. The process was complicated, as one might expect. Considering the illegality of it all, Harry could negotiate with and pay the bank for the name of one of these people. He would then find a forger to draw up proper documents sufficient to convince the bank Harry was their long-lost customer. The goblins would then pocket the money in the deceased wizard's vault and turn the vault over to Harry. If Harry needed further assistance to replace lost or stolen, or inaccurate documents, the goblins could also provide those services at the standard prices. Harry's initial reaction was that it was all too much of a scam. "What do we really get out of this?" he whispered tersely to Bellatrix as the goblins looked on. "We will literally be paying them to rip off another customer." "A dead customer," Bellatrix shrugged. "The value is that they curate the name. That saves us countless hours searching for the perfect name and background. Having an older and more established bank account really will make you seem legitimate." She glanced furtively toward the goblins and lowered her voice even further. "Besides, if the person whose name we buy had a vault in London, we will have the rights to that vault, too, except that these goblins will not be able to seize that vault." "I am guessing that will be included in the price," Harry whispered back. He grumbled for a while but eventually informed the goblins that their proposal was agreeable. This launched a long and complicated negotiation between the goblins and Harry and Bellatrix. The goblins were not about to disclose the entire list of names, and Harry and Bellatrix were not about to accept any random name. Again, Bellatrix proved immensely useful as they went back and forth on the minimum identity attributes and price. It was akin to buying a car sight unseen based only on year, mileage, and hints as to the make and model. Eventually, they settled on a wizard born in 1940 in Aswan, who would now be 35 years old. The wizard and his parents had died about the time of the war with Grindelwald, and Gringotts had been only too happy to watch as information about their deaths fell through the cracks. At this point, relatives cognizant of their existence and potential heirs had aged and died. The goblins assured Harry and Bellatrix that the mother had a magical background, that the father had been born to British expatriates from a pureblood family, and that Harry should have no trouble entering British society as a pureblood without running into anybody who actually knew anything about the dead wizard or even his parents. Harry and Bellatrix paid the goblins for the name, and the goblins delivered the name to them in a sealed envelope with instructions on what to do next. Harry and Bellatrix then left the bank and stopped at a charming cafe with a good view of the pyramids and ordered themselves lunch. "Ready to find out your new name?" Bellatrix asked gleefully as she warvery. Harry nodded, feeling a mix of resignation and intrigue. Bellatrix ripped open the envelope and looked at a piece of parchment from within. She began to laugh mischievously. "Your name is now Caesaronicus Finkeldinkerston." Hoping that she was joking, Harry cracked a smile and took the parchment from her. On it, he found written the actual name of the identity he and Bellatrix had just purchased. Henry Ptolemy Ashworth. Harry wrinkled his nose. It was not terrible, but it was a bit old-fashioned for Harry's taste. "I have heard the name Ashworth before," Bellatrix said brightly. "It is on a lot of pureblood pedigrees, but usually closer to the 19th century. Everyone you meet will think the name sounds familiar. And you can tell everyone that your nickname is Harry." "Well, Harry Ashworth sounds okay," Harry admitted. awked at the local ethnic food they had been served and braved a couple of bites. So, now we get some random forger to cook up paperwork. Bellatrix was examining a list from inside the envelope. The goblins have provided options. I vote that we go to one of the ones in Aswan since they will be closer to where your namesake lived. But first, she said, nodding toward the pyramids, we should look at those. After an afternoon and evening of pyramid inspecting, Harry and Bellatrix apparated to Aswan the following morning, where hiring the first forger on the list the goblins had provided proved to be startlingly simple. It was as if Gringotts had primed him ahead of time. Or, perhaps he had helped them investigate the name prior to them marketing it. The only difficulty was that it would take him several days to work everything up. The forger promised to meet Harry and Bellatrix back in Cairo with identity papers and a biography of the mysterious Harry Ashworth that Harry could use to talk about his past without foreclosing any options. Harry and Bellatrix paid him half up front and promised to pay the rest upon delivery. Having nothing better to do, Harry and Bellatrix shopped around in the local open market, looked at a few ancient monuments, and, on impulse, bought tickets for a Muggle River cruise back to Cairo. Bellatrix handled the booking. The ticket agent laughed off her attempt to claim that Harry was her son. On the other hand, she did not peg Bellatrix as a minor. So, she and Harry had adjoining cabins to themselves. Harry thoroughly enjoyed the cruise. It proceeded at a leisurely pace, stopped at major tourist attractions, and had fine dining and entertainment in between. For the first time in a couple of years, aside from the occasional interaction with Bellatrix, Harry could feel himself relaxing. Fortunately, for the sake of Harry and his ability to relax, Bellatrix was enamored by the tourist sights and scenery and stayed out of Harry's way. Though, when given the opportunity, Harry would discreetly observe her as she shopped or explored. He concluded that the cruise was as beneficial for her as it was for him. Out of her natural habitat, Bellatrix seemed less calculating. Instead of plotting, she was enjoying. In Luxor, Bellatrix went on a shopping spree for souvenirs while the boat was docked. Somehow, she stumbled upon an ancient Egyptian spellbook in the Muggle market and brought that back to the boat, triumphant, to show Harry her great find and tell him about how it could have forgotten spells in it. Harry was a little startled at the relief he felt when, instead of ciphering out the spells and practicing them, as Hermione Granger would have done, Bellatrix tossed the book in her luggage. If she was going to actually study it, he would do it on her own time without harassing him. The cruise ended with the boat docking in Cairo. Harry and Bellatrix made their way back to the original hotel and booked a two-bedroom suite like the first. The next morning, their forger friend from Aswan met them for breakfast to deliver the papers and receive the second half of his payment. Harry spent the morning reviewing the history the forger had gathered and created. That afternoon, he and Bellatrix went back to the local Gringotts and claimed the Ashworth Vault. The goblins were surprised that Harry had grown up so much since the 1940s. They helped him update his account details and bring everything current. They accepted a handful of galleons as Harry's deposit into the vault to keep it active. In a gesture that would be considered generous. Were it not for the thousands of galleons already paid to them, the goblins arranged all of Harry and Bellatrix's travel paperwork for their journey back to the UK and booked them a portkey. Upon arrival in the UK, Harry would need only report to the Ministry of Magic to domesticate his apparition license. If he chose, he could check with Gringotts in London to see if there as an Ashworth vault there to which he was entitled. From there on forward, Harry would have a pureblood identity difficult to disprove, especially if he was careful to say very little about his background. That night, Harry and Bellatrix splurged on dinner in the overpriced restaurant at the Cairo Palace. The food was sublime and the ambience enchanting. Apparently excited for the experience, Bellatrix had dressed up in a lavender-colored formal with black trim and gone overboard with her eyeshadow and eyeliner. As she vivaciously chattered and luxuriated in the fantasy of their surroundings, Harry tried to maintain a facade of interest and contentment. However, feelings of dread and disbelief dominated Harry's mind. Tomorrow, they would be returning to the UK, where it would be up to RRY to stop Voldemort and conquer society so that Voldemort or some other Dark Lord would not gain traction again. Harry feared that people would die no matter what he did. But he reckoned he had to try. He knew he would not be able to bear standing back what would inevitably happen and knowing that he could have done something but had not. He also doubted whether he could avoid Voldemort forever. Surely, the prophecy applied. Somehow. Even in the past. But as it was, Harry was still not sure how to best take advantage of his time travel opportunity. Meanwhile, Harry's only ally, and biggest liability, at the moment, was a teenage witch whose natural tendencies had, in the original timeline, led her to be a high-ranking Death Eater. To top it off, he was pretty sure she was, to some degree, already mentally ill. Over the last few days, Harry had settled into an uneasy acceptance of Bellatrix's quirks and constant presence near his side. He believed that she had not yet made and might never make the reprehensible choices she had made in the future. Despite knowing that this Bellatrix was not the same one from the future, Harry still found himself having to keep reminding himself of that fact. Harry was also aware that in exchange for the time travel opportunity, he owed Bellatrix something. Her future self had demanded that he be kind to her. And her younger self had been helpful upon his arrival in the past. Sparing him cash for a hotel, shopping for his necessities and personal effects, and dealing with the goblins. If he wanted to continue to benefit from her help, he was going to have to make sure she felt it was a good investment. Looking across the table, Harry caught Bellatrix's violet eyes with his own, and forced a smile onto his face. I think we are well on our way. His words did not mean much, but it conveyed the impression that he was engaged in the conversation. Bellatrix looked back at Harry and grinned, almost like a violet-eyed maniac, as she shed a large steak knife and cut into a sizable medium-rare steak. Yes, I think so. The Drifter. A.N. Thank you for your kind reviews. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 3. The Drifter. When she arrived home from her trip in Egypt with Harry, Bellatrix was surprised to discover that her mother, Druella Black, had noticed her absence. Although Bellatrix had arrived during breakfast, Druella waited until dinner to confront Bellatrix. The confrontation quickly evolved into a one-way tirade in which Druella detailed opportunities Bellatrix had missed. It did not take Bellatrix long to realize that the common denominator in each missed social opportunity was a wizard of marriageable age, or his mother. Apparently, Druella had become focused on finding a suitable match for her daughter, her APS, because Bellatrix's 17th birthday was approaching. It was all Bellatrix could do to hide a smirk as she reflected on how she was already well within reach of an excellent match. Her father, Cygnus, and sister Andromeda studiously ignored the entire exchange between Druella and Bellatrix, while Narcissa occasionally chimed in to clarify or emphasize her part in the social interactions Bellatrix missed. Narcissa was particularly thrilled that she and Druella had crossed paths with the Malfoys on one outing. Bellatrix was absorbing very little of what her mother was saying. However, she put on an admirable show of interest, contrition, and regret as her mother listed off all the people Bellatrix had missed seeing and impressing. When Druella paused from her monologue long enough to take a sip of wine, Cygnus attempted to rescue Bellatrix with a change of subject. Did you meet anybody of interest while you were touring Egypt? No, Bellatrix said. Although, when I was at the Portkey office, I met a wizard from that one old family you hear about sometimes. Something. Ashworth? Cygnus asked. I think so, Bellatrix said. Now that is an old name. Very old. Cygnus uttered to himself thoughtfully as he pushed the vegetables around on his plate. I suppose, Bellatrix said, feigning disinterest as she drowned everything on her plate with gravy. Was he coming or going? Druella demanded, grimacing as she watched the expanding pool of gravy on Bellatrix's plate rapidly approach the edge, threatening to flood onto the table. Pardon me, Bellatrix asked as she set down the empty gravy boat. In which direction was he going? Druella snapped. I believe he was coming to England, Bellatrix answered. Did he say why? Druella asked. No. Did he look handsome? Narcissa interjected. Yes. Druella was now looking thoughtful. Is he unattached? It looked that way, Bellatrix said, realizing that she did not truly know the answer to that question. Though, even if Harry was in a relationship with someone else, that relationship could now only be at an end. Either way, my path is clear, Bellatrix thought to herself triumphantly. He did not seem terribly old, either, Bellatrix added. She glanced in Narcissa's direction and made eye contact. Perhaps I will introduce you if we happen upon him sometime. It was not a sincere promise. If introducing Narcissa to Harry turned out to be the best excuse for introducing Harry to the Black family, then so be it. Otherwise, Bellatrix's main purpose of offering the introduction was to distract, and it worked. Narcissa began chattering with Druella about this mysterious traveler, and Bellatrix was free to eat her meal in peace, save only for having to provide the occasional response to their queries about Harry Ashworth. When she was excused from the dinner table, Bellatrix bounded up the stairs and into her room, where she slammed the door shut, eagerly looking around for any sign of a visitor. Seeing none, she strode to the window, opened it, and leaned on the sill as she gazed outside, trying to see if Harry was lurking on the grounds. After a couple of seconds, she heard a faint pop and turned around to find Harry standing a few feet behind her, wand in hand and a parchment envelope tucked under his arm. "Well," Bellatrix asked. "My apparition license is domesticated," Harry announced, putting his wand away and producing the license from a pocket inside of his robes. He showed it to Bellatrix. "They even let me put down my preferred name as Harry." "Excellent," Bellatrix said as she perused the text on the license. "Checking for any errors. What do you have in that envelope?" "Job application forms for a hit wizard position at the ministry," Harry replied. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose. "Hit wizard jobs are for dimwits. Apply to be an Auror if you are aiming for law enforcement. They have more freedom to work independently and poke into people's business. Some even dabble in politics. If I want to be an Auror, I am better off starting as a hit wizard than as a cauldron analyst, which is the only other ministry job opening available," Harry said. "Then wait for an Auror opening and skip the hit wizard nonsense," Bellatrix advised. "Besides, if you get a ministry job, how are you supposed to keep in contact with me? I will be at Hogwarts. Have you checked on job availability in Hogsmeade? I don't think moving to Hogsmeade and becoming the local bartender is what your future self envisioned when she sent me." "Here," Harry countered. "Anyway, the law enforcement path is better. From what I found out, qualifying for future Auror openings will be difficult as it is, especially with my questionable foreign academic record. But in-house experience with the ministry would help a lot." Bellatrix shrugged dismissively. "You just need to call in a favor. Or buy one." "Maybe," Harry conceded. "But qualifications and experience are important." Sighing, Bellatrix gestured toward the hit wizard forms. "I will help you fill them out, but you will have to do the writing unless you want them to think your mommy applied for you. If hit wizard is a dimwit job, may be having my mommy fill it out would be just the ticket," Harry quipped. Harry did not own an owl. So, he had the choice of hand-delivering his hit wizard application to the Ministry of Magic or ing by the Owl Post Office in Diagon Alley to hire an owl. He opted for the latter since he did not want to seem too eager and since he wanted to do some shopping. Although Bellatrix's purchases for him had been adequate, Harry wanted a few clothing items more his style. He was also curious to see what Diagon Alley had looked like in the 1970s. When Harry happened upon Ollivander's shop, he succumbed to the impulse to step in and purchase the 1970s counterpart to his wand. It would not hurt him to have two wands, and he could avoid any awkwardness if Ollivander later recognized him using one of his creations without having made a purchase. A bell tinkled as Harry entered the wand shop. Like the first time Harry had visited, there was no sign of Ollivander. While waiting for Ollivander to appear, Harry surveyed the shop's interior. Not surprisingly, the shop looked the same as it had when Harry had bought his wand later on in the timeline. "Greetings, traveler." Harry turned toward he source of the voice and found himself face to face with the wandmaker. "Hello," he said politely. Ollivander smiled as he looked into Harry's eyes. "Am I correct that you are not from here?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said, feeling a little wary of the wandmaker's perceptiveness. "But I wonder what leads you to that supposition." "You are old enough that I would have seen you around by now if you were local," Ollivander explained. "Or I would have heard about you from your family. You do have something of the look of the Potters." His voice trailed off and he tilted his head inquiringly, watching to see if the name struck a bell with Harry. "However, I know the Potters well enough to know that you cannot be one of them. Having gone through a number of battles, duels, and other types of confrontations, Harry's nerves were steely enough that he did not flinch at the sound of the name he wanted to keep concealed or show discomfort as Ollivander discussed his family. Instead, he smiled and shrugged. Since I am not from around here, I would not know what your Potters look like. Fair enough, the wandmaker admitted. As I was saying, if you are not from around here, then you must come from abroad. Of course. It is only logical, Harry agreed. He smiled, waiting for the wandmaker to move the conversation along. So, from which country do you originate? Egypt. Ollivander way. This information as he peered at Harry's face. Are you a Fairchild? No. Wykeshock. Harshworth. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Ollivander grinned. I thought I could guess it. Harry Ashworth, Harry said, finishing off the introduction. So, Harry Ashworth, Ollivander said, all the way from Egypt to buy a wand, are you? I am settling in the UK and am told that your wands are unrivaled, Harry said, attempting to distract Ollivander by offering his ego a treat. Ollivander was still trying to size Harry up. Even so, you should already have a strong connection to your own wand. An heirloom, Harry said. It is nice, but it has never been quite the thing. I think it is time to treasure it more and use it less. Yes, you do get better results with your own wand, Ollivander admitted, waving his hand and setting his magical measuring tape to work on Harry. Soon, Harry and Ollivander were going through the same wand tryout process that Harry remembered from his first visit to Diagon Alley. Harry realized that there really must be a science to wand matching because many of the wands Ollivander presented were those that Harry had tried out before. As the process went on, Ollivander became more intrigued and determined to find the right match. Harry patiently waited for his Holly and Phoenix Feather wand to be offered as an option. Harry had tried out a couple of 100 wands by the time Ollivander started feeling the pressure. I have tried everything with which you seem to have an affinity, Ollivander told Harry. Perhaps opposites attract. Perhaps, Harry said noncommittally, not quite sure how to nonchalantly guide Ollivander to his wand. Apparently the Ollivander of his timeline had cheated by guessing the connection between Harry and Lord Voldemort. Under the opposites attract theory, Ollivander had Harry try several wands that made Harry cringe just from the feel. He could not be sure, but he thought he recognized a few of them as having belonged to some Slytherin classmates. I know, Ollivander said, holding up his finger as a thought occurred to him, you are older than my average customer. Perhaps you just need an older, more seasoned wand. Could be, Harry said, wondering for the first time exactly when his wand had been manufactured. Ollivander was excitedly blowing the dust off one of his shelves, and he soon had Harry trying out some wands he had made long ago. As Ollivander put away another wand, Harry seriously began to consider whether he should begin dropping hints. But then, as Harry caught a glance at He wand in the next box Ollivander was opening, he felt a chill in his veins. It was Voldemort's wand. 13 inches. Not sure what he could possibly say and feeling immense dread, Harry watched as Ollivander removed the wand from the box and placed it in his palm. For Harry, touching the wand was like touching a lightning bolt. It was almost painful, but Harry could also feel immense power. The power was sweet enough to overcome the discomfort. Harry also felt a sensation of completeness, as if having both the Holly and the U wands had completed something. He took a deep breath as he worked to resist the sudden impulse he had to draw his Holly wand and hold it in his other hand. I think this is the wand, Ollivander said clinically, a thoughtful frown on his face. Is it? Harry said, actually looking at the wand in his hand. He realized that there were faint sparks of lightning being emitted from the wand's tip. Yes, Ollivander said. It is not the usual match, but it seems to belong to you. It recognizes you as its master. Are you quite sure? Harry asked, almost begging. Ollivander nodded. Yes. 13 inches. With a phoenix feather. Perhaps your Egyptian origin accounts for the phoenix feather. That could be the type of affinity that carried the day. Harry was desperately trying to think of a way to get more information without tipping his hand. He seized on the phoenix feather. Are phoenix feathers common in wands? He blurted out. No, Ollivander responded. It is not that they do not make good wands, though. It is just that phoenix feathers are so rare. Luckily, it is not your average wizard or witch that needs a phoenix feather in their wand. Oh, rare, you say? Harry said. Do you have other phoenix feather wands available? Nothing that would come close to matching with you, Ollivander said, shaking his head sadly. The phoenix whose feather is in your wand only provided 2 feathers. The wand made from the other feather was sold, I would say, nearly 40 years ago. To whom? Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. Ollivander smiled. You will have to forgive me for not answering that question. Client confidentiality, you know. Of course, Harry said. I will say, though, Ollivander said, that I have not seen the other wand's owner around in recent years. He doesn't come in to have it serviced, then, Harry said, forcing a smile as he took a light stab at some humor. Not many do, Ollivander said somberly. But they should. I see, Harry said as he fetched some galleons from his robes. What do I owe you? 20 galleons, Ollivander requested. Harry raised his eyebrows. He had expected only 7 galleons, since that is what he had paid for the other wand in the future. Bemused, he handed over the money with a smile and left after thanking the wandmaker. Feeling a bit sick about the turn of events, Harry ended his expedition to Diagon Alley. Using his holly wand, he apparated away Diagon Alley to a fairly remote beach in the west of England where a storm was just beginning. Harry ignored the wind as he strode up and down on the sand, trying to understand what had just happened. And why he now had Lord Voldemort's wand. Eventually, he succumbed to the impulse he had been resisting and allowed himself to hold both of his wands, one in each hand. Again, he could feel a rush of power. And as he focused on the wands and the idea of wielding them, he thought he could feel that power coursing through him. He swished the U-wand and jabbed it toward the ocean. Lightning flashed from the sky, striking an incoming wave. The electricity infused a neon hue into the wave, and the resulting thunderclap boomed across the beach. Harry paused and blinked repeatedly, trying to dissipate the afterimage of the lightning. Harry was thrilled with what felt like a boost in his power, even if he was feeling disoriented and a little frightened. Concluding that he may as well think out the situation in the comfort and warmth of his hotel room instead of on a windy beach, he put away his new wand and used the holly one to apparate to his hotel room. Having considered the situation after returning to his lodgings, Harry decided he would not inform Bellatrix of the wand's situation. At least, not yet. Although she was likely to be able to help him understand, he did not entirely trust her. Plus, if events had somehow changed, Harry would lose some of the leverage he had over her from his knowing future events and her wanting to know them. The next morning, an owl delivered Harry an invitation for him to come interview for the hit wizard position. It specified that he could drop by at 10 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon. Harry chose the latter. When he went to the Ministry and arrived at the floor on which the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located, Harry was not entirely impressed. Everything and everybody seemed sleepy. Harry would have thought there would be a little more urgency or sense of purpose in the air. Or, at the very least, some sign that anybody was actually doing their work. Harry's interview turned out to be a series of interviews in which Harry would have a short conversation about his background and some of his qualifications. Each interviewer would pass him to the next interviewer's office. The interviewers did not announce their job titles. But Harry thought that several were senior hit wizards. One was some sort of administrator, and a couple were Aurors. For the final interview, Harry was taken to a training room. To his surprise and delight, the interviewer was Alistair Moody. Thady still had both of his eyes, and they were being used to scan Harry's paperwork. Where are you from? Moody demanded, his voice gruff as it had always been. Egypt, Harry said for probably the 10th time that day as he wondered if it really would have killed them to do some sort of joint interview with him and the multiple interviewers. Where in Egypt? Originally Aswan, but all over, really, Harry said. All over, huh, Moody said as he flipped through Harry's file. You don't seem to have settled down anywhere. Maybe this will be my home, Harry said. Careful to not seem defensive. Maybe, Moody grunted. He did not seem to believe Harry. Well, let's see what you can do, Moody growled. I'm going to list off a series of spells. You need to cast that spell as quickly as you can. He then waved his wand and summoned a training dummy to the center of the room. That's your target, if the spell calls for one. If no target is necessary, just aim away from me, unless you want your butt kicked. Sounds clear enough, Harry said, slowly drawing his holly wand. He had done such exercises many times and anticipated no trouble. Beginning with the stunner spell, Moody then began naming spells, and Harry began casting the spell. After Harry had cast about 45 unique spells, proving that he had an acceptable repertoire, Moody began speeding up and having Harry repeat spells in different combinations. To Harry's satisfaction and Moody's surprise, Harry had good stamina and form. All right, Moody growled. Now, we will do a little bit of a training duel. Here it comes, Harry thought to himself as Moody cleared away what was left of the training dummy. Constant vigilance. Harry tightened his grip on his wand and prepared himself to react quickly. Moody did not disappoint. Once he and Harry were in position, he began counting. 1, 2, without counting to 3 as he had implied, he cast a premature spell toward Harry. Having anticipated that this would happen, Harry quickly jabbed his wand upward just in time. A repelling shield exploded out from Harry's wand with a small bang. It canceled out Moody's spell and knocked Moody back a step. Had Harry been fighting against Death Eaters, he would have blasted them into the wall with the hope that they would get concussions. But it was Moody. So, Harry had calculated the spell to only jolt the veteran Auror slightly. Moody had mixed feelings about the result, and it took him a moment to recover. Good show, Ashworth, he growled. I've seen enough. This interview is over. Do I get the job, then? Harry asked. That is not up to me, Moody said. The department will be in touch with its final decision. I will be waiting, Harry said with a grin. When Alistair Moody walked into the Hog's Head Inn later that night, Albus Dumbledore was sitting at one of the tables in front of a chessboard with all the pieces ready for a game. He looked up at Alistair with twinkling blue eyes. You remembered this time. I told you that there was an emergency last time, Alistair growled as he took his spot on the other side of the chessboard. He glanced over to the bar, caught Aberforth's eye, and nodded for a tankard of his usual butterbeer. Well, one wizard's emergency is another wizard's excuse, Dumbledore said, grinning, as he kicked Ed off the game with an aggressive opening move. The old friends devoted their focus to the game, only pausing to take sips from their tankards or make idle comments about the weather or news. It was a hard-fought game. But Dumbledore eked out a win in the end, despite Moody's attempt to take and sacrifice enough pieces to turn it into a stalemate. How are things at the department? Albus asked as he gathered up the pieces. Complacent, Moody said as he sipped from his tankard. Director Fox is the epitome of a peacetime general, I'll tell you that. And apparently, Minister Jenkins is happy to let that be. I would have thought after how she dealt with the pureblood riots in the 60s that she would be more wary. Yes, Dumbledore sighed as he placed the chess pieces in their box and closed it. He leaned back in his chair. If I was her, I would be more proactive. The riots are done with, but the sentiments remain. They are festering, I think. How's the school? Moody asked, finishing off his drink and setting down the tankard. We are nearly ready for the new term to begin. Moody smiled knowingly. How about the defense post? Ah, well, Dumbledore sighed, we are still short on that. I have a few tentative candidates who will take up the post if I really need them to do it. Unless you want to do it. The position is yours anytime you want it. Moody laughed. I'll take a pass on that, thank you. I assure you that Professor Ketchank's death was entirely of natural causes. Moody shook his head. Then explain why every one of his predecessors got fired, killed, or called away for an emergency after only 1 year on the job. Dumbledore shrugged and smiled. Coincidence. That's the official story, Moody grumbled, shaking his head. What else am I supposed to say? Moody suddenly grinned. I have an idea for you that will let you maintain your friendships with those tentative candidates and get you a defense professor for the year. What is your idea? Dumbledore asked. We had a fellow come in an interview for a hit wizard position today, Moody said. Very competent. Overqualified, actually. He could easily qualify for an Auror position, if the ministry was hiring. Surely you do not want me stealing a perfectly good hit wizard candidate from the ministry. Moody scoffed. As if they will have him do anything useful. Besides, I doubt he would stick around. Oh, he's a drifter. No roots. Probably has done some mercenary work. It does not matter if his tenure ends in a year because he will probably move on in a year or so. If he does not wander off, Maybe the ministry can hire him then. His name. Harry Ashworth, Moody said. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Ashworth. Is he coming from Egypt? That is what he claims, Moody said. Do you know the family? Mostly by reputation, Dumbledore admitted. Lucidius Ashworth moved to Egypt, I think, to make the family fortune. That was near the turn of the century. Maybe this Why is a grandchild or something like that? Did they actually make a fortune? I assume they got by, Dumbledore said. At least, until maybe the financial crisis and then the war. 2 wars, actually. It was that long ago. They were, I suppose you might say, soft people. If you had asked what I knew about them before now, I would have guessed that they were casualties of war. If they had any descendants, it would make sense for them to wander back this way. Moody shrugged. This one does not strike me as soft, even if he gives off that impression. It is the eyes that give him away. I might make a visit, Dumbledore mused. Even if only to satisfy my curiosity. Much to Bellatrix's annoyance, Harry had made himself scarce since submitting his hit wizard application, only visiting her bedroom every couple of nights to report that he had not heard back. Without Harry to entertain her, Bellatrix was left to a combination of finding her own amusement and being caught up in her mother's amusements. Ironically, both Druella and Bellatrix had the same goal in mind: matchmaking. They were just in different stages of the process. On the days that Druella dragged Bellatrix to Grimmauld Place, Druella and Bellatrix's Aunt Walburga would discuss potential matches. While they drank tea and consulted the family tapestry, Bellatrix, who had already identified her hapless match, would use herself and rifle through family papers, looking for sample marriage contracts. The matriarchs often went to Diagon Alley, taking Bellatrix, Narcissa, or both along. Although they did not need to shop, they liked going for the social aspect. With it being August, many families had returned from their holidays and were doing their shopping and catching up with friends they happened across. XS. Potted Harry peering into the display window at the broomstick shop. Bellatrix was not sure if Harry wanted to be introduced to her family yet, but she was feeling spiteful over his neglecting her Veer the past week or so and was happy to take matters into her own hands. Recalling her promise to her younger sister, Bellatrix smiled grimly as she poked Narcissa and gestured toward Harry, whispering, "There's that Ashworth fellow I mentioned the other night." Narcissa was instantly intrigued and tapped Druella's arm. "Mother," she whispered urgently, "that's the Ashworth wizard Bella mentioned." Druella instantly halted the ongoing conversation with Walburga and looked over to the broomstick shop. Soon, the Black Witches were making their way over to get the details on the Ashworth scion who had returned to his family's homeland. Walburga, having been apprised of the mysterious Ashworth wizard, took the lead, clearing her throat. "Excuse me, young man, but I believe you are acquainted with my niece." Bellatrix smirked as Harry, who had been gazing at racing brooms, spun around slowly and stared at Walburga with something of an astonished expression, almost as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth tightened, and he looked toward Bellatrix, who smirked at him. He narrowed his eyes in return, but only for the slightest moment before he put on a polite smile. "Yes, ma'am," Harry said, nodding affably toward Bellatrix. "It was, Barbie, wasn't it?" Bellatrix's violet eyes blazed angrily as Narcissa giggled hysterically. "It is Bellatrix, actually," Bellatrix said crisply. "Right," Harry smiled. "I remember. Now." He looked at Walburga. "And you are." Introductions were exchanged, and Harry soon found himself in a tea shop sipping tea and eating dainty cucumber sandwiches while giving vague answers to probing questions about his ancestry, wealth, and achievements. He was rescued when some of Bellatrix's cousins from the rosier side of the family happened through. While her mother, aunt, and sister greeted the rosier, Bellatrix remained at the table. "Do not call me Barbie again," Bellatrix growled, gesturing angrily at Harry with her cucumber sandwich. Harry winked. "So, am I making a good impression?" "I do not know," Bellatrix said. "It would help if we could somehow signal to them that you are rich. Maybe I can tell them that you purchased a Nimbus 1001. I'd rather die than ride a Nimbus 1001. Harry mumbled. "Then what do you want to ride?" Bellatrix asked. "A firebolt. I am guessing it has not been invented yet." Harry nodded his head glumly. "Whatever," Bellatrix said before guiding the topic back toward her mother and aunt. She nodded toward them. Mainly, I think they are interested in you so that they can be the primary source of gossip about you. All publicity is good publicity. I suppose, Harry said wryly. Have you heard from the ministry? Bellatrix asked. Harry shook his head. Time to start looking for other opportunities, Bellatrix advised. Probably. They sat in silence for a moment, still waiting for the impromptu family reunion taking place on the other side of the tea shop to conclude. Bellatrix distracted herself by assembling several of the uneaten cucumber sandwiches and augmenting the insides with salt and sugar. Have you met my Aunt Walburga before? Bellatrix asked as she reassembled the sandwiches, placed most of them back on the serving platter, and began eating one of them. You seemed startled when you came face to face with her. I knew a lot about her, but did not meet her, Harry revealed. Let us say that in her old age she became a little bit crazy. She already is crazy, Bellatrix said offhandedly as she chewed her sandwich thoughtfully. I was trying to be generous. Harry and Bellatrix's interlude ended when Narcissa, Walburga, and Druella returned from chatting with the Rosier. The conversation resumed, but only briefly. The black matriarchs had plans to meet friends at the bookstore. As they paid the bill and packed up, Walburga extended an invitation to Harry. There's always a small gathering on the last Saturday before the Hogwarts term begins, Walburga informed Harry. The Malfoys are hosting it this year. We will have Bellatrix send you an invitation. You can meet the right sort of people there. You need only find us, and we will make all the introductions. Harry smiled, his eyes glinting grimly. Yes, the right sort of people. Bellatrix elbowed him. I'll be there, Harry promised with a fake smile. You're very kind. After the Black Witches exited the tea shop, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Since he had nowhere to be, he decided he may as well remain in the tea shop to finish the leftover tea in solitude. But it was not to be. Within a couple of minutes of the Blacks leaving, a shadow fell over the table. Harry looked up and found himself staring into the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. Hello there, Harry said, suddenly feeling nervous and conflicted. A part of him wanted to instantly spill out his story and have the headmaster solve his problems. But another part of Harry, as much as he appreciated Dumbledore, did not give up control over the information he now had. It was the latter part of Harry that prevailed, and Harry forcefully shifted his gaze so that he was not exposing his mind to Dumbledore's legitimacy. Allow me to introduce myself, Dumbledore said before explaining that he was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Your reputation of course precedes you, Harry said. Would you like to have a seat? I have some leftovers, if you would like to share. Thank you, Dumbledore said graciously, grabbing a spare teacup and casting a spell on the teapot to reheat it before pouring himself some tea. What can I do for you? Dumbledore smiled disarmingly. Well, you see, your reputation also precedes you. Harry furrowed his eyebrows. How so? I have a friend at the ministry that you met a few days ago. Dumbledore explained as he took a sip of tea and helped himself to one of the sandwiches that Bellatrix had doctored. Harry already knew who Dumbledore's friend at the ministry must be, but he also knew that he had to feign ignorance. Who is that? He asked as the prankster in him waited for Dumbledore to taste the sugary cucumber sandwich. Alistair Moody, Dumbledore revealed candidly. He was quite impressed with you. Not impressed enough to hire me, Harry chuckled, hiding his annoyance at not qualifying for a job that Bellatrix claimed was for dimwits only. Dumbledore shook his head, smiling. I am sure he would not mind if the ministry hired you. But here is the thing. Hogwarts could really use a defense against the dark arts professor, and Alistair was telling me that you qualify. Oh, did he? Harry asked, feeling surprised. He had not even considered the possibility of employment at Hogwarts, but he was quickly warming up to the idea. It would give him the ability to keep tabs on a lot of the major players in the war against Voldemort. Do you think that I qualify? Dumbledore shrugged as he sipped his tea. It is hard to say. Do you have any teaching experience to speak of? Tutoring, Harry said. Oh, who? Feeling clever, Harry took a page out of Ollivander's book. Client confidentiality. Purebloods are sensitive about those types of things. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling madly. Can you handle, say, 14 classes on 7 different levels? I think so, Harry said, hoping that he was up to the challenge. Your 5th and 7th year students would have to pass standardized tests. Dumbledore explained. Your fellow professors can provide any sort of guidance you need. But really, if you can move your students closer to being able to perform as well as you did in your job interview, that is all we really need from you. Fellow professors. Am I already hired? Harry asked cheekily. Yes, Dumbledore said, if you will take the job. I'll mull it over, Harry promised. Drop by Hogwarts anytime to accept the position, Dumbledore said as he took a bite of the sugary cucumber sandwich. He paused high at the sandwich suspiciously. This is a bit unusual, is it not? Harry nodded. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he put down the sandwich. I think you will find that one of the fringe benefits of working at Hogwarts is the access to prime tea shops in Hogsmeade. Consider it, will you? I need someone in place by the 1st of September. The next morning, Bellatrix was brushing her hair when she heard a small pebble hit her bedroom window. She jumped up and made her way to the window, pushed it open, and made a perfunctory gesture to signal that the path was clear. Harry apparated into the room as she resumed her place at her dressing table. Did the ministry owl you this morning? Bellatrix asked, making eye contact with Harry in the mirror. No, Harry said as he surveyed her room, noting the difference that the morning light made on it. To date, he had primarily visited in the evening. I did receive another job offer, though. Oh, it seems that they need a defense professor at Hogwarts. Interesting, Bellatrix said as she finished brushing her hair and set down her hairbrush. Disconcertingly, she continued the conversation by looking at Harry in the mirror. You must have impressed someone at the ministry. I should have thought of that. There is a new professor for that subject every year. I didn't see a posting in the Daily Prophet, Harry said, absolving her of the oversight. Bellatrix smiled triumphantly. Regardless, I think your teaching at Hogwarts would be perfect. We can easily stay in contact, and you can network with all the key families who have children at Hogwarts right now. That is what Slughorn does. Slug Club, Harry said, recalling his 6th year at Hogwarts. Yes, Bellatrix said, it would be hard to compete where he is already so well established. You could somehow come up with something that complements. But really, you would need to find a way to get at the parents, unless you want to wait 20 years for their children to become power players. Some of the child Ren will be power players sooner than you know. I will think of some ideas, Bellatrix said, standing and turning to face Harry. I would appreciate any ideas, Harry acknowledged. Bellatrix nodded and then changed the subject. I let it slip to Narcissa that you said you were going to buy the Nimbus. She told my mom, who told my aunt. They are now convinced that you have money. They are now looking forward both to seeing you at the Malfoy party and gossiping about you. Oh good. Yes, Bellatrix agreed. With you now being a Hogwarts professor in addition to a new pureblood on the scene, you can count on being the focus of many people's attention. We will have to discuss your social strategy ahead of time so that you can maximize your interactions with all the right families. Fabulous, Harry said. A wave of nostalgia tinged with both joy and sorrow overcame Harry as he entered the Hogwarts grounds and slowly made his way to the castle, taking in all the familiar sights. He was so absorbed in his memories that he almost did not notice Albus Dumbledore exiting the castle and making his way toward Harry. Mr. Ashwer, Dumbledore said, smiling broadly, I trust you're here to accept the position I offered you. Yes, Harry confirmed, surprised that Dumbledore would come down to meet him until he realized that Dumbledore did not know that Harry had been a student at Hogwarts. Harry's supposition was confirmed when Dumbledore offered to give Harry a tour. To maintain his fictional identity, Harry had no choice but to accept and pretend he knew nothing about the castle. Harry and Dumbledore were soon walking the halls of Hogwarts as Dumbledore showed Harry around, pointing out both practical and historical points of interest, contrary to how Harry would have structured the tour if he were leading it. The headmaster showed Harry his office early in the tour and concluded in the North Tower, just outside of what Harry had come to know during his time at Hogwarts as the divination classroom. Dumbledore's purpose for this order of things was soon apparent. It is customary for job candidates to interview with other staff before I officially extend an offer, Dumbledore told Harry. At the moment, our divination professor is the only one available. If you would visit with her for a few minutes, we can say we completed that formality. Right, Harry said, ooking up the ladder toward the trapdoor as he tried to remember if he had ever heard about who had preceded Professor Trelawney. I will be waiting in my office for you, Dumbledore said as he made his way back down to the main portion of the castle. I trust you will find your way. Thanks, Harry said as he climbed upward. Harry entered the divination classroom. Heavy curtains blocked most of the outside light from entering the room. From what Harry could see in the low light, the decor was similar to how it had been during his time at Hogwarts, except that everything looked newer and smelled better. One window was not covered. A rocking chair had been set in front of it. Seeing that the rocking chair was occupied, Harry made his way toward it, assuming that he was about to come face with Professor Trelawney's aged predecessor. When he rounded the chair, Harry was surprised to find himself looking upon the face of a young witch, maybe only 20 years old. Or at least, that was Harry's first estimate. On looking closer, he had doubts. Her skin and facial complexion testified of youth, but her eyes were sunken and Harry thought he could spy more than a few gray hairs in her elegantly teased brown hair. Her fingers looked gnarled, and her hands were clenched into fists. It appeared that she had dozed off. Feeling obliged to make his presence known, Harry cleared his throat. The witch's eyes shot open. And she peered at Harry from behind large, pale-colored eyes, saying nothing as she surveyed him. Professor Dumbledore said he wanted you to interview me for the defense position, Harry explained. The witch's gaze wandered upward toward Harry's scar before she responded, her voice weak, but musical. I have been expecting you, for almost too long. The headmaster wanted to give me a tour. And we got bogged down, Harry said apologetically. Of course, she said, looking steadily into his eyes. Now, what was your name? Harry, he responded. Harry Ashworth. Harry, she repeated slowly. Yes, Harry, I did not catch your name. I am Pythia Greengrass. I am glad to meet you, Harry said politely. Did you take divination in school? She asked. Yes, Harry admitted. Pythia smiled, sensing his opinion in his tone of voice. It is a silly thing to teach, isn't it? Either you have the gift or you do not. To be honest, yes, Harry agreed. Pythia nodded. After I completed my 7th year, I could not bear to leave the castle. The headmaster was kind enough to let me remain and teach. When the divination position opened, he assigned it to me, even though I think he would have preferred to eliminate the subject from the curriculum. He is very kind. It is an easier post. Do you have the gift, then? Harry inquired, wondering just how far Dumbledore's generosity had gone. Barely, Pythia admitted. Certainly not enough for me to teach or pass on much. Instead, I focus my lessons on the history of divination. I also touch on the various methods and let students give them a try. If one has the gift, they should have the opportunity to accept or reject it. I even do a series of lessons devoted to detecting con artists. That seems reasonable, Harry admitted. Warming up to her, they were both silent for several moments. Harry did not know what to say next, and Pythia did not seem to be up to saying anything at all. Fearing that Pythia was about to fall asleep, Harry brought up the topic of his being hired. Do you need to interview me? Pythia shook her head. No. If Albus wants to hire you, he will hire you. She suddenly grinned. Unless, of course, I suddenly prophesy that you will bring doom to the castle if you are hired. Do you make prophecies? T.D. Denley feeling apprehensive. Pythia laughed. Almost never. Sometimes I have visions, though. Have you had a vision about me? Harry asked. For a microsecond, Pythia's eyes flitted up to Harry's scar, but she quickly refocused back on his eyes. Would you like me to check my crystal ball for you? Feeling skeptical, Harry acquiesced. On Pythia's invitation, Harry helped her out of her rocking chair and allowed her to lead him to one of the tables in the room on which a crystal ball sat. They sat next to each other at the table as Pythia reached for the crystal and drew it toward her. Soon, she was properly gazing into it. Let me guess, Harry said dryly. You see death. Pythia turned her head toward Harry and grinned. Yes, death. How did you know? When? Harry sighed. Pythia looked back into the crystal. It says you should consult an actuary about that. A what? Harry asked. Those people who work for life insurance companies, Pythia said. You're teasing me. Pythia chuckled. Now let me look properly. For several minutes, she gazed into the crystal. Eventually she spoke. I see, she said, her voice suddenly strong. You in an amusement park. It is crowded. You are in the fun house, and there are mirrors of all kinds and all shapes everywhere. But I can only really see two of them. You're standing in between them, getting jostled as everyone moves around you. The strange thing about all this is that with two mirrors, I would expect to see two reflections of you. But I only see one. Two mirrors. One Harry. She stopped speaking, but continued gazing for a moment or two longer. And that concludes this evening's entertainment, she said facetiously. Her voice suddenly weak again. Harry blinked. The vision she had described was nothing like what Professor Trelawney had ever predicted for him. Ironically, that made it seem all the more authentic. Though it was confusing. What does that all symbolize? Harry asked. Death, Pythia said, her face somber. Really? No, Pythia exclaimed, breaking into weak laughter. Well, then, what does it mean? Harry asked, feeling a bit petulant. I don't know, Pythia said, still laughing. Well, aren't you supposed to be able to interpret these things? Maybe if I had more of the gift. Perhaps you are half vampire. Perhaps I should be worried about being alone with you. She snickered at that thought. No, Harry said, I am not a vampire. Is there really nothing else you can tell me? Pythia got her laughter under control and tried to be serious. Well, I have the impression that it was important for me to be able to be here to tell you about that vision. So, be sure to not forget about it. Okay, Harry said dubiously. Are you ready to teach your classes? Pythia asked. Not exactly, Harry admitted. I did not know I was in the running for the job until yesterday. Come back to see me. And I can help you with your lesson planning, Pythia offered. That would be wonderful, Harry said, already looking forward to it. Professor Ashworth. A.N. Thank you for your reviews. Sorry for the delay on this chapter. July was packed. Also, I spent a fair amount of time outlining the plot. I am excited for where this is going. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 4. Professor Ashworth. With no siblings, he will inherit all of the Malfoy fortune, Narcissa predicted. She was reclined on a couch in the Blacksford sitting room, where she had spent the EV. Ending alternating between fantasizing aloud about marrying Lucius Malfoy and helping Bellatrix compile a collection of marriage contract excerpts. He might, Bellatrix mumbled. She was hovering over a table covered with scraps of parchment snipped from copies of marriage contracts she had found at Grimmauld Place. Narcissa had been helping her sort parchment slips. Why would he not? The Malfoy family fortune is not known to be as regulated as other pureblood fortunes, Bellatrix explained. Abraxas Malfoy can always choose another heir. It might fit his eccentric personality. Why would he do that? What is wrong with Lucius? How should I know, and why would I care? Sensing Bellatrix's lack of interest in Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa continued her daydreaming in silence. Eventually, she realized that Bellatrix's snipping had substantially overtaken her sorting. So, she hopped off the couch and resumed sorting. Surely there are experienced solicitors who can handle this for you, nah. Narcissa sighed as she glanced at a parchment slip with a paragraph specifying a bride's dowry. She dropped it into the dowry pile and reached for another slip. I think it is better for the bride to be involved, Bellatrix replied, artfully guiding Narcissa away from her true motivations. The reality was that Bellatrix intended to marry Harry and did not want anyone to be privy to the details of Harry's unique circumstances or Bellatrix's plans. It is boring, Narcissa insisted. Bellatrix arched an eyebrow and stopped cutting slips. She picked up one of the contract copies from the discard pile, found a paragraph in it, and showed it to Narcissa. Read that and tell me if you would like to find that in your marriage contract after you are 5 years into your marriage with 3 children and a 4th on the way. Narcissa pored over the paragraph and let out a gasp. That is, well it is, very bad. Indeed, Bellatrix agreed dryly as she resumed her cutting. Narcissa returned the parchment with the offending paragraph to the scrap pile. Do you think anyone would put something like that in a contract now? It is old-fashioned. But it depends on Lucius and how desperately you want his money, Bellatrix explained, hoping to shock Narcissa into being more cautious. Surely not, though, Narcissa said as she began looking at Bellatrix's collection of marriage contract paragraphs more closely. She picked up the collection of sample dowry paragraphs. Dowries seem old-fashioned, too. Not in the society we keep, Bellatrix said, still focused on cutting paragraphs. Besides which, there is something of an advantage to having some extramarital assets. I am not about to discourage our parents from providing dowry money just because I want to feel like a modern witch. Narcissa rolled her eyes at Bellatrix. But I thought the husband got the dowry money. Bellatrix pointed to another pile of sample paragraphs. That depends on what the marriage contract says about the marital funds. I will be careful to specify that I control any dowry funds our father provides on my behalf. Narcissa finished sorting the slips Bellatrix had cut so far. While waiting for more, she began going back through each pile and scrutinizing the details. Looks like this witch is on the hook for no fewer than 2 children and no more than 5. How many children do you plan on, Bella? Bellatrix wrinkled her nose at the thought of raising children. I have not decided. If you are about to draft your marriage contract, I think you ought to already have a clear idea about children, Narcissa told Bellatrix. She grinned. I would like to have a daughter. She could be just like me. Quite, Bellatrix muttered. Maybe she will be as pretty as her father. Ignoring the jab, Narcissa moved to the next stack. Parenting styles and parental decision-making, she summarized after having skimmed the samples in the stack. I recommend you ensure that you have the authority in th. At department if you are really going to marry Lucius, Bellatrix suggested. Maybe so, Narcissa agreed as she continued looking through the different stacks. She soon found one slip with stipulatio NS on it that brought another blush to her cheeks. Looks like monogamy is not always the expectation, she said slowly. Sometimes they only care about there being an heir and a spare, Bellatrix said. Taking the slip of parchment that had scandalized Narcissa. She read through it. Yes, that is exactly what this is. Once the succession is assured, all bets are off. That seems cold. That is business, Bellatrix countered. Sometimes people marry one another because they are combining their propemple. Mother wants me to marry one of the Lestrange brothers. That would be financially and socially advantageous. But do you really see me having a romance with either of them? They are terrible. If children were not part of the contract, I would not let either of them lay a finger on me. They are disgusting, Narcissa agreed. I would not want to be romantically involved with them. But could you tolerate a marriage that was just a pure alliance or business partnership? It seems like romance should be part of a marriage. Bellatrix shrugged uncomfortably. Even though she was planning on a marriage with Harry, as soon as she could entice him, Bellatrix had never envisioned sharing an intimate relationship with him. It was not that she did not consider him attractive. It was just that she was focused on the advantages in her ambitions. The question of romance is moot, she told herself firmly. He is going to be a professor this year. Nothing should or will happen between us under those circumstances. After a few more minutes of idle conversation with Narcissa, Bellatrix finished cutting out sample paragraphs. While she disposed of the scraps into the fireplace, Narcissa put each set of parchment slips into their own envelope. Bellatrix collected the envelopes, said goodnight, and made her way to her bedroom. To her annoyance, Harry did not appear in her bedroom as soon as she opened the window to signal that the path was clear. However, her disappointment was short-lived. Not long after she settled into bed with a book, a pop announced Harry's arrival. Well? Bellatrix asked, marking her place and snapping the book shut. I'm officially hired, Harry said as he glanced idly around her room. I just need to pick a classroom and draw up some lesson plans. Is there anything wrong with the traditional defense classroom? Nothing in particular, I suppose, Harry admitted as he borrowed the chair from Bellatrix's dressing table, pulled it up to the bed, and sat down. It just seems to have a lot of bad luck associated with it. Where else would you hold class? 7th floor. 7th floor. Are you going to make every single student hike that far? Harry grinned. It is one of my favorite places in the castle. Then keep people away from it. Good point, Harry mused, sitting back in the chair as he pondered his preferences. I'll think about it. How did your meeting with Professor Dumbledore go? Did you see anyone else at the castle? How did your identity stand up? The meeting went well. I don't think he cared about my identity at all. No questions about that. He gave me a tour of everything I have already seen a million times. Then, he had me interview with the divination professor. Oh, Bellatrix said, nodding as she leaned back, stretched, and yawned. Pythia. You've met her. Yes. She was head girl maybe 2 years ago. From Slytherin. Or maybe Hufflepuff. Harry guessed. Pythia was in Slytherin, Bellatrix confirmed. She was known for her ambition and slyness until she fainted at the Halloween feast during her 7th year. When they brought her back from the hospital a month later, she had transformed into a comedian. She did joke around with me, Harry admitted. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. And pranks, too. It may be correlation without causation. But my cousin Sirius and his snotty little friends are always getting away with pranks on her watch. Harry chuckled. I was once acquainted with your cousin Sirius and one or two of his friends. Are they in cahoots with Pythia, then? They adore her, Bellatrix said darkly. In fact, it is more than that. Sirius has a crush on her. It is the only reason he and his friends signed up for divination. I hear he sits there and ogles her all through class. If I was her, I would slap him across the face and make him sit in the back of the classroom. I am Sue. RPRISED that I never heard of her before, Harry mused. When I was at Hogwarts, the divination professor was some old fraud. It seems like Pythia is young enough that she should have been there instead. Your never having seen her before makes sense, actually, Bellatrix said. Pythia never recovered from whatever happened at the Halloween feast. She is still sick, and it is getting worse. Towards the end of last term, there were substitutes teaching her class at least once a week. She did look sick, Harry admitted. Are you thinking she is going to die from her illness? Bellatrix nodded. Within a year or two, I would say. Maybe sooner. I am very sorry to hear that, Harry said quietly. He seemed sad. So, Bellatrix allowed a moment to pass before broaching the topic she felt was the next on their agenda. There is that soiree at Malfoy Manor coming up, and we need to get you ready for it, she said. I think I can find something to wear without too much help. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. I am not going to do your makeup for you, dimwit. I am talking about what you are going to do at the party. You need to use the event as an opportunity to become acquainted with as many power players as possible. Keep in mind, you are making acquaintances, not friends. If you want to be friends with them, do it where all your other potential friends are not watching and wondering. Right. I will make a list of people I anticipate being there and the types of work they do or interests they may have, Bellatrix explained to Harry. Your job is to review the list and be prepared to have an intelligent conversation with each for about 2 minutes. If, for example, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation is present at the party, you had better be ready to talk about current world events for 2 minutes. Fair enough, Harry said. And if someone else is a Quidditch enthusiast, you had better be able to talk about and use the correct names for that RO. Und red thingy with which they play and the tall circle thingies through which they try to throw it. Right. Despite Bellatrix's protests, Harry opted for the classroom on the 7th floor. The Claw SS room was smaller than the usual classroom for defense against the dark arts. However, the extra windows, the view from the windows, and their delicate designs made it feel roomy. For Harry, the main attraction to the 7th floor was the room of requirement, where his first proper teaching experiences had occurred and where he had bonded with members of Dumbledore's army. The other attraction was the isolation. Outside of class hours, he would be freer to come and go and engage in extracurricular activities without anyone watching him. Harry was surveying the layout of the classroom and making plans for his classes when a familiar voice broke the silence. I always thought this was a pretty classroom. Harry turned toward the voice and found himself face to face with Pythia Greengrass. Now knowing more about her background, Harry recognized in her sunken eyes, gnarled hands, and frail figure the signs of severe illness. These symptoms combined with her otherwise young and active features gave her beauty something of a delicate and cloying quality. It is a good classroom. Have you ever had any classes here? Harry asked. No, Pythia said, looking around and drinking in the architecture. Are your quarters nearby? Yes, Harry said quickly, realizing that Pythia might want to rest. She must have exerted herself to stray from the divination classroom in the North Tower. My suite and office are just down the hall. Let me show you. Pythia smiled gratefully. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Harry showed Pythia his office, and they proceeded from there to his quarters. Soon, She was sitting at Harry's dining table as Harry boiled water for tea in the small kitchenette that came with his suite. She was watching him carefully, and Harry sensed that she was discerning more about him than he might have discerned himself had their positions been reversed. Soon, Harry and Pythia were chatting about Hogwarts, teaching, and even the weather as they both sipped their tea. Harry was enjoying the conversation immensely, except TLY worked to avoid revealing hints about his real identity. I was thinking it might be nice if I could sponsor or host some sort of club to help me mingle with the students better, Harry said. I've heard that Professor Slughorn does something like that. Pythia chuckled and rolled her eyes. Slug Club. The school does not need another one of those. What about a dueling club? Harry proposed, thinking back to Professor Lockhart's misadventure during his second year at Hogwarts and his experience with Dumbledore's army. That would be more the thing, Pythia said, encouragingly. It goes well with your subject area, too. Have you ever been part of a dueling club? Not precisely, Harry admitted, feeling modest. ND not willing to give Gilderoy Lockhart any credit. My mother enrolled me in private dueling lessons for a few summers when I was a teenager, Pythia said. Of course, we had competitions. They were more like recitals, though. Everybody received a participation trophy. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly. Even Dudley Dursley had brought home participation trophies. It would be nice to bring some competitive spirit back to Hogwarts, Pythia said morosely. If you go down to the trophy room, a few floors below, you'll find hundreds of years' worth of trophies for everything from dueling to the Triwizard Tournament. Nowadays, the only trophies are for Quidditch. Is there a dueling competition a Hogwarts team could enter? Harry asked. Perhaps, Pythia said, a speculative look on her face. It would be neat if Hogwarts could field a team at a tournament or two. Do you think you are up to preparing the students to compete? I know the spells. I am unfamiliar with tournament regulations, Harry confessed. Pythia smiled reassuringly. As long as your schedule is flexible, I could help with that aspect. And, now that I think about it, Professor Flitwick has some expertise, if you can convince him to contribute. Mostly he just focuses on the school choir and their weird songs. Do we need Professor Dumbledore's approval? Pythia waved her frail hand dismissively. He will not stop us. Would enough students be interested, do you think? Probably. I would be more worried about whether we can attract the right students. We could end up bringing home a participation trophy if we are not careful. Pythia winked slyly. Any students in particular that we should be trying to recruit? Pythia clenched both her hands around her teacup and took a long sip. She then began to rattle off several names, most of which Harry recognized. Among those names familiar to Harry were several Death Eaters, his parents, Remus Lupin, Order members, and Severus Snape. Pythia paused mid-list to take the last sip from her teacup. Idly, she held the empty teacup in her hands, tipping the cup back and forth, studying the tea leaves. And of course, Sirius Black and his cousin, Bellatrix Black. Her tone of voice, as she spoke their names, was markedly different from when she had been perfunctorily naming the other students. Wondering if she was reading the future or just feeling ill, Harry tried to fish for more information by revealing his acquaintance with Bellatrix. As luck would have it, I have run across Bellatrix Black a couple of times since arriving in England. Have you? Pythia asked. She raised her eyes from the teacup and looked Harry in the eyes. Yes, Harry said, feeling guilty. She was at the Portkey station and then also in Diagon Alley one day. She was interesting. Pythia arched her eyebrows and went back to studying the teacup. Bellatrix may prove to be the most talented witch of her generation. I dare say she is already the most powerful. However, she is broken on the inside. If we could convince her to participate in our little club, it would be an opportunity to influence her for good. Harry nodded solemnly. Is her cousin similarly talented? Pythia snickered but then sighed. He is very talented. She stared at the teacup for a couple more moments and then firmly placed it back on the saucer, top side down. I'll have to keep my eye out for both of them, Harry said. Yes, Pythia said, sounding tired. I will see what I can find out about competitions. Let me know if you need help with your lesson planning. Harry apparated to the grounds of Malfoy Manor and found himself confronted with a beautiful building that defied Harry's recollection that Malfoy Manor was dungeon-like. At this point of the timeline, Malfoy Manor possessed an ethereal beauty. enhanced by lights shining from within and the faint drizzle of rain falling from the overcast sky. The difference between Harry's memory and reality was striking enough that it caused Harry to pause as he stared at the manor. As best he could tell, the difference in appearance could be ascribed to the groundskeeping and the lights within. On the other hand, Harry thought, there might be differences in the architecture. Hello, said a voice, interrupting Harry's reverie. Harry blinked and found that an older wizard, likely also a guest at the soiree the Malfoys were hosting, had approached him. Seemingly from nowhere. He was tall and possessed a certain intimidating aura. Good evening, Harry said slowly as he studied the wizard. I am Edward Fox, the wizard said, introducing himself. You know my niece, Pythia. Right, Harry said, unsure what else to say to this stranger. Bellatrix had not primed him to interact with Edward Fox, though she had mentioned an Andrew Fox, whose daughter was a Hogwarts student. Edward did not seem interested in hearing anything Harry might say. Come with me, he directed, already walking away from Harry. I will show you where to go. Having no other alternative, Harry followed Edward and was soon entering the manor on Edward Fox's heels. Various witches and wizards were loitering in the hallways. Edward ignored them and led Harry to a ballroom filled with dozens, if not 100 or more guests of various ages. Harry was about to thank Edward for his services and melt away into the crowd, but Edward had our 80 summoned another wizard to his side and was making introductions. Andrew, this is Harry Ashworth, Edward said, gesturing to Harry. Mr. Ashworth, this is my brother, Andrew Fox. He is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Right, Harry said, recognizing this name. Pleasure to meet you. Andrew smiled a smile that Harry could only describe as fake, albeit completely harmless and devoid of any malice. Likewise, Mr. Ashworth. I hear that Professor Dumbledore hired you out from under us. He did, Harry acknowledged. But to be frank, I had not received an offer from your department, yet. Bureaucratic delay, Andrew said dismissively. Perhaps you can reapply next year. I might, Harry replied. Andrew made a noncommittal sound and then abruptly turned to greet a witch that was passing by in the crowd. He nodded dismissively at Harry, signaling that the conversation was over. Harry turned to make a similarly dismissive nod to Edward, but was faintly surprised to discover that Edward was no longer by his side. In fact, Harry could not see Edward anywhere in the room. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Feeling slightly dumbfounded, Harry continued, scanning the room until Bellatrix emerged from the crowd and approached him. Professor Ashworth, how are you tonight? Bellatrix asked, her voice loud and clear. Harry turned toward her, frowning. What is she playing at? He wondered as he gazed at Bellatrix, who was wearing a dark green evening gown. It was a conservative gown, but Harry recognized a hint of defiance in the finer details of her earrings and makeup. Seemingly reading the confusion and annoyance on his face, Bellatrix arched her eyebrows and tilted her head. Harry suddenly remembered that their agreed-upon strategy was for them to feign that they were only passing acquaintances. He smiled. I am doing well tonight, Miss Black. Thank you for asking. How are you? Bellatrix smiled. I am fine, thank you. She nodded toward another end of the room. My aunt was hoping to W of her friends. The angle of her smile and glint in her eyes told Harry that he had best cooperate. Nodding politely, Harry held out his arm, which Bellatrix took as she began leading him toward her family. Where did you find that creeper? Bellatrix muttered quietly. He found me, Harry whispered. Who is he? He is the chief Unspeakable. Everybody is scared of him. He has no children at Hogwarts. I did not expect to see him here tonight. I see, Harry said, absorbing that information. Further discussion was cut off as they approached Bellatrix's aunt, mother, and other assorted black relations, who had congregated in a corner of the ballroom not far from the refreshment table. Harry renewed his acquaintance with Walburga and Druella Black. Bellatrix disappeared, and Harry found himself being introduced to a number of the Black matriarchs, friends and relatives. Luckily, many of them were on Bellatrix's list, and Harry worked to make a genuine connection with each introduction. I say, Cygnus, Orion Black said, who is that fellow with whom our wives are playing show and tell? Young looking with messy black hair. Cygnus asked, not bothering to look up from the chessboard on the table between himself and Orion. Yes. He and Cygnus were sitting on the mezzanine overlooking the manor's ballroom. The Malfoys had set up a number of gaming tables so that some of their more antisocial guests could enjoy themselves without suffocating in the crush below. He is an Ashworth, Cygnus said, moving upon, grabbing his drink, and leaning back in his chair. Bellatrix happened across him on her way back from a vacation in Egypt and introduced him to our wives when they saw him in Diagon Alley. I hear he has been hired to teach at Hogwarts. Orion did not respond. Instead, he continued to gaze toward where his wife was chattering happily as she introduced Harry Ashworth to various party guests. Cygnus realized that Ari Ashworth had piqued Orion's interest and joined him in watching the goings-on below. It is interesting to see an Ashworth in society again, Cygnus said. Other than that, he does not seem remarkable. I suppose some of our fellow parents might want to introduce their children to him so that they have an ally at Hogwarts before the term begins. Orion nodded. He does seem ordinary. Then why the interest? Cygnus asked. Orion nodded to another part of the room. Your daughter Bellatrix is obsessed with him. Cygnus spotted his daughter in the crowd where Orion had gestured. She was chatting casually with one of her classmates. Several times, he looked back and forth between Orion, who was staring at Bellatrix, and Bellatrix, who was oblivious to their gazes. Finally, Cygnus gave up and returned to his study of the chessboard. She is not even looking at him. Orion turned his focus back to the game and promptly moved his knight to the third row, putting Cygnus's pawn in danger. He picked up his drink and took a sip. Your daughter is not accustomed to chit-chatting with her classmates. Yet, tonight, she has been a social butterfly. There is nothing wrong with that. But I think if you keep watching her, you will see that every conversation in which she engages allows her to keep Mr. Ashworth in her line of sight. Romantic interest, Cygnus suggested. If only we could be that lucky, Orion sighed. Andrew Fawkes and a few of his comrades were looking to raid the Malfoy wine cellar when he was separated from the group and stumbled on his brother, Edward, in the kitchen, interrogating house elves. He paused long enough for a brief exchange. What is with that Ashworth fellow? Andrew asked. Pythia says he is important, Edward replied. Do not bring her into this. Edward shrugged. What do you want me to do? Maybe hire him next time he applies for a job. Andrew rolled his eyes. So you can spy on him. Edward looked at Andrew, his gaze boring into Andrew's eyes. Andrew, having been on the wrong end of Edward's gazes before, did not stick around. Nice seeing you, old boy, he said, slipping out of the kitchen. When Harry finished the torture of Tryon to carry a one-sided conversation with a member of the Goyle family, he turned back toward the black matriarchs and found himself looking into what could only be the face of Lucius Malfoy's father. There were hints of the Malfoy blonde in his gray hair. His facial features were similar to that of his son and future grandson, except Harry detected shrewdness where Lucius would have displayed contempt. Malfoy smirked at Walburga and Druella. Is this the guest of honor to whom you are introducing everyone at my party? Walburga ignored the subtle jab. Abraxas, may I introduce you to Professor Harry Ashworth? Professor. This is Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas and Harry exchanged polite nods and were about to exchange pleasantries until Druella butted in. We have not seen your son anywhere this evening, she observed. I have not seen him either, Abraxas agreed, his voice deceptively pleasant. And come to think of it, I have not seen many of his friends, either. I will have to tell him he missed seeing you. And your daughter Narcissa. Do that, Walburga commanded. Malfoy smirked and nodded. Then he quite deliberately turned his attention back to Harry. You have been standing here and chatting all night. Why not enjoy yourself? Let me show you around. With that, Harry found himself whisked away from Bellatrix's mother and aunt as Abraxas Malfoy proceeded to show him the refreshment table. There, they helped themselves to drinks before Abraxas guided Harry upstairs to a balcony on which a number of wizards were playing card games or chess with each other. Soon, the two were seated at a table, in the midst of a round of wizarding chess, and having a casual conversation. So, from Egypt, then? Abraxas said as he waited for Harry. Yes, Harry said distractedly as he tried to come up with his next move. Abraxas was not quite as good at chess as Ron Weasley, but he was better than Harry. Why come to Britain? Why not? Family, perhaps. They are all gone, Harry said. finally moving his bishop to protect the king. With no roots in Egypt, I thought I may as well return to my family's roots. Fair enough, Abraxas said as he moved his own bishop. He smiled. Checkmate. Harry sighed and then put on a smile. He was about to congratulate Abraxas, but was interrupted when two wizards approached the table. Harry thought they looked like blacks. His suspicion was confirmed when Abraxas introduced them as Orion and Cygnus Black. I think you know my daughter, Cygnus said. We have run across each other a couple of times since I arrived in this country, Harry admitted. Which daughter is that? Abraxas inquired. Bellatrix, Harry replied. And how did you like her? Abraxas asked. She seemed nice, Harry said, deliberately aiming for vagueness. Abraxas chuckled and cast a sly grin toward Orion and Cygnus. I would go with Narcissa, if I were you. Although, I already have my eye on her for my son. Cygnus scowled at Abraxas while Orion studied the chessboard dispassionately. I think I saw Bellatrix earlier tonight, Abraxas said. If you asked her, I imagine she could introduce you to a lot of your future students. Maybe I will do that, Harry said, taking the hint and standing up. Thank you for the game. My pleasure, Abraxas said, grinning. Orion, Cygnus, and Abraxas watched Harry descend from the mezzanine and head toward the refreshment table. 15 seconds. Orion declared as soon as Harry arrived at the refreshment table and began helping himself to some hors d'oeuvres. Cygnus rolled his eyes as Abraxas produced a pocket watch and flipped it open. Bellatrix soon appeared at the refreshment table and helped herself to a plate. She then casually drifted toward where Harry was at the table and began chatting with him as she filled her plate. And there you have it, Orion said, looking at Abraxas. 17 seconds, Abraxas said solemnly. Close enough, Orion snapped. I suppose so, Abraxas said, grinning and putting the pocket wad. What do you propose we do? Nothing for now, Orion said, unless Abraxas detected anything untoward. He looked at Abraxas inquiringly. Abraxas shrugged. He seemed unexceptional to me. I dare say he is the good sort. Maybe a Hufflepuff. Orion nodded. With any luck, Bellatrix will ingratiate herself and provoke some interest from him. Then, when she marries him, we will Avenue a monopoly on what is probably the only descendant of the Ashworth family. And then, most importantly, we will not need to bamboozle someone else into putting up with her. Abraxas snickered. If you become desperate, I could sucker the Lestranges into taking her off your hands. He looked down toward where Bellatrix was standing at the refreshment table and suddenly frowned. What is she doing to the punch? Thunder boomed, shaking the castle, as Albus Dumbledore strolled into the Great Hall on the morning of September 1st for the first staff meeting of the school year. He was surprised to spot Pythia Greengrass sitting at her place on the staff table. She was leaning back in her chair watching the stormy sky reflected on the enchanted ceiling. Feeling concerned, Dumbledore made his way over to her. Good morning, Pythia. Pythia looked at him and smiled weakly. How are you, Albus? Probably feeling better than you, Dumbledore replied. I thought I let you know that staff meetings are not mandatory for you. I know, Pythia said. I wanted to come anyway. Excited for the school year, then. Pythia shrugged. In a way, it is going to be my last. You may want to be looking around for my replacement. Dumbledore sighed. There is still hope. New potions are being invented. And, there are the old potions, too. Who knows, if we keep watching the apothecary markets closely. Pythia cut Dumbledore off. Her voice was stronger than usual. One way or another, this year is my last at Hogwarts. After this year, those who seek me will not find me. A prophecy? Dumbledore asked. Yes, Pythia confirmed, her voice now very weak. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Dumbledore was feeling unsettled. He would have pressed her further, but the other professors were trickling in. And he did not want to have a public conversation with the divination professor about her poor health or her prophecies. Soon, the meeting was underway. Conscious of Pythia's condition, Dumbledore attempted to move through the agenda items quickly to spare her as much as possible. He announced that the Hogwarts Express had left London without any problems and the latest list of items Filch had banned. He then moved to introductions. Our newest member of the staff is Harry Ashworth, Dumbledore said, gesturing toward Harry, who stood up and nodded politely to all the professors. He will be teaching the defense class. We stole him before the Department of Magical Law Enforcement hired him. Ashworth. From Egypt? Professor Slughorn asked, sounding intrigued. Yes, Harry responded. Quite an old and well-known name, Slughorn observed. Yes, quite, Dumbledore said, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes at Slughorn. Feel free to introduce yourselves to him after this meeting. He then moved to the latest ministry regulations about curriculum, the OWLs and NEWTs, before setting out the patrol schedule for nights and weekends. After only about half an hour, Dumbledore felt like he had covered what he needed to cover and asked if any of the professors had questions or needed to bring anything up for discussion with the staff. Yes, Harry said, raising his hand halfway as if he was not sure whether hand-raising was still done in this environment. I was thinking I could sponsor a dueling club. It would be a good complement to the subject I teach. And beneficial to helping students socialize. I am not opposed to a dueling club, Dumbledore said slowly. But, is that really something you want to tackle during your first year of teaching? Perhaps if there was a co-sponsor. I have already volunteered to fill that role, Pythia announced. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in surprise. I see. In that case, Professor Ashworth, if you want to lead out that effort with Pythia as your advisor, that should not be too much trouble. I will meet with you separately to let you know some guidelines. Perhaps now would be a good time for us to review the school year calendar so that you know what conflicts to avoid. On the Hogwarts Express, Bellatrix was buying lunch from the trolley when Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and the Lestrange brother emerged from their compartment and approached the trolley. Bella, Lucius said, nodding. Miffed by him using the diminutive form of her name, Bellatrix directed a flat stare at the Malfoy heir as S. He held her hand out for her change from the trolley lady. However, knowing that Narcissa had her eyes on Lucius, Bellatrix opted to be civil. I did not see you on Saturday, Bellatrix said as the Tr. Ollie lady dropped some nuts into her outstretched hand. I was away, Lucius said, splitting his attention between Bellatrix and the selection of sweets and snacks on the trolley. Bellatrix pocketed the change and raised her eyebrows. It seems odd to miss your own party at your own home, she observed. We had better things to do, Crabbe shot back. Bellatrix directed a quizzical stare at Crabbe. We. In a slightly theatrical manner, she alternated glances between Malfoy and Crabbe. Hey, what are you implying? Goyle demanded, his angry voice attracting the attention of other students on the train. You know, Crabbe wouldn't cheat on my sister. Bellatrix widened her eyes innocently. Nothing. I was just making conversation. What you all do is your own business. Though peeved, Malfoy reined in his temper. If you must know, Bella, we were all together and attending to matters of importance. Not feeling intrigued by the group's activities, Bellatrix made eye contact with Lucius. And smiled politely as she extricated a blood lollipop from its wrapper and put it in her mouth. However, she could not resist looking up to wink at Crabbe. How dare you? Crabbe said, mashing the words together into one grunt-like sound. He pulled back his fist. However, Bellatrix's mind and reflexes were quicker. She clenched her fist and landed a punch in Crabbe's groin area before nimbly ping around him and continuing down the corridor as Crabbe fell to the floor and curled into a fetal position. Be seeing you around, Bellatrix called over her shoulder as Lucius Malfoy sighed and Lestrange brothers laughed like hyenas. Sirius was wheezing with laughter as he burst into the Marauders' train compartment with an armful of purchases from the trolley. Guess what just happened? What? Peter asked excitedly as James and Remus looked up from the piece of parchment on which they had been working. Sirius was laughing too hard to answer as he spilled the loot onto one of the empty seats. Eventually, he caught his breath. My cousin Bellatrix just punched Crabbe in the crotch. Really? James asked, his amused grin quickly breaking into chuckling and then outright laughter as he imagined the scene. Was there a reason? Remus asked, shaking his head as he rolled up the parchment and as Peter selected items from the assortment Sirius had brought back from the trolley. She was just teasing him. And he fell for the bait. Sirius said before launching into a slightly exaggerated blow-by-blow account of what he had seen and heard. It was dark and rainy when the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade. The students disembarked en masse from the train and wasted no time rushing down the platform toward the Hogwarts carriages awaiting their passengers. Poor first years, Lily Evans exclaimed as she and her friends, Alice and Macy, ran down the platform passing by Hagrid, who was carrying a lantern and gigantic umbrella while calling for the first years to come with him to the boats. It will be worth it for them, Alice said. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I still remember my first view of the castle from the boats. The 3/4 carriage that looked empty and jumped in, only to find that there was already another witch in it. She did not look pleased to have company, but she was not vocally protesting their presence, either. Good evening, Lily said, trying to be polite as Macy shut the carriage door. Aren't you Bellatrix Black? Yes, Bellatrix said, despite feeling slightly intimidated by Bellatrix, whose Slytherin school robes were looking pristine despite the rain. Lily proceeded to introduce herself and her friends. The conversation with Bellatrix stalled beyond that. Giving up, Lily and her friends left Bellatrix to herself as they chattered amongst themselves, continuing a discussion they had been having before the train arrived in Hogsmeade. I am sure the professor is nice, Lily said. I just do not see the practicality, though. Neither do I. Macy laughed. It is an elective. It is supposed to be fun. Fair point. Maybe. I can see 1 year of divination, Lily conceded. But another. Professor Greengrass is really good, Macy said. A lot of the stuff she talks about is practical life advice. Maybe you could audit a class or two if it does not conflict with your schedule. Aren't James and Sirius in that class? Lily asked. Yes. Pass. I'm enjoying ancient runes without them. If only they had skipped arithmancy, too. Alice laughed at Lily and shook her head. What I want to know is who is going to teach defense against the dark arts. I haven't heard anything, Lily said. The textbook is from the same series that last year's professor was using. Bellatrix sighed. And what do you have to say about that? Alice asked Bellatrix pointedly. For your information, the new professor is named Harry Ashworth, Bellatrix informed them. Ashworth, Alice said, sounding skeptical. Recently from Egypt, Bellatrix said. I happened across him a couple of times since he arrived. Egypt, Macy exclaimed. How exotic. Maybe our defense classes will have a special focus on Egyptian curses and creatures, Lily suggested. Excited for the possibilities. The three witches chattered while Bellatrix stared out the window until the carriage delivered them to the castle, at which point, they separated. Bellatrix wasted no time exiting the carriage and disappearing into the crowd. Alice also wandered off, but promised to catch up with Lily and Macy and sit with them during the welcoming feast. Lily and Macy made their way to the Great Hall. Alice caught up with them after about 15 minutes and sat down in the spot Lily and Macy had saved for her. First year's here, yet? Alice asked. Probably drying off, Lily said. I've asked around about the new professor, Alice said. Bellatrix is not the only one who already knows about him. Was there a school letter I missed? Lily asked. No, Alice said darkly. Let's just say that everyone who already knows about Professor Ashworth is a pureblood of the darker variety. I don't understand, Lily said. Don't worry about it. You've brought it up. Now, spill, Lily insisted. What is bothering you? Alice sighed. It is just that the defense against the dark arts professor should not be in the pockets of the families Ho are more likely than others to be dark. Macy rolled her eyes. You're just worried about whether you will qualify to be an Auror, aren't you? Alice threw up her hands. Well, yes. Let's face it. After 3 years, we have yet to see a very competent defense professor. I do not know how we are expected to do well on our OWLs and NEWTs. Hopefully this one will be different, Lily said, her voice tinged with worry. On his way down to the Great Hall for the welcoming feast, Harry happened upon Professor Dumbledore, who was also on his way to the feast. Are you ready for the school year? Dumbledore asked. Classes start tomorrow. I have my lesson plans ready to go, Harry said, realizing that he was going to have to pick up his pace if he wanted to keep up with the spry headmaster. Is there a time that works best for me to meet with you about the dueling club? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can tell you now what I want you to know. I just did not want to say it in front of everybody. Oh, it was very gracious of Pythia to offer to assist you with the club. I just want to make sure you know that you need to plan on doing the lion's share of the work on the club. Pythia is not up to much exertion. I gathered that, Harry said. We have already divided responsibilities and planned for flexibility around her schedule. Mostly, she will just be giving a few lessons on the proper rules for duels. Good, Dumbledore said, nodding. He pointed Harry down a side hallway. If we go this way, we do not have to squeeze through the crowd to get to the professor's table. Soon, Harry was seated at the professor's table. As the sorting hat did its work, Harry took the opportunity to search for familiar faces among the student body. One face in particular stood out. It was his mother's face. Lily Evans was staring directly at Harry, scrutinizing him closely. For the briefest moment, they made eye contact before Harry jerked his gaze away. RRY was curious about his parents and would have liked to observe Lily, but he did not want to risk more eye contact. So, he moved on to looking for other faces. Not far down the Gryffindor table from Lily were the Marauders. They were huddled together. From what Harry could see, mischief was painted on their faces. Over at the Slytherin table, many of the future Death Eaters were huddled together sharing smirks and smiles. At the far end of the table closest to the entrance doors, Bellatrix was behaving as if she was an island unto herself. At no point did she look in Harry's direction or make eye contact. Snape was also on the Slytherin table. He was staring at Lily, looking sullen and speculative. He's always miserable and unpleasant, Harry thought to himself. As the sorting had ended, and Dumbledore stood to make the beginning of year announcements, Harry allowed himself to relax and bask in the feeling of being home again. He's avoiding me, Lily whispered to Alice as Dumbledore's voice droned on with a list of items Filch had banned from the castle. What? Alice asked. Professor Ashworth. We made eye contact, and now he won't look at me. Why should he? Alice snapped CK as she made it clear with her posture that she wanted to focus on what Dumbledore was saying. Because I felt a connection when our eyes met, Lily thought. And finally, I would like you all to give a warm welcome to our newest member of the staff, Professor Dumbledore said. He gestured to Harry. Professor Ashworth will be teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am told that he will be starting up a dueling club. If you are interested, you should watch for further announcements. I'm in, Alice exclaimed as the student body clapped politely for Harry, who had stood and waved at everybody. I thought you didn't like him, Macy whispered. It is a good opportunity, Alice retorted. I don't have to like him. I'll join, too, Lily said. Since when are you a fan of defense? Alice asked. It beats Quidditch, Lily said. Harry exited the Great Hall and was in the hallway deciding on whether he should go to his quarters or wander the castle when Bellatrix pounced on him, her violet eyes flashing angrily. A dueling club. Why? And why did you not tell me? I just came up with the idea, Harry said smoothly. I did not know Dumbledore was going to announce it. And why a club at all? Are you not planning on being busy with conquering? Bellatrix crossed her arms and arched her eyebrows. I need an army, don't I? Do you? Yes. And I couldn't help but notice too. Night that many of the most talented witches and wizards are concentrated in the current Hogwarts student body. Bellatrix seemed to be accepting of this idea. Quickly, she pivoted. And I am the lieutenant commander of this army, right? If it goes into a battle, I suppose, Harry mused, working hard to resist the urge to roll his eyes. What does THLICE rounded the corner and spotted Professor Ashworth in the side corridor next to the Great Hall. He was having a conversation with Bellatrix. From Bellatrix's posture, Lily surmised it must be heated in nature. Lily was wondering if maybe THEY should just wait to talk to him later. She also wondered why their professor would be having an argument with a sixth-year student minutes after the welcoming feast. But Alice ignored those questions and plowed ahead to interject herself into the conversation. Hello, Professor Ashworth, Alice said before introducing herself and Lily. I am happy to meet you, Harry said, smiling at them while Bellatrix frowned at them suspiciously. We are interested in your dueling club. When do you anticipate holding meetings? Alice asked. Harry beamed and nodded to Bellatrix. Your classmate, here, was just asking me the same thing. Bellatrix scowled at Harry but quickly returned to eyeing Lily and Alice as Harry continued responding to Alice. I was telling Bellatrix that I was not sure on the timing, yet, Harry said. The headmaster only just approved the idea this morning. Hopefully, I will be able to announce details within the coming week or so. Professor Greengrass and I are hoping we can get our team to at least 2 competitions this year. So, we will be on a breakneck schedule to get up to speed, I imagine. Excellent, Alice said. You can count on us. Harry smiled, a strange look in his eye. I believe you. Bellatrix arched an eyebrow. Lily was about ready to call Bellatrix out on her attitude, but Alice was already leaving. So, she followed suit, but turned back a moment just before rounding a corner in the corridor. Nice meeting you, she called to Harry. Harry smiled a strange smile and waved. This dueling club will be good, Alice declared, seemingly having forgotten her prior suspicions about Professor Ashworth's connections. 2 competitions. That is a lot of opportunity. Yes, Lily sighed. But did you hear him mention Professor Greengrass? If she is involved, James Potter and his gang of idiots are guaranteed to show up. Dueling Club tryouts. A.N. Thank you again for your generous reviews messages. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 5. Dueling Club tryouts. Instead of going to the Great Hall for lunch on the first day of classes, Harry went to the North Tower and entered the divination classroom. There, he found Pythia in her customary rocking chair near the window. Next to her was a small table on which sat a lunch platter with enough food for 2. I ordered for you, too, Pythia said, smiling. How did you know I was going to stop by? Harry asked, pulling up a chair. Pythia winked. I have my ways. She nodded toward the platter. Help yourself and tell me how your first day of classes went. I had the first year classes this morning, Harry said, as he took one of the plates from the platter. It was the easiest thing. I can hardly believe I was that young when I started learning. It is funny how that works, Pythia said, reaching for a sandwich from the platter. They keep looking younger every year, too. Did you have any classes this morning? Harry asked. Pythia shook her head. No. Mine are elective classes limited to upper years. So, I have a lighter class load than you. I see. They continued chatting for a few more moments before Harry delved into the reason why he had come to visit. I have had a few students asking me about when we are going to hold meetings for the dueling club. Any time you like, Pythia said. Do not wait on me. But I think you should start with tryouts. Why? You will likely need to divide the club members into different groups and plan on working with each group separately. Or perhaps you can recruit your more experienced club members to help teach your less experienced members. Good idea. Pythia nodded. Meanwhile, you will be glad to know I have been looking around for competition opportunities. I think we could register Hogwarts for a generic level tournament hosted by the Salem Witches Institute in the spring. They have reasonable entry requirements and allow competition on multiple skill levels. Opportunities for other competitions are slimmer and more competitive. I guess we could always put on our own inter-school tournament, Harry said. Do not throw in the towel yet, Pythia said, smiling. I will find something. Harry stood. I will put my faith in you and focus on tryouts for now. Who do I talk to about reserving the Great Hall? Actually, Pythia said, gesturing out the window nearest to her rocking chair, if you do the tryouts down there on the lawn. I can watch. Harry stepped closer to her chair and looked out the window to ascertain which part of the Hogwarts grounds Pythia could see from her perch. Simple enough. Although, wouldn't you have a better view in your crystal ball? Pythia laughed. The crystal ball would be too blurry for my purposes. Harry's classes for the remainder of the week proved to be easy and uneventful. With one major and one minor exception. The major exception was the fourth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. The class went sideways before Harry could even finish introducing himself. How old are you? Asked one of the Slytherins. Mid-30s, if you must know, Harry responded. You don't look like it. I'm not sure I would believe you are even mid-20s. You can see it in my eyes. Harry said, glaring at the Slytherin. What does that even mean? I'll tell you when you're older, Harry snapped. Like 2 minutes older or 2 years older. Try 10 years, Harry said. Noticing that Lily Evans had raised her hand. Yes, Miss Evans. Have we met before, Professor? I doubt it, Harry said. Well, where in Egypt are you from? Lily pressed. My family went on holiday to Cairo, once. My family was from Aswan, Harry said. When were you in Cairo? 2 summers ago. Harry shook his head. Sorry, I was not in Cairo at all that summer. I just could swear that I have met you before. Lily insisted. Is there anywhere we might have crossed paths? Harry shrugged, but was saved from responding by Sirius Black. He looks familiar to her because he looks like our boy James, here. Sirius whispered loudly. And we all know how much she does not like James. Lily blushed and spun around to deliver Sirius and James a withering glance, which see me. To thrill instead of intimidate the marauders. I cannot say I am aware of the Ashworth family being closely related to the Potter family, Harry said. Now, for those of you interested in the dueling club announced at the welcoming feast, we will be holding tryouts this Saturday, out on the grounds. Everyone who wants to join the club is welcome. We are doing tryouts so I can know the skill level of those interested. We want to structure the club to best serve you. Drop by any time between breakfast and lunch for your tryout. Harry then launched into the lesson, which went uneventfully, except for a lot of snickering and whispering between the marauders. Since they did not seem to be harming anybody, Harry opted to ignore them. He knew there would be time for seriousness later in their lives. The minor exception to Harry's otherwise smooth week of teaching was the sixth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, which included Bellatrix and multiple future Death Eaters such as Malfoy, his flunkies, and the younger Lestrange brother. Harry got through his introduction with ease and had announced the dueling club tryouts when Rabaston Lestrange raised his hand. Yes. What does the club entail? Do you just practice dueling? Well, yes, Harry admitted. We are hoping to get into 2 or 3 competitions. Where are the competitions to be held? Rabaston asked. It looks like there will be one at Salem at the end of the school year. We are not sure about any others. Harry responded, wondering why the locations mattered to Rabaston Lestrange. Not curious enough to delve deeper into Lestrange's motives. Harry began teaching, walking up and down the aisles between the desks. It was mid-lesson when who had taken a seat in the back of the room, was completely ignoring him. It appeared as if she was doing homework from another class. Harry made his way over to Bellatrix's desk and cleared his throat. Startled, Bellatrix glanced up, quickly using her hands and arms to see over a number of envelopes and slips of parchment that she had been reviewing. Yes, she asked innocently. Would you like to take a shot at doing the spell technique I just explained? Harry asked. Which one was that? How about you try a non-verbal stunner? Harry asked, pointing to a table at the front of the class on which rested a bird cage with a rat inside. Bellatrix stood, produced her wand, and snapped it at the cage. The stunner not only rendered the rat unconscious but flung it against the side of the cage. Very good, Harry said dryly, wishing that the rat was a certain animagus with whom he was familiar. 5 points to Slytherin. Bellatrix winked at him slyly and went back to her homework. Sighing silently and wondering how he was going to deal with Bellatrix in his classes. Harry resumed his explanation of non-verbal magic. He used Bellatrix's example as a discussion point, before breaking the class up into groups to practice their non-verbal magic. On Saturday morning, Harry packed a satchel with supplies, collected an early breakfast directly from the kitchens, and headed out to the grounds to set up a makeshift dueling arena. He was simultaneously surprised and not surprised to find that a couple of students had already begun to gather for the tryouts. Good morning, Professor Ashworth, Lily Evans said, greeting him with an eager smile. Lily, Harry said, nodding affably. And Alice, he said, acknowledging Lily's friend who had not spoken. She was eyeing Harry guardedly. Was there a particular place on the grounds you were planning to hold the tryouts? Lily asked. Yes, over this way, Harry said, gesturing and beginning to walk. Professor Greengrass said she might observe the tryouts from her classroom window. We need to position ourselves so that she can see us. Right. Soon, Harry, Lily, and Alice had identified the ideal spot on the grounds to hold the tryouts. Under Harry's direction, they set about transfiguring rocks and tree branches and using supplies from Harry's satchel to create a crude dueling arena. There were markers to show the competitors where to stand and short walls to mark the boundaries and keep observers away from the line of fire. In short order, Harry was set up to conduct the tryouts. Thank you for your help, Harry said as he surveyed the dueling arena with satisfaction. Are either of you ready to go? I'll go, Alice said as Lily looked on encouragingly. What does the tryout entail? A duel of sorts, Harry said. Begin by trying to disarm or overpower me. I will stick to defending at Saint and then test your defenses toward the end. After we've done that for a few minutes, I'll have a good idea of where you're at. When I have disarmed or overpowered you, the duel is over. All right, Alice said. Shall Lily be the referee? Although he was not sure that they needed a referee, Harry smiled and shrugged. Sure. He gestured to direct Alice's attention to one end of the arena. Why don't you take your position there? I think that provides Professor Greengrass the best view of you. Alice accepted Harry's suggestion, and, within just a couple of moments, the pair had assumed IR positions in the dueling arena across from each other. Wands at the ready, Lily directed from where she had taken up a position in the middle, just outside the arena boundary. Harry pulled out his holly wand and held it out in front of him, feeling a little out of place. He was not used to dueling formalities. Instead, he was used to shooting off spells as quickly as he could for the sake of survival. Or, on the other hand, he was used to casting them at his leisure. On 3, Lily instructed. 1, 2, 3. Alice quickly shot a stunner at Harry, who, hearing the incantation, Y anticipated and deflected it with a mixture of a shield charm and a cancellation charm. She rotated through about a dozen different curses and hexes, steadily and single-mindedly coming back to try her luck with the stunner. Almost effortlessly, Harry blocked each spell from Alice and began to wonder how dueling competitions would treat the verbal casters. Hopefully, Pythia would be able to advise him there. If they divided students into skill groups, the verbal casting would not matter. Otherwise, Harry would have to force all the students on the team to learn non-verbal casting. Once Y got a feel for Alice's pattern and depth of offensive spells, he decided to begin shooting various charms that, even if they hit Alice, would not end the duel or even hurt her. She blocked some, but got hit with a number of charms changing her hair and robe colors. After having assessed the limit of her defenses, Harry walloped her with a body bind and announced the end of the duel. Good job, Alice, Harry said, smiling kindly as he undid the body bind. You are well on your way to being an excellent duelist. To improve, you should get in some more practice, a few more spells in your repertoire. Some more power behind those spells, and then look for ways to rely less on stunners. Alice seemed both pleased with and disappointed by Harry's suggestions. Harry was ready to discuss his observations with her more. But she did not seem interested in chatting. Your turn to duel, Alice called out to Lily. All referee. In short order, Harry found himself preparing to duel the teenage version of his mother and wondering what it would be like. 1, 2, 3. Alice called. Lily muttered a spell and swished her wand. An assortment of opaque bubbles shot out from her wand toward Harry. Each bubble quickly expanded to fill the entire width of the arena, blocking Harry's view. Raising his eyebrows, Harry shielded himself and then slashed his wand horizontally, summoning a burst of wind to clear away the bubbles. He was a little disappointed to discover that Lily had not taken the opportunity presented by the bubbles to do a more offensive spell while Harry was distracted. Instead, with her next spells, she focused almost exclusively on various charms, which Harry found to be creative. Combined with some more aggressive spells, she could be deadly. Harry went on the offensive. Lily's defense charms were likewise creative, though her success rate was similar to, if not worse than, that of Alice. Good job, Harry said after hitting Lily with an immobilization hex and releasing it after it was clear that he was counting it as the end of the duel. You have a lot of talent with charms and are thinking outside the box. Your creativity can get you far. But you combine it with some well-practiced stunners and other more traditional dueling spells to get in more hits. Lily nodded eagerly and grinned at Alice, who gave her an approving nod. I had better get your names down and my notes on you recorded before your classmates arrive, Harry said, spying a small group of students heading their way. He began rummaging in his satchel for some writing supplies. Would you like help? Lily asked. I could take names while you focus on duels. I can also transcribe your comments. I'll be the permanent referee, Alice decided. That would be great, Harry said. turning over the paperwork and his clipboard to Lily. And here we go, Lily mumbled as she spied James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter emerging from the castle and strutting toward the tryout arena. She did not have time to grouse any further because Harry had concluded his duel with a seventh year named Frank Longbottom and was delivering his critique. Good form, good spells, good strength. But needs to be less rigid and ready to roll with the punches, Lily scribbled as a summary under his name as Harry concluded the oral version of his comments and Alice ushered Frank out of the arena, congratulating him heartily on a well-fought duel. Hi, my name is James Potter. Lily turned Ames, Sirius, Remus, and Peter had arrived. Hi, James Potter, Lily said, her voice exasperated. I've got your names down. Alice will let you know when you're up. James winked, and Lily coldly ignored the wink as she turned back to watching the tryouts. Up in her tower, Pythia was peering through a set of omnioculars at the proceedings below when Professor Dumbledore's voice cut through the silence. How are the tryouts going? Pythia lowered the omnioculars long enough to give Dumbledore a welcoming smile, but went back to looking through them even as she chatted. They are going well, Pythia said. The turnout is good, almost bordering on too much. It looks like Lily Evans has elected herself president of the club. Dumbledore chuckled. Maybe she will be head girl in a few years. You would not go wrong with her. How are the students performing? Any standouts? Not a lot of surprises. Each student has played to their strengths, Pythia responded, her gaze intent on the tryouts below. For example, Lily Evans used creative charms to great effect, James Potter transfigured Psalm E-rocks that Professor Ashworth blew to oblivion, and Frank Longbottom put on a rigid but otherwise laudable performance. That sounds about right, Dumbledore agreed. Although, Pythia said slowly, I suppose you could argue that Professor Ashworth is putting on an extraordinary display. He has been down there lobbing and blocking spells all morning without showing any signs of exhaustion. That is remarkable, Dumbledore said, sounding intrigued. He stepped over to the window and squinted, trying to get a better view of the makeshift arena. Oh, Pythia said, chuckling. What? Here comes Bellatrix Black. It looks like she has an attitude today. This ought to be interesting. Oh, dear, Lily muttered as she watched Bellatrix approach. She was dressed in her school robes, and, as usual, looked pristine. This annoyed Lily a bit because she had categorized a dueling tryout as a physical endeavor and had dressed down, as had every other student. I've put your name down, Lily informed Bellatrix when she was within a couple of meters. We will let you know when it is your turn. Bellatrix nodded curtly and proceeded past Lily to take up a position in isolation on the edge of the makeshift dueling arena. Working to conceal a frown for Bellatrix's brusque behavior, Lily turned her focus back to the inside of the arena where Professor Ashworth was now conducting the tryout duel for her longtime friend, Severus Snape. It was just concluding, so Lily had her pen poised to take down Harry's comments. You have a broad repertoire of spells, Harry told Snape, and plenty of skill and power with which to execute those spells. Your form is pretty good. However, you seem very much on edge, or hostile. This detracts from your ability to perform. Your emotions will lead to mistakes. He is not wrong, Lily acknowledged silently as she scribbled down an abbreviated version of Harry's comment and eyed Snape with concern. She anticipated that he would not appreciate the critique, and she was right. When he stopped by to chat with her after Alice had herded him out of the arena, he was fuming. He thinks he is some celebrity, Snape said, his voice dripping with venom, as he glowered back in Harry's direction. Arrogant git. He gave you high praise, Lily retorted. Literally, the only thing he said was that you should change your attitude. I have watched him give kindest and most straightforward advice to everybody who has tried out. Everybody else, except you, was advised to work on improving something other than their attitude. If you walk into dueling club meetings with a smile, he will probably acknowledge you to be the best duelist we have. Maybe a dueling club is not for me, Snape grumbled. He glowered for a bit at Professor Ashworth and then stalked off, his black attire flapping in the breeze. Alice shared a glance with Lily and rolled her eyes. Lily smiled back awkwardly. She was sympathetic to Severus and his background, but his attitude had been becoming more and more problematic. He had always clashed with classmates like James and Sirius. But now, Even people like Alice, who had barely interacted with or cared about him, were beginning to notice and lose patience with him. As she mentally filed away her observations about Severus for later consideration, Lily realized that Alice was now raising her eyebrows and nodding toward Bellatrix. When she turned to look, she saw that Bellatrix was in the process of removing her outer black robe, loosening her Slytherin tie, and undoing the top 2 buttons on her white button-up shirt. Lily's eyes bugged out, and she and Alice shared scandalized looks with each other. They both continued watching as Bellatrix proceeded to roll up her sleeves slowly and deliberately. Although she appeared oblivious to those around her, Lily could tell that Bellatrix was putting on a performance. The galling thing was that it was working. Students waiting for their tryout and students who were done, but had loitered, were watching Bellatrix with rapt attention. The tryout preceding Bellatrix's ended, and Lily was so distracted that she nearly missed writing down Harry's oral assessment of the student. Alice was also distracted, but it did not matter. Bellatrix casually walked into the arena and took her place without any shepherding from Alice. Her posture implied that she thought she was the owner of the arena and that she was doing everyone a favor by participating. Does she think she can seduce her way onto the team? Alice grumbled in a low voice to Lily. It won't work. Lily whispered back, placing her faith in Professor Ashworth. She glanced over at him. He was looking at Bellatrix carefully. On his face was a mixed expression of suspicion, annoyance, and amusement. Alice took her place. On 3, she called loudly. 1, 2, 3. With lightning-like speed, Bellatrix jabbed her wand at Harry, unleashing a glowing violet orb that whizzed toward Harry. Almost casually, Harry slashed his wand as if he were going to hit a baseball. The spell he had cast was invisible, but when it met Bellatrix's violet orb in the center of the arena, the collision let off an ear-splitting crack. As if lightning had struck. Bellatrix tried 3 more violet orbs in rapid succession. Harry continued slashing his wand at them, and 3 more lighting cracks exploded in the center of the arena. The students on the Hogwarts grounds had instantly been captivated by the duel after the first crack. But now, after the additional 3 cracks, there were even students peering out from the castle's windows. Again, Bellatrix conjured a violet orb, but this one was different. It exploded into a dozen separate orbs, which hurtled toward Harry, who slashed his wand in a circle and then stabbed the circle forward. The ground shook when the 12 orbs met Harry's shield and exploded. Bellatrix then abandoned the violet orbs and started hurtling a wide variety of rapid-fire hexes and jinxes toward Harry, who alternated between shielding, dodging, and canceling. She then shot 2 more violet orbs. As they exploded in response to Harry's slashing maneuver, she swept her wand low, conjuring a wide swatch of flames that rushed across the grass toward Harry. Harry stuck out his wand and whirled around. As he whirled, what looked like a miniature tornado materialized around him. He stabbed his wand at Bellatrix, and the tornado rushed toward her, sucking up the flames she had cast. Bellatrix's eyes widened in surprise for a nanosecond. But then, she gripped her wand with both hands and slashed it upward. Just millimeters before it consumed her, the mini tornado of fire exploded into nothing. Unfortunately for Bellatrix, the extra second and strength she spent eliminating the mini tornado had cost her precious time, and a pair of watered-down stinging hexes hit her before she could comprehend that Harry was now hurling an assortment of hexes and jinxes her way. By focusing solely on defending, Bellatrix was barely able to protect barrage. With the sheer volume and power of Harry's spells, there was no way she could possibly go back to an offensive posture. It was only a matter of time before she lost. Apparently having decided it was time to end the duel, Harry unleashed a powerful stunner. Bellatrix countered with a stunner of her own. The stunners met midair, and it became a contest of sheer power as 2 jets of red light battled for dominance. The students who had been lured into watching the spectacle gaped as professor and student exerted their power in an attempt to best each other. As red lightning crackled in the air, it was clear to the onlookers that Harry had the upper hand. Where Bellatrix was hunched over clutching her wand with both hands, clearly straining, almost panting, as beads of sweat trickled down her face, neck, and arms, Harry stood, looking almost relaxed, his wand arm extended, watching his opponent dispassionately. Lily, who had been watching the duel with her mouth hanging open, wondered why Bellatrix did not just surrender. She supposed that it must have to do with Bellatrix's ego. Perhaps, in Bellatrix's mind, the most important thing was to display her raw power or endurance. Bellatrix continued to strain as the red lighting flickered in between her and Harry. Finally, Harry shifted, and Lily thought. She could sense the faintest of breezes swirling around Harry. His green eyes began to glow brighter, and then they flashed. The flash of his green eyes was accompanied by a blinding pulse of red light. Bellatrix's own stunning spell evaporated as Harry's stunner hit Bellatrix's wand and then blasted her full in the chest, knocking her to the ground unconscious. The crowd that had gathered stared silently as Harry's wand arm dropped to his side. Harry let out a long breath he had been holding. Well, he said, almost breathlessly, I think she made the team. Pythia leapt to her feet and started clapping rapidly. Her claps soft and quiet. Was that not spectacular? She exclaimed, glancing excitedly at Dumbledore as she finished and sank back into her rocking chair. Yes, Professor Dumbledore agreed, feeling slightly gobsmacked by both duelists' performances. He watched with concern as Professor Ashworth, Lily Evans, and a couple of other students attended to Bellatrix, who appeared to still be unconscious. However, within a couple of moments, Bellatrix was back on her feet. I would say the Hogwarts team has a world-class duelist and a world-class coach, Pythia declared. Given a chance, I could probably show them a thing or two. But, it may be that they just do not know some of the technicalities of competition regulations. I agree, Dumbledore said absently, staring out the window as the tryouts resumed their normal course. Bellatrix was working her way back to the castle, apparently unscathed, albeit exhausted. Pythia picked up the omnioculars she had dropped and resumed her observation of the tryouts. Now that you have seen what potential the team has, surely you could find a few extra galleons in the budget to help us finance competitions. I think I might persuade the school governors to be generous, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. He said goodbye and left Pythia in her classroom. As he walked back toward his office, the twinkle in his eyes faded as he considered the ciphers named Harry Ashworth and Bellatrix Black. Perhaps Harry Ashworth was merely the scion of a pureblood family that had drifted from place to place and had become something of a mercenary. However, Dumbledore could not understand how someone so powerful could have remained so anonymous. As for Bellatrix Black, Dumbledore understood her background perfectly, though he had not realized just how much magic she had learned on her own time. The only insight his knowledge of Bellatrix's background provided was that Bellatrix was an unpredictable commodity. Though, he now realized that she was a commodity with which to be reckoned. Lunch was nearly over by the time Harry, Lily, and Alice had cleaned up from the tryouts and parted ways. Harry was slumped in his chair at the professor's table in the nearly deserted Great Hall contemplating a sandwich when Professor Slughorn stopped by to congratulate him. Good show, Professor Slughorn exclaimed. Thank you, Harry said. I will have to invite you to one of my gatherings. Harry smiled a bland smile and reached for the sandwich as Slughorn moved on. He quickly ate and began the long trek to his residential suite on the 7th floor. There, he collapsed on his bed and took a 2-hour nap. He awoke feeling much better and made his way to his office. There, he found Bellatrix at his desk, asleep in his chair. You're a bold one, Harry thought. Instead of disturbing her, he contented himself to sit in one of the guest chairs and work on his lesson plans from the other side of the desk. After about half an hour, he looked up from the sheet of parchment on which he had been writing to find her watching him from behind heavy-lidded violet eyes. Have a good nap, Harry asked, arching an eyebrow. Fantastic nap, but you will need to get a more comfortable chair. I will keep that in mind. Did you like the show I put on for you? Bellatrix asked slyly, sitting up in the chair and preening a bit. Yes, you did put on quite the show, Harry observed. I assume that you intended your violet orbs to seize everybody's attention. The more standard version of that spell does not tend to let off much sound when it is blocked. Bellatrix smiled triumphantly. Thanks to me, your profile is now elevated, I dare say. As is mine. I would have loitered in the Great Hall to listen to the gossip, but I was exhausted. Somebody blew me to oblivion with an overpowered stunner. It was time for the show to end, Harry said, not feeling particularly guilty. In fact, to be honest, annihilating Bellatrix in a duel had been quite satisfying. Though, reflecting guiltily on hitting her with stinging hexes, he realized she was not yet and may never become the Bellatrix who had done so much evil in the future. But sometimes the distinction blurred in his mind. Bellatrix pulled her wand from her robes and plunked it on the desk. It was still smoldering. Yes, well, now you owe me a new wand. Oops, Harry said, guiltily eyeing her fried wand. We all know you can afford it. What about a wand from the Black Vault? Harry asked, feeling parsimonious. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose with disgust. Frankly, dead people's wands should be buried with them. They are not good for much else than decoration. Spoken like someone who has not had to deal with many in Fury. Interesting, Bellatrix said, leaning forward. How does that work? I would rather not think about that story right now. Bellatrix shrugged dismissively. Well, we do need to get moving if we are to have any hope of catching Ollivander on a Saturday after the start of term. Quote. Harry sighed. I guess you are going to need a wand for classes on Monday, aren't you? Bellatrix nodded. She grabbed a quill and sheet of parchment and began writing, enunciating each word aloud as she wrote it. I, Lord Black, hereby grant permission for Bellatrix Black to temporarily leave Hogwarts to shop for a new wand so long as she is accompanied by one of her professors. She drew a line beneath the text and handed Harry the quill. Sign there, and we can be on our way. Be sure to make it as illegible as possible. If you could make your H look like an O, that would also be helpful. Despite the permission slip providing them technical legitimacy for an outing, Harry and Bellatrix opted to be careful. After Bellatrix had stopped by her quarters to change out of her Hogwarts uniform, they sneaked away from the castle and in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. As soon as they were past the anti-apparition wards, Harry double-apparated them to London. There, they found it to be a sleepy Saturday afternoon in Diagon Alley. Luckily, Ollivander's shop seemed to be open. They stepped in and waited for the wandmaker to make his dramatic entrance. As they watched the street Ori Ashworth and Bellatrix Black, Ollivander announced from behind the counter, where he definitely had not been a split second earlier. Unsurprised, Harry and Bellatrix turned to greet the wandmaker. You, 13 inches, Ollivander said, recalling the wand he had sold Harry. And Walnut, just under 13 inches, he said, nodding at Bellatrix. About that, Bellatrix said, her voice trailing off. Oh, dear, Ollivander sighed. Bellatrix produced her wand and put it on the counter. Acting as if the wand was a cadaver, Ollivander picked it up gingerly and examined it. Well, dear, it seems you met your match. Or at least someone with a unique wand. He arched an eyebrow at Harry, who shrugged guiltily. Yes, I believe your Phoenix Feather wand would be up to the task. What do you have for replacement wands? Bellatrix inquired, deflecting the wandmaker's ire from Harry and redirecting it to his passion. Ollivander set the semi-sentient Maya Suring tape to work while he walked up and down the aisles of his storeroom, sneaking the occasional skeptical glance in Harry and Bellatrix's direction. Finally, he selected 5 wands from off the shelves and brought them to the counter. Yew, Aspen, Blackthorn, Walnut, and Ash, each in 12 inches. All with dragon heartstring. Give them a try. Bellatrix tested them, taking her time with each as Harry and Ollivander watched. Older witches and wizards are sometimes more picky, Ollivander told Harry quietly. There are both advantages and disadvantages to that. It depends on how in tune the witch or wizard is to their own magic. The two wizards continued watching in silence as Bellatrix cycled through the wand options repeatedly, trying different experiments. Eventually, she made a decision. I like this one the most. But it is not the wand for me, Bellatrix said, coming to the counter and holding up the Blackthorn wand. She then dropped it back into its box. Let's try some other Blackthorn options, then. Ollivander offered, eagerly moving to select wands from the shelves. He returned with a pile of boxes and opened the one on top. Blackthorn, 11 inches, with unicorn hair. Bellatrix touched the wand for a millisecond. No, I did not think so, Ollivander admitted, smiling slyly. I assure you, the rest are dragon heartstrings. He then worked through the boxes with Bellatrix, having her try each wand and accommodating her requests to retry some of them. Ultimately, none of them proved to be a match. Perhaps a different would, Ollivander suggested lightly. Bellatrix shook her head and eyed Harry, who had been watching the proceedings with mild interest. She looked back at Ollivander. Do you have any blackthorn and phoenix feather wands? Ollivander raised an eyebrow. I can take a look. It is a little difficult to come by phoenix feathers, and you do seem more like a dragon heartstring, which to me. It cannot hurt to check, Bellatrix pressed. Very well, Ollivander said, retreating to the rows of shelves. It took a while, but he returned with a dusty-looking box. This one was made by my grandfather and has been sitting around these many years because of the unusualness of the combination, Ollivander confessed as he blew off the dust and cracked open the box to reveal a dark wand with Victorian-styled carvings. Blackthorn and phoenix feather, 12 inches. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose. It is not a used wand, is it? No, Ollivander said, holding the wand out by its tip. Bellatrix grasped the wand and stared at it as what sound. Like a faint breeze whistled through the shop. It is a match, Ollivander opined, sounding pleased. The wand is willing. But as with many phoenix feather wands, you will have to work hard to earn its allegiance. This is particularly true with it being a blackthorn wand. I see, Bellatrix said, looking skeptical. I realize it is quite a change from your old wand. Think of it as being a rebirth of sorts, Ollivander said. Once you obtain some experience, you will be well and truly bonded with your wand. I suppose I will purchase it, Bellatrix said, eyeing the other wands on the counter that had not worked out so well. She nodded in Harry's direction, signaling to him that he should cough up the money. By breakfast the next morning, a large percentage of the student body had become dueling fans. Bandying about statistics and strategy as if they had been listening to dueling matches on the Wizarding Wireless their entire lives. Speculation was rife about Professor Ashworth's background and strength. Others wondered where Bellatrix had picked up dueling skills. A fair number had developed crushes, some on Harry and some on Bellatrix. She's your cousin, right? A first-year student asked Sirius Black. Yes. Sirius sighed, rolling his eyes and turning away from the first year to where his friends were helping themselves to breakfast. She will be insufferable. Now, he sighed. She already was insufferable, James pointed out. But she got thrashed. Peter pointed out. Did you see the exact moment when that explosion of power hit her? It looked like her eyes were going to explode. Yes. Professor Ashworth bested her. But if it had been you dueling her instead of Professor Ashworth, you would be in the hospital. Remus observed. Based on the tryouts we saw yesterday, I am guessing she will be the best on the team. In fact, I reckon she will be team captain. Quote, are there team captains in dueling? Sirius asked suspiciously. I suppose there must be, Remus mused. Even if you are having one-on-one duels. James winced. I am not sure your cousin is much of a team player. He nodded over in the direction of the Slytherin table where Bellatrix was seated and in the process of shaking salt onto a fruit tray. Sirius started wheezing with laughter. Why don't we do that? Because we are world-class pranksters instead of food vandals, James said dryly. Peter guffawed. Harry ate his breakfast with Pythia in the divination classroom as they reviewed their observations from the dueling tryout and prepared to chat about how the dueling club could be structured. Pythia was offering her opinion to Harry. As far as competition potential, I would say you have a couple of stars and a handful of students with plenty of promise. The rest are evenly divided between older students, some of which might be able to learn and become talented enough, and younger students, who are simply too young to meaningfully compete or even be assessed. Awesome. You have Bellatrix in the star category, Harry said as he sipped some hot chocolate. Yes. Who is the other? Severus Snape. Harry sighed. He has an attitude problem. So does Bellatrix. True. But she did show up and play along with me. Severus spent the entire duel sulking. Then, he nearly exploded when I told him he needed to work on his attitude. Well, you were supposed to know along that he already qualifies for the team, Pythia said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Harry shook his head and smiled. Harry and Pythia then spent about an hour discussing the students and so RTING each one into the categories Pythia had described before launching into a discussion of how the club meetings should be structured. I suggest at least a handful of meetings with all members. Ideally, those would be ones where you are taking care of club business or where I am lecturing on competition rules or strategy, Pythia told Harry. Lump the stars with the promising ones and put everybody else in a mass class. You can promote the older students who pick up the skills. Makes sense to me, Harry said, noting that her proposed organization pretty much matched how Harry had learned to do things with Dumbledore's army. Once we know more about our competitions and what kinds of teams we will be permitted to field, we can update the structure as necessary. You may also want to consider doing one-on-one tutoring. Of course, Harry said, nodding. Can I make another bolder suggestion? Pythia said, smiling slyly. What? Appoint Lily Evans to be club president or team manager or what it? There is a lot she could do to take the burden of running this club off your back, and she would love it. I guarantee that you will get better results than if you managed everything yourself. You already saw how helpful she can be. Does it matter that she is not the best duelist? Harry asked, pushing back, even though he could already see the good sense in Pythia's suggestion. He best duelist is not going to be the best organizer. Let your prima donna focus on what she does best, Pythia said, looking at Harry with a glint in her eyes. In other words, don't send your queen to do a knight's job. Bellatrix's reaction to the news that she was not to be the club president was very loud and very vulgar. Angrily, she paced in front of Harry's desk as Harry leaned back in his chair and watched her. I am your lieutenant. Bellatrix seethed. Yes. Then shouldn't I be the club president? You're not my lieutenant teacher, Harry clarified. You're my lieutenant conqueror. You and I have bigger fish to fry. You said the club was your army. Only after they leave Hogwarts, Harry explained. And only if they are recruited, shall we say. Recruited into what, precisely? Bellatrix asked, ceasing her pacing and beginning to calm down. An organization to help us conquer, Harry said. We could always call it Bellatrix's brigade, if you like. He winked. Bellatrix scowled. I am not sure what the future will demand, Harry said. Regardless, we do not need you to be in charge of a school dueling club. That is particularly true when you are more than capable of phoning in your fair share of contribution to the club. What is phoning in? Never mind, Harry said, waving his hand. Again, we have bigger fish to fry. For the club, all you have to do is how up and be the lead duelist at our competitions. What are the bigger fish to fry, then? Bellatrix demanded. I'll tell you more once we have the dueling club on track, Harry promised, feeling a bit guilty for dodging the question and making a promise to reveal more later since he was still not convinced he wanted to tell Bellatrix much. I thought your bigger fish to fry were more important than the dueling club. Harry sighed. They are more important than you being the student in charge of a dueling club. Having an army is also important. If we want to be able to have an army in the future, I need to start training the army now. And, I can also tell you that if we do not train these students to fight, we will need an army even more desperately than we would otherwise. Lily was waiting outside of Professor Ashworth's office when the door was flung open and Bellatrix practically stomped out. Let me know when you are ready to fry fish, then, she said loudly before seeing Lily. Upon spotting Lily, Bellatrix scowled at the younger witch before stalking down the hallway. Taking Bellatrix's departure as her signal that it was her turn, Lily entered Professor Ashworth's office. To find him sitting behind his desk smiling at her. Hello, Lily. Thank you for coming on such short notice and on a weekend, too. Of course, Lily said, helping herself to a seat across the desk from him. A combination of politeness and snoopiness motivated her to inquire after Bellatrix's condition. She is frustrated with the progress on some of her goals, but I am confident she will be fine, Harry responded. Now, the reason I've asked you here is that Professor Greengrass and I have noticed your knack for organization and are hoping that you would be willing to be the president of the dueling club. I would love to, Lily said immediately, beginning to feel excited. What kind of help do you need? We need help with organization and logistics. I will be having to focus a lot of my time on teaching dueling in addition to teaching all my classes. If you want to visit with Professor Greengrass, she will have a lot of ideas for what you could be doing. You can also look into recruiting other club officers or even a board. My friend Alice would volunteer in a heartbeat, Lily assured Harry. How about Frank Longbottom and James Potter? Harry suggested, smiling slyly at Lily. Remus Lupin could be handy, too. I bet. Lily winced. I suppose Frank and Remus would be fine. But James is different. Oh, in what way? Lily blushed. Never mind. If we need him, I'll recruit him. See what Professor Greengrass thinks, Harry said. I know I can count on you. Absolutely, Lily assured him as she hoped that Professor Greengrass would prefer to not have James Potter overly involved with the dueling club. Friendly fire. A.N. As always, thank you for the kind reviews. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 6. Friendly Fire. By the end of the second week of term, Harry was feeling immense gratitude for Pythia's suggestion that he recruit Lily Evans to be president of the dueling club and for his own ingenuity in suggesting to Lily that she assemble a committee of students to help. While Harry was increasingly bogged down with grading assignments and having one-on-one meetings with struggling students, Lily was ramping up for the dueling club at a breakneck pace. By Wednesday, posters had begun appearing around the castle announcing the first official meeting of the dueling club. On Saturday, Harry hiked to the North Tower to visit with Pythia. There, he apologized for not having made it up there to see her all week. I understand, Pythia said reassuringly as she sipped a cup of herbal tea. It will take you time to acclimatize to a new job and a full class load. All you need to do for the club is show up and teach another class. Meanwhile, Lily will take care of everything else, under my direction, of course. She is capable, isn't she? Harry said, leaning back in his chair and forcing himself to relax as he waited for his hot chocolate to cool down. Pythia nodded in agreement as a sly smile crept onto her face. That was clever of you. To suggest that James Potter be part of her committee. It might have been a bit premature, though. Harry chuckled. How is my suggestion turning out so far? Lily asked me if I really thought that was a good idea. I told her it was a fabulous idea and to also add Sirius Black while she was at it. Harry snickered. Did she? Yes. But I think poor James and Sirius are going to be on setup and takedown duty for the foreseeable future. They have been iced out of decision making. It will help them build character, Harry said, deadpan. Pythia laughed. Yes, it will. Harry grinned, tested the temperature of his hot chocolate, and began sipping. I think I have narrowed down our competition opportunities, Pythia said, moving the conversation forward to business. As I already told you, here is one at the Salem Witches Institute in the spring. I think that is the most obvious choice. Harry nodded. And then earlier in the year, we could qualify for competitions in Paris, Cape Town, or Tokyo. Of the three, Paris will be the most affordable since it is closer to us. I cannot even conceive being able to raise enough money to get a team to Tokyo, even if I was comfortable taking the students that far away for that long. As for Cape Town, it is within the realm of possibility. If we need to pick, let's prioritize them in the order you seem to be suggesting, Harry said. Salem first, Paris second, and Cape Town third, unless you think Cape Town is better than Paris. I would say Paris and Cape Town are equally attractive opportunities, albeit limited, Pythia said. Since they are both smaller non-school competitions, we will be limited in how many students can compete. Fewer slots reduces our travel budget. And what is our budget? Harry asked. Still working on that, Pythia said. Professor Dumbledore is, so far, non-committal. Fundraising then, Harry sighed, already wondering if it was worth borrowing some money from the Black Vaults to help subsidize the club. Yes, I would think so. But there is no need to fret, Pythia told Harry. I am working on it, as is the student committee. And as you have already suggested, we can GA low-budget Hogwarts tournament if all else fails. We can even invite other schools and charge them an exorbitant entry fee. Bellatrix was accustomed to being cold and aloof. Sometimes she even perceived herself in her interactions with others from a third-person point of view. However, since the beginning of term, she had found herself feeling irritable and often unable to hold herself aloof from that irritableness. She pondered this change as she stalked from the library down to the Slytherin common room and from there to the sixth-year witch's dorm, where she carefully stashed her research notes in her trunk. As Bellatrix flopped onto her bed to relax, she was suddenly able to pinpoint the source of her irritation. During August, she had become accustomed to Harry popping into her bedroom multiple times a week and chatting with her. There was also the trip to Egypt they had taken. Working together without the pressures and expectations of school and society had been a vacation from her life. Now, since the beginning of term, all she had to look forward to each night was the inane chatter of her dorm mates. Meanwhile, Harry was too busy with his teaching duties to chat with her. Even if he was not busy, there were precious few opportunities for her to speak with him without attracting unwanted attention or even suspicion. The business of the dueling club did not help, either. Grudgingly, Bellatrix had accepted Harry's logic for making Lily Evans the club president. However, Bellatrix remained irked despite Lily doing a good job and despite Bellatrix knowing that she would not have wanted to waste time making posters and hanging them everywhere. Sighing, Bellatrix shoved all the thoughts out of her head and let herself relax. On the third Tuesday of September, the first meeting of Hogwarts Dueling Club took place in the divination classroom. The students were all huddled around the classroom's dimly lit tea tables, which were arranged so they and their chairs faced the front. With a spotlight near the front of the room, the setup looked something like an old nightclub, lacking only a dancing troupe or big band. Pythia brought the meeting to order, welcoming the students and introducing herself. After pointing out Harry, with whom all the students were already familiar, she explained how the meeting would proceed. You may have already heard that Professor Ashworth and I have asked Lily Evans to serve as the club president. She and a number of board members are going to be helping with a lot of the logistics. We are going to let her walk us through tonight's agenda. Harry watched as Pythia retreated and collapsed into her rocking chair offstage while Lily took center stage. He was sad to observe Pythia's easy exhaustion, but he was excited to watch the teenage version of his mom take charge and conduct the meeting. There will be two types of club meetings, Lily was explaining to the crowd. There will be meetings like this where we are sharing an SSING information about the entire dueling club and learning tournament rules. Then, there will be meetings for smaller groups of club members. Professors Ashworth and Greengrass have divided us all into two divisions so that we can learn and practice with the members of the club who are on our skill level. Are the groups permanent? One suspicious student asked. You might move into the upper division if you are picking up the things we teach you, Pythia chimed in. We may also reorganize the groups depending on our competition opportunities. Lily was about to continue her speech when another voice chimed in. Have we decided where we are competing? Professor Greengrass tells me that we are hoping to compete in Salem, Paris, and Cape Town, if we can find funding. This may mean fundraisers, Lily answered. Now, before we get too far into the questions and answers, Alice, here, is going to explain some club rules. After that, Frank is going to review the club division and meeting times. Alice joined Lily on the stage and cleared her voice. Right. Now look here. This club is serious business. There is to be no monkeying around. People can get injured. Or worse, we can be disqualified from a competition or end up getting the club disbanded. Resisting the urge to laugh, Harry steepled his hands in front of his mouth to hide his smile as he mentally compared Alice to Hermione. Shaking his head, Harry wondered if perhaps this dueling club had already gotten out of control. Until they could find out more about the upcoming competitions and better gauge their needs, Lily and her cronies opted to play it safe and set 2 practices per week for each division of the club. The upper division met on Mondays and Wednesday evenings, while the lower division met on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Lily wondered if it was going to be too much. When she had presented the proposal to Professor Ashworth, he had smiled wryly, but agreed to the schedule. Offhandedly, he had said that he might have upper division students help with lower division practices. Lily supposed that it was his intention to ensure that if the schedule was too hard, she would also feel the brunt of it and talk the cue to lessen the frequency of meetings. However, instead of feeling intimidated by the prospect of helping teach the lower division duelists, Lily relished it. For now, though, Lily was excited. Waiting in the Great Hall for the first upper division practice to begin. She was pleasantly surprised that James, Remus, and Sirius had appeared in a timely fashion to help prepare the Great Hall. She was intrigued to see them without Peter Pettigrew. As far as she could recall, Peter had not been terrible in his tryout. Yet, for some reason, he had been relegated to the lower division. Oh, bother, Alice muttered. What? Lily asked. Alice nodded toward the entrance of the Great Hall where Bellatrix Black had just sauntered in. Dressed pristinely in school robes with Slytherin colors, was slowly walking toward the head of the hall, eyeing the other students. Upon seeing some, her eyelids fluttered almost imperceptibly. Correctly interpreting Bellatrix's eye twitches is betraying. Bellatrix's surprise at certain students qualifying for the upper division. Lily sighed and shared a commiserating glance with Alice. I was hoping that her absence at last night's meeting was a sign that she was one of the students that decided not to participate after all. Eventually, Professor Ashworth arrived, and the practice began with him welcoming the students before launching into a detailed explanation of the disarming charm he demonstrated on Frank Longbottom. From there, he explained a shield charm and had Bellatrix attempt to cast a spell at him, which he easily blocked. After going through 6 spells, using different students to help him demonstrate each one, Harry had the students pick partners and begin practicing the spells so that he could circulate among them to observe their method and provide specific guidance. Lily noted with a certain amount of satisfaction that nobody teamed up with Bellatrix. But her satisfaction went sour when Harry solved the problem by signing Bellatrix to mirror his efforts to circulate among the students and give advice. It was only a few minutes before Bellatrix was dispassionately observing Lily and Alice attempt to cast each of the 6 spells. With great satisfaction, Lily cycled through and was able to cast all the spells while Bellatrix watched. Alice was almost as successful. You are casting the disarming charm incorrectly, Bellatrix informed Lily. But I disarmed her, Lily protested. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. Hold your wand like you are about to cast the charm again, she instructed. Fuming, Lily obliged. Fabulous, Bellatrix said. Now cast it and then cast another right after it. Your friend, here, can block it, if she likes. Grumpily, Lily obliged, and then realized that Bellatrix was right just as Bellatrix began explaining. You need to be ready to transition to the next spell without having to move your wand, Bellatrix explained. And by that to become used to casting Expelliarmus a split second after having cast your previous spell. Quote. Right, Lily said blushing. Swallowing her pride, she asked Bellatrix if she would show how to do those types of transitions for each of the 6 spells. Bellatrix seemed a little surprised that Lily was willing to ask and a bit miffed in general at having been assigned to deal with people like Lily. However, with both Alice and Lily watching intently, Bellatrix demonstrated the transitions. She moved slowly and, step by step, demonstrated how to transition between each of the 6 spells to each of the other 6 spells. When Bellatrix left them, Lily and Alice were beginning to be able to rapidly trade spellfire as they cycled through and practiced the 6 spells Bellatrix had taught them. Only occasionally did they fail to execute the intended spell. Harry, who had begun his rounds on the opposite side of the room from Bellatrix, arrived sometime later and observed Lily and Alice, a pleased smile on his face. You listen to Bellatrix. Good, he said. Now just try to improve your aim a bit. I'm afraid that now that you've learned the spells, you will need to engage in the boring work of repeating the different cycles over and over until you can do them in your sleep and hit your target every time. That sounds exhausting, Lily commented as she realized that she was beginning to feel tired from the practice. Your stamina will build up, Harry said reassuringly. If you find yourself often feeling weak, you can try healthy eating or even some old-fashioned Muggle exercise. He nodded over toward where James Potter and Sirius Black were squaring off. I assume they play Quidditch because they have better than average stamina. But since they did not listen to Bellatrix, they are fumbling around and finding transitions for themselves. Being an athlete is not everything, Alice argued. No, Harry admitted. Your individual powers and talents affect your stamina. If you find yourself getting tired too quickly despite diet and exercise, you will need to start finding ways to capitalize on spells that do not require as much power. Right, Lily said, nodding. A really creative but delicate spell might win the day. Perhaps, Harry admitted. Keep at it. He smiled and moved to where Severus Snape was dueling with a 7th-year student and impressively holding his own. After having made his rounds to coach each set of duelists, Harry was feeling pleased with how quickly they had made progress. He suspected that within a couple of months he could have the upper division ready to compete without embarrassing themselves. Harry was just about to announce that the practice was over when Professor Dumbledore entered the Great Hall with a couple of wizards in tow. Harry quickly recognized one of them as Abraxas Malfoy. He was unfamiliar with the other. All 3 of the older wizards watched the students with an appraising eye before skirting the practice area and approaching Harry. Well done, Professor Ashworth. Dumbledore said as he approached Harry, his blue eyes twinkling. Allow me to introduce Abraxas Malfoy and Reinhard Lestrange. You're very kind, Harry said as he wondered at the presence of Malfoy and Lestrange. He smiled at them and made eye contact with Abraxas. I've met Mr. Malfoy before. I am not familiar with Mr. Lestrange. He is the father of Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, Dumbledore informed Harry. He sits on our school's board of governors with Mr. Malfoy and a number of others. They have shown an interest in the new dueling club. Well, here it is, Harry said, spreading his hands. It is only our first practice. So, forgive us if things look a little simple. It looks in good order to me, Abraxas said, nodding with approval. Why don't you carry on with tea? He practice and then catch up with us in the headmaster's office. Harry shifted his eyes toward Dumbledore, who nodded almost imperceptibly. He then nodded politely. I'll see you there. About half an hour later, Harry found the old boys club tossing back shots of pumpkin juice and sucking on lemon drops in the headmaster's office. Malfoy, who must have planned ahead, was sneaking sips of fire whiskey from a hip flask. A little reluctantly, Harry accepted some pumpkin juice and a lemon drop before settling in for what was shaping up to be a deceptively casual conversation. Harry was not sure about Abraxas Malfoy. But everything about Reinhard Lestrange's demeanor screamed Death Eater. Eventually, Dumbledore steered the focus of conversation away from casual topics and to the business at hand. Harry, Dumbledore said, Abraxas and Reinhard are telling me that they are able to line up some funding for the dueling club's competitions. They have heard that competitions in Paris and Africa are on the agenda. There is also a competition in Salem, which I think the Board of Governors is already willing to help cover. Harry nodded as he thoughtfully sucked on his lemon drop. Obviously, such forays overseas are going to be very expensive, Dumbledore observed. Indeed, Harry agreed. He looked Abraxas point blank in the eyes. What is the price of your support? Delighted with Harry's perceptiveness and forthrightness, Abraxas laughed. Nothing terrible, I assure you. Naturally, the donors would like to know their children are competing. I can understand that, Harry said. Are you sure your sons are interested in competing? Given your family's reputations and your son's performance in my classes, I had expected to see them on the team. But they did not appear at tryouts or the opening meeting. There was a slight misunderstanding, Lestrange said silkily. The boys assure me they are interested in joining your club and competing. By all means, Harry said. I'm sure they would round out our club and help give everybody experience. And at competitions? Abraxas asked with a cheeky grin, steering Harry back toward the important question. I can ensure they compete, Harry said easily. Despite his inward annoyance at the money can buy all reality he was facing. But you must leave me room to stack the teams with our best duelists. How many students is your money conditioned on? Well, Lucius, of course, Abraxas said. And Rodolphus and Rabaston, Reinhard insisted. Naturally, Harry said. Has anyone else offered funding? What about the blacks? Abraxas chuckled. Orion is too cagey for that. He knows Bellatrix will be your lead duelist regardless of whether he pays. Plus, I don't think Bellatrix has bothered to write home about the opportunity. I think Orion's sons have potential, too, Harry said. But perhaps there is the same problem of, actual talent. We might convince Crabbe and Goyle to pitch in, Abraxas said. Harry winced but came up with a quick dodge. Your sons are all talented, he said. They are also competitive. Surely they want to win, right? Of course, Lestrange said. Why else would they want to go to a competition? Why else? Indeed, Harry wondered. He was busy negotiating and shoved the thought aside. Your sons are not going to take home a trophy if I have to put Crabbe and Goyle in the actual dueling arena. Harry pointed out. Can't you convince Crabbe and Goyle to somehow be part of the support group for Lucius and then spare enough extra galleons for other duelists who can see Ari their weight and get Lucius a trophy? Abraxas began laughing. Part of it was amusement. Part of it was him being a bit drunk. I like how you think, he said between bursts of laughter. And you know what? It would be hilarious to watch Mrs. Crabbe and Mrs. Goyle brag about their sons winning a dueling competition when all they did was hold a towel or something for Lucius. He kept laughing. Dumbledore was looking at Harry with a look that conveyed both awe and profound disapproval. I think it would be funny, too, Harry said, grinning at Abraxas. How many students do you need to transport to the competitions? Abraxas asked. Honestly, I am not sure, Harry said. Professor Greengrass is handling help of some eager students. We will want a full slate of competitors, chaperones, and lackeys, Abraxas said, supplying the word. He continued to wheeze with laughter. I'll con Crab and Goyle for you. And you know what? When I let Orion in on the joke, he might donate, too. Oh, good, Harry said, nodding as he plastered a benign smile on his face. Unbeknownst to Orion, the House of Black would be donating regardless of what he did. It was after curfew when Harry erged from the headmaster's office and began making his way toward his quarters on the 7th floor. He was walking by a broom closet when the door suddenly opened and the person inside used a summoning charm to pull him in and snap the door shut. Harry was drawing his wand, but Bellatrix's voice stopped him. It is only me. You can relax. What is going on? Harry demanded. I was just curious about Malfoy and Lestrange. Bellatrix said. So now we're in a broom closet. Harry said incredulously as he shifted around, trying to maintain some semblance of personal space in the pitch black of the cramped closet. I heard some noises down the hallway and did not want to be caught, Bellatrix said. Besides, how else am I to have a private conversation with you these days? We never are alone. Now tell me what they said. Harry explained what Malfoy and Lestrange wanted. Bellatrix quickly deduced what was happening. Their sons want to go to where the competitions are being held, she pointed out. Remember them asking you in class? They could have tried out and joined like normal students. Yes, but the exact destinations were not broadly known until last night. I bet owls went out as soon as they heard. Harry sighed. It still seems stupid. They could have just tried out. Yeah, well, they and their friends are kind of scarce on weekends. I think they leave the grounds. Really? Harry asked, realizing that they were probably sneaking off for Death Eater activities. Yes. Now, please tell me you accepted their funding. I do not want you using our money to finance everything. Of course I did, Harry said. Good. Now, if you could escort me back to my common room, that would be helpful. Isn't there a risk of us being seen? As a professor, you can be seen after curfew escorting a student back. And if we see anyone, you can grab me by the earlobe and act like you were in the middle of threatening me with detention while dragging me back to my common room. That would give Filch a thrill. No, I mean I can't be seen coming out of this closet with you. Oh, good point. You go first and then double back and catch me out of bed after curfew. The lower division met the next evening. Lily, Alice, Frank, James, Sirius, Remus, and a couple of 7th years attended despite being members of the upper division. Lily had expected James and Sirius to appear since they were on the club's board and responsible to help set up and take down meetings, but she was surprised that they stayed for the meeting. They are loyal to their friend, Alice observed, nodding toward where James, Sirius, and Remus were gathered with Peter, waiting for the meeting to begin. It is too bad they did not all get put in the same division. Yes, isn't it? Lily sighed, wishing that James and his friends had been assigned to the lower division. The meeting began with Professor Ashworth teaching 3 of the 6 spells that he had taught the night before to the upper division. The primary difference between the divisions was that the lower division students were not picking up on the spells very quickly. The balance of the time was spent on the students getting to the point where they could cast at least 1 or 2 of the spells. Having them practice using them against each other would have to wait for another lesson. Harry deployed the upper division students to rotate around the room to help him do one-on-one coaching with the students. It was not nearly as smooth as Lily would have hoped, but Lily realized that she would have to be patient with the club's progress. It isn't fair, Lily fumed. She was seated at one of the tea tables in the divination classroom with Alice and Professor Greengrass. It was Friday, and Pythia had ordered them all lunch fro the kitchen so that she could have something of a board leadership meeting with Lily and Alice to review the first dueling practices. They paid. So, they, and all of us, get to play, Pythia said, smiling. I think you will find that Professor Ashworth has calculated shrewdly, though. The Malfoy and Lestrange boys will be strong additions to the team, albeit unfriendly ones. Truly, this is not a bad development. The expression on Alice's face was grim. I am just concerned that when the heads of two powerful families with ties to dark magic showed up, Professor Ashworth immediately rolled over and gave them what they wanted. They were giving him what he wanted, Pythia said, her smile becoming a little brittle. Inwardly, Lily was sighing at Alice's lack of tact. It seemed to have escaped her that Pythia Greengrass was also the descendant of one such dark family. Pythia plowed past Lily and Alice's whining and announced that she had taken steps to sign Hogwarts up for the Paris, Cape Town, and Salem competitions. She then began laying out the key details for Paris and Cape Town, since they were in November and December. Unfortunately, our team slate will be limited to 10 in Paris, Pythia said. Lucius, Rodolphus, and Rabaston will have 3 slots. Absent any unexpected developments, Bellatrix will have a slot, since she is the best on the team. That leaves 6 slots. Luckily, we can have 15 in Cape Town and a lot more in Salem. The team members who compete in the earlier competitions will be key to help the other students prepare for Salem. How do we choose the other slots? Lily asked. I think Professor Ashworth and I will handle that, Pythia said, hiding an amused smile. As far as Lily could tell, the dueling club meetings over the next few weeks went well. At each meeting of the upper division, Professor Ashworth taught between 2 and 10 spells. When Professor Ashworth was finished teaching, the students would practice with each other, selecting a new partner each meeting. Lily was still angry about the addition of Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and the Lestrange brothers to the upper division club meetings. As far as she was concerned, adding Crabbe and Goyle was especially criminal. As far as she could tell, they had not cast a single spell at a single practice. Her anger abated as she gradually realized that their addition did not have any meaningful effect. Professor Ashworth ignored them, and they kept to themselves during practices. One development Lily found to be particularly welcome was that Harry did not always choose Bellatrix to be his teaching assistant for the practices. The first time it happened, Lily was over the moon. But then she ended up having to partner with Bellatrix. It was just a practice with the students casting from a limited pool of spells. But Bellatrix did not pull her punches. The collisions between Lily's shield spells and Bellatrix's offensive spells often made Lily's bones quiver. When Lily hinted that maybe Bellatrix should go easier, Bellatrix hinted that not all shield spells work the same way and that Lily should be more strategic with her choice of spells. On another occasion, Snape was Professor Ashworth's assistant. It did not go well. He lorded it over James and Sirius and tried to show off with Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers, who ended up humiliating him. Lily had spotted more than one grimace on Professor Ashworth's face during the debacle. Lily was disappointed in Snape, especially after she overheard James, Sirius, and Remus complaining that thanks to Snape, Ashworth would probably not choose another 4th-year student to be his assistant. After that, Lily realized that maybe Bellatrix was not so bad in her role as Professor Ashworth's primary assistant. Bellatrix's antisocial behavior was annoying. But her understanding of magic was unrivaled. Every time Bellatrix came by to comment on Lily's performance, Lily learned something useful. And, on the few occasions that Bellatrix interacted with Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers, they were put firmly in their place. As much as she was enjoying the dueling practices, Lily was thrilled when Professor Greengrass informed her that it was time to substitute a Wednesday and Thursday practice set with a full club meeting at the end of the week. Per Pythia's instructions, Lily planned the meeting for the Great Hall. However, once Professor Greengrass concluded that she did not have enough strength to both teach at the meeting and go to and from the Great Hall, Lily was obliged to change her plans so that the meeting could be held in the divination classroom. Preparing the classroom was difficult since Professor Greengrass insisted that there be enough room to do dueling demonstrations in the front. However, James, Sirius, and Remus proved helpful in that regard and good-naturedly worked with the divination professor to set up the classroom to her specifications. As the club gathered on Thursday evening in the divination classroom, the excitement for the upcoming competitions was palpable as the students speculated who would be able to go compete and how well they would do. When the appointed hour for the meeting arrived, Lily made eye contact with and received nods of approval from Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass before calling the meeting to order. Lily then walked through the announcements and information Professor Greengrass had asked her to parrot before turning the time over to Professor Greengrass. Professor Ashworth tells me that you are all building your spell repertoire, Professor Greengrass said, launching into her lecture. You still need a lot of practice. But tonight, we are going to focus on how to use your repertoire of spells in a competition. There are rules and formalities that must be followed. Professor Greengrass then dove into a fun and engaging lesson filled with lots of diagrams and roleplay. Lily was enjoying the lesson so much that she began to feel a temptation to sign up for divination just for the experience with the professor. Eventually, Professor Greengrass declared that it was time to rehearse a competition duel. You two, come on up, Professor Greengrass said, gesturing to James Potter and Severus Snape. Soon, James and Severus were at the front of the classroom glowering at each other as Professor Greengrass chattered on, reminding all the students about all the different points and examples she had already discussed. Now, Professor Greengrass announced, we are going to have James and Severus do a competition-style duel. Just like how you have been practicing with Professor Ashworth. But this time, we need to pretend it is a competition and that it is being scored as such. On her signal, James and Severus began slowly exchanging and blocking spells as Professor Greengrass continued circling them and lecturing the class in her engaging manner about what was happening and how it would be scored. Winning duels was one way to get a prize. But there were awards for style, precision, and creativity. The overall winner of a competition would do well in all categories. Once Professor Greengrass had lectured on style, precision, and creativity, she instructed James and Severus to pick up the pace a bit. This seemed to be exactly what they were eager to do, and James and Severus were soon exchanging spells at a heated pace as the members of the club quietly took bets on who would win. As it turned out, the two young wizards were evenly matched. While Severus seemed to have more technical skills and precision, James was simply more powerful. Even the clumsiest of his shield spells was strong enough to block the more complicated spells that Severus was casting. Realizing that Snape would not be able to beat him, James began casting his shield charms with a distinct smirk on his face. The smirk on James's face enraged Severus, who was already frustrated at how his hard-earned skill could not overcome James's strength. Severus began increasing his pace in an attempt to compensate for his inability to get past James's shields. As she watched the spells fly between James and Severus, Lily realized that Severus was beginning to stray from the repertoire of spells that Harry had taught, perhaps in an attempt to find a spell that James was not prepared to block. Lily was just about to raise her hand to ask if they should really be straying from the official repertoire, but it was too late. Sectum Sempra. Snape snarled, jabbing his wand at James so hard that he risked spraining his arm. Snap. E's home-cooked spell easily lanced through James's first shield spell, but James had already resorted to a strategy of rapid-fire shield casting. So, there was another spell to protect him, and it did, but at a cost. The onlookers watched with surprise and horror as Snape's spell bounced off James's blocking spell and headed toward Professor Greengrass. The divination professor watched the spell hurtling toward her with a calm expression on her face. A millisecond before the spell hit her squarely in the chest, she closed her eyes. And then it was all over. Lily gasped as Professor Greengrass crumpled to the ground. In a split second, Professor Ashworth was kneeling beside her, attempting to cast healing spells. After a couple of attempts at healing, he cast his eyes around the room. You, he said, pointing at Lily and then Bellatrix, who had been lounging in the back of the room. Get her to the hospital wing. Eager to help, Lily leapt up from her chair and was just thinking of what spell to cast when Bellatrix, who was rushing to the front of the classroom, cast a levitation charm from a distance and lifted Professor Greengrass, prone form over the crowd and toward the classroom entrance. Lily could hear Professor Ashworth barking orders, though she was too focused on the task at hand to hear everything. It sounded like he had assigned Sirius Black and Remus Lupin to run and find Professor Dumbledore. Lily caught up to Bellatrix at the classroom entrance, and the pair of witches were soon navigating at top speed toward the hospital wing with Professor Greengrass. She's bleeding everywhere. Bellatrix snapped at Lily. Can you do anything to stop it? Her pulse racing with adrenaline, Lily nodded and began casting a number of charms, but to no avail. While she was able to clean and clear blood, there did not seem to be anything she could do to stop it aside from slightly slowing it down. That idiot boy, Bellatrix groused. Messing with magic like that. We had better hurry faster. Everyone go to your common rooms, Harry directed, his voice steely. Except you two. He pointed at James and Severus. Within a matter of minutes, the divination classroom had cleared, leaving Harry alone with James and Severus. Both were looking frightened and regretful. Harry paced back and forth for a moment, trying to rein in his temper and figure out what needed to be done. James and Severus watched him apprehensively. Finally, Harry whirled on Severus. Mr. Snape, Harry said, I realize that this was an accident. But I do not recall teaching that spell or oath. RWISE implying that it would be okay to cast that kind of a spell in this club. So, I am deducting 50 points from Slytherin. It will be up to Professor Slughorn and Professor Dumbledore to decide what else needs to happen. You are dismissed. His skin paler than normal, Severus scampered out of the classroom, leaving Harry alone with James Potter. I didn't mean for that to happen, James said nervously. Do you think Professor Greengrass will be okay? If Lily and Bellatrix get her to the hospital wing soon enough, it shouldn't be fatal, Harry said quietly as he resumed his pacing. Unless it is a shock that her system cannot take. James watched apprehensively as Harry paced back and forth. Finally, Harry stopped and addressed James. Obviously, you did not intend for her to be hurt. But there are things you need to change. Snape's temper. What do you mean? How many times have you called him Snivellus? Harry demanded. The blood drained from James's face. You have stoked hate and resentment in his heart. And now it has hurt Professor Greengrass, Harry lectured. If you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. The thing is, the whirlwind can hurt a lot more people than you. If you want my respect, and the respect of Lily Evans, you had better grow up and cease with this business of tormenting Severus Snape. Now get out of here. Madame Pomfrey. Lily screamed as she and Bellatrix burst into the hospital wing with Professor Greengrass, prone form. The Hogwarts nurse bustled out of her office as Bellatrix deposited Professor Greengrass onto one of the hospital beds. What happened? She exclaimed as soon as she saw Professor Greengrass. Got hit with some sort of cutting curse, Bellatrix said curtly. Right in the chest. How? What? Madame Pomfrey stuttered as she rushed over and peeked at Professor Greengrass. Never mind. Get her clothes out of the way while I fetch some supplies. She rushed back toward her office. Not wasting any time, Bellatrix and Lily set about removing Professor Greengrass, outer robes and top, but they were surprised when she abruptly regained consciousness and grasped their wrists with her gnarled hands. Instead of looking at Lily and Bellatrix, Pythia Greengrass stared into the distance and started speaking, her voice not her own. Beware the rise of Slytherin's dark heir, none there be more powerful than he, though he dark heir shall inflict terror, fate has cast an enemy into his path, in blackness he crafts the heir's doom, none there be more powerful than he. Having uttered these words, Professor Greengrass, hold on Lily and Bellatrix's wrists slackened, and she collapsed and lost consciousness again. What? Lily exclaimed as she involuntarily craned her neck toward Madame Pomfrey's office to see if the school nurse was on her way back yet. When Lily turned back, she was surprised to discover that Bellatrix had disappeared. Professor Dumbledore burst into the hospital wing to discover Madame Pomfrey urgently attending to Professor Greengrass, who was pale and unconscious in a hospital bed. Ashen-faced, Lily Evans was standing by her side, holding a tub of the ointment for the nurse. Is she going to be okay? Dumbledore asked. I've healed the cuts and effects of the spell, Madame Pomfrey responded as she dabbed at Pythia's chest and covered her up. But she is not doing too well. Dumbledore was about to follow up with more questions, but it was at that moment that Professor Ashworth arrived and asked the same question Dumbledore had just asked. Annoyed, Madame Pomfrey repeated herself and Hen demanded to know what had happened in the dueling club. Pythia was directing a dueling demonstration with James Potter and Severus Snape, Harry said. Mr. Snape became frustrated and hurled a powerful cutting curse towards Mr. Potter, who deflected it. Unfortunately, it hit Pythia. I've had words with Mr. Snape and Mr. Potter. I'll make a report to Professor McGonagall and Professor Slughorn. You ought to string them up. Madame Pomfrey groused. I do not know if Pythia can recover from this. With her condition, she is simply too weak. It could take weeks to get her back to where she was. What is her condition, specifically? Harry asked, glancing down at where Pythia was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Rare blood disease that corrodes her organs and drains her strength, Professor Dumbledore said. It is doubly tragic. The disease is incurable, and the potion ingredients that could help hold the disease in remission are also rare. I am sorry to hear that, Harry said. What ingredients would be needed? Basilisk bones, Dumbledore replied. Harry raised his eyebrows. Is that all? They are quite hard to procure, Madame Pomfrey said waspishly, as she attended to Pythia. I would not know about potion ingredients, Harry said. But I do know of some people who might have access to off-market ingredients. If you do not find such transactions objectionable, I would be happy to reach out. It cannot hurt, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. If you acquire basilisk bones, you can rest assured that I will not be asking about their source. And do not feel obliged to spare any expense. You will be reimbursed. Harry nodded. I will talk to my contacts and see what I can find. He then departed the hospital wing, leaving Dumbledore with Madame Pomfrey and Lily Evans. Feeling assured that Pythia was in the best of hands, Dumbledore turned to the next need, which seemed to be Lily Evans, who was visibly shaken. Why don't you come with me, Miss Evans? Dumbledore said, smiling kindly at her as she allowed herself to be guided out of the hospital wing by his gestures. I think Professor Greengrass will be making a full recovery. Really, it is just a matter of time. I know, Lily said, her voice small. Is there something else on your mind? Dumbledore asked, sensing that Lily was upset about more than just Professor Greengrass' condition. I am not going to shut down the dueling club just because of an accident that we can take steps to avoid in the future. You are doing very well with your leadership position in the club. Lily looked into Dumbledore's eyes. Who or what is Slytherin's dark heir? She asked, her voice quavering. What? Dumbledore said, stopping in his tracks. When we were trying to help Professor Greengrass. She woke up and started talking about Slytherin's dark heir, Lily revealed. It was so scary. She was clutching our arms. She said Slytherin's dark heir would inflict terror and there was nobody more powerful. I need you to tell me word for word what she said, Dumbledore said, his voice urgent. It is very important. Just what I already said, Lily said, trying to remember exactly what Professor Greengrass had uttered. Well, and then she said the dark heir had an enemy and something about doom. I think she said there was nobody more powerful than the enemy, too. Or maybe she was just repeating what she said about the dark heir being the most powerful. Feeling a twinge of guilt for what he was about to do, Dumbledore directed Lily to look into his eyes and think specifically about what had been said. He then used his legilimency to lightly invade her mind and hear the words she had heard. His mind reading revealed a little more than just the comatose seer's prophecy. There was somebody else there, too. Who heard the prophecy, wasn't there? Who was it? Dumbledore demanded. Bellatrix Black. But she disappeared. One moment she was there, and then she wasn't. Because she is no fool. Dumbledore thought to himself as he began reassuring Lily that she need not worry about what Pythia had said. But he cautioned her that it would be best if she did not share the information with anybody else. He followed that up with further assurance that she could come back to him with any concerns. Allegiance. A.N. Thank you for the reviews and suggestions. They help. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 7. Allegiance. Harry strode through the castle toward his quarters. Pythia needed basilisk bones for a potion that could prolong her life, and now was as good a time as any for Harry to slaughter the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. With it being the beginning of a weekend, Harry calculated that he could devote his attention to the task for a couple of days without being missed by anyone in the castle. Harry arrived in his quarters and began rummaging through his wardrobe, looking for appropriate attire. Among the purchases Bellatrix had made on his behalf, RRY found a couple of pairs of knee-high dragonhide boots. One pair was rugged, the other was dressy. Harry opted for the more practical pair, tossing the boots on his bed. He was considering the merry TS of a pair of dragonhide gloves when he heard somebody sneeze under the bed. Already suspecting the identity of the sneezer, Harry drew his wand, knelt, and peered under his bed. As he had guessed, he found Bellatrix wedged out Harry's eyes with her own and smiled disarmingly. I have a good explanation. I can assure you there is nothing under there worth stealing, Harry said dryly, masking his annoyance. He got back on his feet and continued sorting through his wardrobe as he waited for Bellatrix to extricate herself from under the bed. It was difficult, but she was soon on her feet, sporting messy hair and clothes. Bellatrix peered suspiciously at Harry's preparations. Harry returned her stare, and as he surveyed her disheveled appearance, he sighed. If Dumbledore walked in here, we would both be in quite a bit of trouble. He drew his wand and cast a strong locking charm on the door. For more reasons than one, Bellatrix said as she cleared the clutter that had piled up in front of Harry's dresser-top mirror. She went to work, straightening her clothes and fixing her hair. I am hiding from him at the moment. Why? Harry asked, perplexed. Pythia uttered a prophecy in the hospital wing. Bellatrix announced as she adjusted her skirt and blouse. Fabulous, Harry grumbled as he decided in favor of the gloves and tossed them onto the bed with his boots. He began looking for suitable robes. Are you interested in hearing the prophecy? Bellatrix asked as she worked on her hair. If you want to tell me, Harry replied, feigning disinterest. That depends. Oh, does it? Yes. On what? You will have to promise to take me off the school grounds until you have provided me with your interpretation of the prophecy, Bellatrix declared. What makes you think I see and interpret the prophecy any better than you can? Well, for one, there is your background. Or is it foreground? And then your lukewarm interest in the prophecy tells me that you probably already know what it is. Harry twisted his lips distastefully at Bellatrix's clever deduction, but then smiled as he seized on the flaw in Bellatrix's logic. If I already know what it is, then maybe I don't need to hear it from you. Well, it may be that you do not know what it is, Bellatrix backpedaled. As I recall, you had never heard of Pythia before now. So, you cannot have ever heard a prophecy she made. Harry shrugged. Maybe the prophecy follows me regardless of who speaks it. Now look here, Bellatrix said, losing her patience and raising her voice. There has been a prophecy, and it is important. You will need to hear it. I want to discuss it with you, but I am nervous about doing it in the castle or on the grounds where we can be overheard or waylaid. If I am your lieutenant, you owe me that much. Harry shrugged. All right, but it will have to wait. It seems Pythia's condition and prospects would be greatly improved if she could get her hands on some basilisk bones. They are the key ingredient for some potion. So, I am on my way to kill a basilisk. What? Bellatrix exclaimed. Where are you going to find a basilisk? Down in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry replied, picking out the rest of his attire for the job and adding it to his pile. Bellatrix's mouth dropped open for a moment as she watched Harry gather his clothing selections up into his arms. As killing it strictly necessary. How else am I to extract its bones? Well, obviously, Bellatrix said. It is just that if there is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, isn't that significant part of Hogwarts property and history that should be preserved? I don't know where else to find a basilisk, Harry said. Besides which, the basilisk down there is a vicious creature and needs to be put down before he heir of Slytherin pops by and uses it to murder a bunch of students. If we want to preserve history, we can leave the chamber intact and charge for tours. It was taking Bellatrix some time to wrap her head around Harry's casual revelation. So, there really is a chamber of secrets with a monster, then? Bellatrix asked. Yes, Harry said. And you can enter the chamber. Yes. I thought only the heir of Slytherin could enter the chamber. Yes, well, thanks to fate, the heir of Slytherin and I happen to have a lot of similar characteristics, Harry explained. This includes the ability to open the chamber. Unfortunately, controlling the monster is another matter. The basilisk knows that I am not its master. If we are going to the Chamber of Secrets, I suppose that is as good a plaque as any to share secrets and hide from Dumbledore, Bellatrix surmised. How are you planning to kill the basilisk? Hopefully with a rooster, Harry said. But tell me why you feel like you need to hide from Dumbledore. The prophecy is important, Bellatrix said. No doubt Lily Evans, who also heard the prophecy, will tell him. And then he will want to make sure it does not spread. So, He am I. Ght be tempted to cast a memory charm on me. Harry rolled his eyes. I have literally never heard of Dumbledore memory charming anybody. Well, you wouldn't, would you? James did not receive much of a hero's welcome when he arrived in Gryffindor Tower. Avoiding eye contact with other Gryffindors, he joined the other Marauders in the quiet corner of the common room where they were working on homework. Did you get in trouble? Peter asked. Not really, James sighed. Ashworth docked Snape points and said he would report him. So, he might get double punishment. He then held me back after SN. Ape left and accused me of bullying Snape. That's not entirely fair of him, Remus observed. You did nothing wrong tonight. In fact, you were fairly impressive with your defense. Yeah, Peter cheered. Sirius was frowning. Maybe he has a point. Really? James asked, surprised that Sirius was not in his corner on this one. Sirius shrugged, the set of his jaw betraying a certain amount of moodiness. You were smirking at him. You've smirked at him other times, too. Maybe that was not necessary. So have you. James exclaimed. I'm not the only one here who dislikes him. You two have both been a bit hard on him. If I'm being honest, Remus said, intervening. Yeah, well, now Professor Greengrass is in the hospital wing, isn't she? Sirius shot back. She didn't deserve that. It was an accident, Remus emphasized. Snape used that spell when he should not have used it. And honestly, maybe Professor Greengrass should have thought twice about having James and Snape face off against each other. I know. Sirius sighed. I just hate to see her get injured. Remus winked at James and then deftly changed the subject. What's on the agenda for after curfew? When Harry and Bellatrix emerged from the castle and began picking their way down to Hagrid's hut in the dark, Harry had on proper attire for a minor skirmish. Bellatrix, on the other hand, was wearing a mixture of her school uniform and items she had appropriated from Harry's wardrobe, including Harry's knee-high dress boots. She had insisted that she needed proper attire for a basilisk-killing expedition but had refused to return to her dormitory until the business of the prophecy had been sorted. Since Harry had no intention of wearing knee-high dress boots at any formal events, he had not minded Bellatrix appropriating that set of boots and using transfiguration to make minor alterations. In short order, Harry was knocking on Hagrid's door while Bellatrix hung back. The half-giant answered the door, serve, eyeing the two with a quizzical expression on his face. Hello, there, he said. Hi, Hagrid. My name is Harry Ashworth. I teach defense up at the castle, Harry explained. He gestured toward Bellatrix. I assume you are somewhat familiar with Ms. Black. I was hoping you could tell me about some creatures I might be teaching about soon. Hagrid was confused, but gracious and eager to share his expertise. Soon. They were all seated around Hagrid's table, coping with his rock cakes. Harry was polite enough to pretend to eat them. Bellatrix was polite enough to toss them out the window only when Hagrid was looking the other way. As an added bonus, she aimed for windows that were open. While Bellatrix looked on impatiently, Harry chatted easily with Hagrid, almost forgetting why he had come eventually. Harry casually inquired after whether Hagrid had any roosters. Hagrid regretfully informed Harry that the only rooster had recently been eaten by another one of his babies. Harry expressed sincere condolences for the rooster and guided the conversation toward a conclusion. Pretty soon, Harry and Bellatrix were standing in the dark not far from Hagrid's hut as they attempted to identify an alternate source for their rooster needs. I could probably just transfigure something into a rooster, Harry surmised. Bellatrix shook her head. This is not the situation where you want to experiment on the qualities of a real rooster versus a transfigured rooster unless that happens to be your specialty. Harry sighed. You are probably going to recommend that I not steal one from Hogsmeade, too, aren't you? Firstly, I would hope that nobody down there has roosters. Secondly, that depends on whether you want to risk it getting back to Dumbledore that you or some anonymous person was seeking or stealing a rooster on the same weekend that you were purchasing basilisk parts. Your little conversation with Hagrid was risky enough. I was very careful with Hagrid, Harry muttered. Now, where are we supposed to find a rooster on a Friday night? You can knock on doors at farmhouses or find a farmer having a pint in a local pub, Bellatrix said brightly. In either case, we will be straying from the Hogwarts grounds. She drew her wand and cast summoning charms for a quill, a bottle of ink, and some parchment. You need only sign another permission slip for me. Lily was attempting to maintain a stiff upper lip. It was not going well, and her friend Alice cornered her as they crossed paths in the communal washroom. What's wrong? I'm just worried about Professor Greengrass, Lily lied. You already told me that Dumbledore said she would be fine, Alice pointed out. Who is Slytherin's dark heir? Lily whispered. Alice sucked in her breath. Where did you hear that? I can't say. Alice glared. And Lily shrugged apologetically. Should I ask Professor Ashworth? Lily wondered. He is the defense professor, after all. No. He could be the heir, or at least he answers to the heir, Alice shot back. Surely not. He is nice. Alice sighed. He hops, skips, and jumps on pureblood commands. She glanced around the washroom as a couple of other Gryffindor witches wandered. I'll tell you about the heir later, she said, her voice low. In his wanderings in the year or so before being summoned to teenage Bellatrix's bedroom, Harry had gained some familiarity with England's small villages. This familiarity helped Harry to sidelong apparate himself and Bellatrix to the outskirts of the village of Cranley, where they walked into town and claimed a booth in a pub. It was a quiet evening in the pub. So far, the locals were not inclined to be social with the oddly dressed strangers. Bellatrix, with her schoolgirl skirt and knee-high boots, had attracted a few speculative looks from some dirty old men. But Harry, with his stern glances, had kept those ones at bay. Now is as good a time as any for you to interpret the prophecy, Bellatrix said smugly. After Harry's inquiries about chickens had turned up no results. Maybe we should just move to another pub with a friendlier crowd, Harry replied. The night is early, Bellatrix said. Give it some time. The late night crowd will come. Get plastered, and be friendly. Perhaps so, Harry said, deciding to wait a little while before giving up on the pub. He sat back and relaxed. Tell me the prophecy, and I will tell you what I think. Quote. Bellatrix recited the prophecy, perfectly, from memory. Harry's response to hearing the prophecy was to grunt noncommittally. Well, Bellatrix demanded. Well, what? What does it mean? Harry shrugged. Slytherin's heir is going to cause trouble, and I am trying to stop him. The part about blackness is cute. I don't understand why these prophecies are issued at all if they are just going to hide the ball. They need to be phrased so that only certain people can understand them, Bellatrix explained impatiently. Now tell me about this business of no one being more powerful than he. The heir of Slytherin is a very powerful magic user, Harry confessed. I guess I should also clarify that he is more commonly regarded as a Dark Lord. Hence being an heir and a dark one at that. Bellatrix snipped. What about when the line is repeated? Bellatrix asked. Is that just a repeat, or is it referencing you as also being powerful? The Dark Lord and I are of equal magical strength. Harry clarified. Hence, nobody is more powerful than him, and nobody is more powerful than I. Are you sure? That's what another prophecy said in clearer terms. Everything I have observed seems to confirm that as being reality. He attempted to kill me many times, and I survived, despite being woefully incompetent, compared to him. Sheer power, and some other lucky things, saved me. Okay. Bellatrix said, seeming to accept Harry's assertions at face value. Now tell me more about this Dark Lord. Who is he? What is he going to do? What are your plans? Harry sighed. I am not sure I am comfortable giving you too many details unless there is an immediate need for you to know. Why not? Well, to be completely honest, I have a hard time trusting you, Harry said. He hesitated and then explained. The fact is that in my version of the timeline, you were one of the Dark Lord's most devoted servants. I guess you could say that you were his lieutenant before you were mine. And to be even more brutally honest, there were times I wanted to kill you. In fact, I tried on more than one occasion. Alistair Moody's peaceful Friday night was interrupted when Albus Dumbledore came knocking on his front door. The knocks triggered several home-brewed warning mechanisms, including ones Moody had long since forgotten. As the alarm chaos raged, the two wizards set about restoring order and were soon able to relax in a neglected front parlor. Merlin's beard, Albus, Moody said, slumping in his chair. You should know better than to just drop by. Quote. I assure you that it is an urgent matter that brings me to your doorstep, Dumbledore said. Oh, Pythia. Oh, no, not another one of her useless vagaries. Has it occurred to you that she is kind of manipulative? I realize that, Dumbledore admitted. However, I assure you that she never has ill intent. Tonight, she was not being vague or manipulative. Dumbledore then repeated the prophecy. Moody shook his head. If I can't go make an arrest, it is vague. It is definite enough to put us on warning. We are looking at the imminent rise of a Dark Lord who may be more powerful than I and who will inflict terror. 2 Dark Lords, if you ask me, Moody opined. If the first operates in blackness. Dumbledore was not ready to agree, but did not want to argue the point. As Director Fox, up to the task of putting down a Dark Lord. Moody laughed bitterly. No, just get me the identity of this Dark Lord and the second one, and I'll bring them in myself. Or kill them. As the prophecy implies, they are quite powerful. Dumbledore countered, wondering if he dared suggest that Moody track Tom Riddle's whereabouts. He did not want to send his friend into a situation where he would be outmatched. For now, maybe you can keep an extra sharp eye out and get a feel for attitudes. I'll do you better than that, Moody promised. I think I will insist on extra training for everyone. Abe, you can tell your new defense professor to step it up a notch. He already did, Dumbledore said. He's started a dueling club. Moody arched his eyebrows. Marshalling an army. Perhaps one of the Dark Lords is under your nose. He seems to be recruiting the wrong people, if that's his game, Dumbledore opined. Maybe I'll drop by one of these days and see what that chap is teaching, Moody said. The revelation that she had been the Dark Lord's lieutenant and that Harry had even attempted to kill her on occasion shocked Bellatrix to the core, but not for Think. She readily believed she could have chosen to become the disciple of a Dark Lord. There was no denying that she had the right skill set and emotional disposition to do a Dark Lord's bidding, even if it involved things that would be unpleasant. Rather, the shock Bellatrix was feeling had more to do with the threat that this newly revealed information posed to her current aspiration to become Lady Black and have control over the Black Fortune. Despite her sociopathic tendencies, Bellatrix understood that it might be difficult for Harry to work closely with somebody he had tried to kill on multiple occasions. With inspiring nerve, Bellatrix absorbed the information Harry had revealed and rebounded. With her violet eyes, she looked into Harry's green eyes with all of the intensity she could muster. Her intensity, combined with her youthful features, was hypnotizing. Surely you realize that my serving the Dark Lord in this timeline is out of the question. Is it? Harry asked quietly. I already know that Irving the Dark Lord did not work the first time, Bellatrix said persuasively. I am not going to try that path this time. There are more than 2 paths, Harry countered. Surely what led you to Although the Dark Lord can lead you in other paths that run contrary to my goals. My alternate self chose you, Bellatrix pointed out. I was the only choice. You were dying. She did not have to say that I would be your lieutenant. Bellatrix argued. By saying that, she was telling me that I need to align myself with you and be devoted to your cause. I don't know, Harry said, breaking away from Bellatrix's hypnotic gaze. Let's go find another pub. This place is only getting sleepier. Bellatrix recognized Harry's avoidance tactic for what it was. However, she followed him out of the pub and into the street to continue the debate. It was more efficient than starting a new debate about whether he was avoiding the subject or just trying to find a rooster as quickly as possible. Let's try this way, Harry said, pointing. He began to walk up the sidewalk, but Bellatrix grabbed him by the shoulder, causing him to turn around. We need to reach the point where you can trust me as your lieutenant, Bellatrix insisted. How can we get there? I don't know, Harry said, shifting uncomfortably and avoiding eye contact. Let's just build trust. Eventually, I will feel better about confiding in you. I'll tell you what you need to know as we go along. Harry, if you have a history of trying to kill me, I think it will take too long for you to begin to naturally trust me with the most important secrets. What will it take for you to feel like our interests are aligned and to trust me with your secrets right now? Do we have to do this now? Harry asked, attempting to postpone the conversation. Feeling a rush of boldness, Bellatrix took Harry's hands and knelt on her knees, cringing as she felt the contours of the cobblestone dig into them. She looked up into his face. Harry, if you will consent to marry me, our marriage will unify our interests. I assure you that the terms of the marriage contract would be very favorable to you. We can include provisions that there will be severe financial consequences if I ever serve the Dark Lord. She widened her eyes and nodded for emphasis. Very severe. Harry wrenched his hands out of hers and threw them up in the air. You're a lunatic. He whirled around and started walking away. What else am I supposed to offer? Bellatrix called out loudly, still on her knees as Harry walked away. Not marriage, Harry retorted, turning around and walking back toward her. He grabbed her hands and tugged her up onto her feet. I realize that some of you purebloods look on marriage in a transactional sense. But for me, marriage is about attraction and romance. There shouldn't be a contract or financial deal. Romance? Bellatrix asked incredulously. Are you talking about sharing a bed? Because that's gross, Harry. Especially while I am your student. Harry threw up his hands again. I am not asking you for romance. You are the one proposing marriage. You're the gross one. Harry started stalking up the sidewalk alone. Bellatrix rushed to follow. If we were married, it would be like a secret alliance, Bellatrix explained. It is the easiest way to combine assets. Plus, it is a good way to show commitment to each other. Harry stopped abruptly and looked at Bellatrix. So, those are the purposes of marriage. Certainly. What if I want a child? Bellatrix winced. We can look at acquiring an heir in as soon as, maybe 15 years. I'll put it in the contract. What if I want 2 children? 2 children is a lot. Harry rolled his eyes. I still don't know what else to offer to prove that you can trust me, Bellatrix grumbled. Harry let out a frustrated sigh and started walking. Let's find another pub. After curfew, Alice snuck into Lily's bed. The 2 witches shut the curtains and cast silencing charms. Okay. Now tell me. Lily demanded. Are you going to tell me where you heard it? Alice demanded. No. Lily whispered. I can't. Tell me this much, Alice demanded. Is this just an academic question or is this more of an immediate concern? I would say kind of an immediate concern. But maybe not too immediate. Alice sucked in her breath. Then we have got to double our efforts in the dueling club. Double? Lily asked. How? There aren't even that many days available. Never mind. Now here is what I can tell you about the heir of Slytherin, Alice said as she launched into an explanation of the history of Hogwarts. The next pub proved to be crowded and friendly. Harry soon found a fellow who was willing to sell him a rooster. However, the farm was a fair distance outside of the village. And Harry's new friend was not about to leave the pub early on a Friday night just to sell a chicken. Harry agreed to wait around and even serve as the designated driver. When Harry RNED to the booth where he had left Bellatrix, he found her scribbling away on paper serviettes. When she spotted him, she grinned. I've figured out the solution. Please not tonight. Unbreakable vow. This gave Harry pause. In vain he searched for a good reason to shoot down her idea. Well, I suppose that would work, Harry admitted grudgingly. If she made an unbreakable vow, he could trust her to keep secrets. However, the idea of sharing secrets with her still made him squirm. He did have to admit it would be nice to have a confidant, though. With conditions, of course, Bellatrix clarified. Of course. Harry sighed as he realized her proposal might be too good to be true. If there are too many conditions, then let's not bother. We will negotiate, Bellatrix said, scribbling away. Where are we on the rooster? We can pick it up later tonight, Harry said. Meanwhile, we're stuck here until my new friend Davy is good and ready to leave. He gestured toward the bar a young man was laughing with some rowdy-looking friends. Bellatrix shot an appraising glance toward Davy and his friends. Have a seat and order something to eat before the kitchen stops taking orders. We are going to be here a while. Quote. Harry obliged, and while they were waiting for the pub's kitchen to produce an appetizer-sized dish for him, he and Bellatrix began debating the terms of the unbreakable vow. I am willing to vow allegiance to you on certain conditions, Bellatrix explained. The first condition would be you never harming me. Harry shook his head. If we do a demonstrati on for the dueling club and I hit you with a hex, the vow is cancelled. Good point, Bellatrix said, already writing down the critique. I suppose we need to amend it to be based on your intent. I will get back to you on that one. Next condition is that you need to tell me everything. No, I am willing to be honest with you. But I am not going to tell you everything there is to know. Giving me information is the whole point of the unbreakable vow. Bellatrix protested. I want to be trusted with information that you would not. OT is going to be a long night, isn't it? Harry mumbled. While Alice's snores echoed through the dorm. Lily lay in her bed considering the information Alice had shared about the heir of Slytherin and the deep prejudice that many purebloods held against Muggleborns. As Lily looked back on her Hogwarts career, she could see minor instances where she had been slighted or disadvantaged because of her status. Despite this, Lily did not have much about which to complain. One could live a happy and fulfilling life despite jerks in the world. However, the thought of an heir of Slytherin who was to inflict terror chilled her blood. Deep down, she knew he would come for people like her. Alice, who had imparted her knowledge to Lily and then had promptly gone to her bed and fallen asleep, did not seem terribly concerned. But she was a pureblood, had not heard Pythia's prophecy, and had not seen the urgency in Professor Dumbledore's eyes. As Lily turned over the problem in her head, the only solution she could think of centered on Professor Ashworth and the dueling club. If she could become a better duelist, she could perhaps be safer in what might turn out to be a dangerous world after her time at Hogwarts. How about we trade spots? Bellatrix proposed. I am pretty sure you don't know how to drive, Harry said as he carefully guided Farmer Davy's pickup truck down the road to his farm some distance outside of Cranley. He shifted gears and winced at the grinding noise that resulted. Sounds like you're doing a bang-up job yourself, Bellatrix observed dryly as she rebuffed another drunken attempt from Davy to go to sleep on her lap. She hugged him away and awkwardly slapped his face. Sympathizing with Bellatrix's troubles and worried for the safety of Davy's more tender body parts, Harry was about to relent and take over management of Davy. But it was at that moment that Davy announced in a slurred voice that he was about to be sick. As Harry stomped on the brake pedal, Bellatrix bailed out of the cab just in time to avoid a torrent of vomit. Maintaining an ominous silence, Bellatrix went around to the driver's side of the truck and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry shrugged, hopped out, and set about cleaning up the passing side of the pickup while Bellatrix climbed into the driver's seat and familiarized herself with the controls. Within a couple of minutes, they were on their way again with much more gear grinding than before. Harry had taken the middle seat and was masterfully managing Davy when he was not helping Bellatrix with the gear shifter. Bellatrix's driving skills left much to be desired. However, after only 2 drive-by barfings, the pickup truck eventually screeched into the barnyard at Davy's farm where it crashed into a stack of hay bales on account of Bellatrix pushing the clutch instead of the brake pedal. Groaning, Harry and Davy exited the truck as a commotion erupted in what appeared to be the farm's cottage. As Bellatrix emerged from the truck, Harry consummated his purchase of a rooster from Davy. Not wanting to wait for the drama that would ensue between Davy and whoever else lived on the farm, Harry and Bellatrix darted around the corner of the barn with their newly acquired rooster and vanished. I can't wait to see the look on his face, James snickered as he used his invisibility cloak to ferry Sirius forward from one hiding place on their route to the next, where He had left Peter and Remus at the next safe spot. He'll know it's us, but he will never be able to prove it without incriminating himself. Sirius offered a courtesy snort, but was still acting a bit sullen over Pythia's injuries. It did not help that there was no news on her condition. Their only opportunity to learn anything had been Lily Evans. But when she had eventually wandered into Gryffindor Tower, she shared no updates. Instead, she retreated to her dormitory, looking shaken. Then, curfew had arrived. Of course, curfew was not stopping the Marauders from engaging in some weekend mischief and a quick trip down to Hogsmeade. But it did preclude them from stopping at the hospital wing to make inquiries. James and Sirius arrived at the suit of armor where James had left Remus and Peter. Are you guys there? James whispered. Yeah, Remus said, holding his hand out from behind the disillusionment charm he had cast around the alcove behind the suit of armor. Suddenly, the sounds of a chicken squawking and some loud thumps echoed through the corridor. It seemed like they were coming from near the one-eyed witch statue, which was where the Marauders were headed. Startled and unsure of whether the person or persons making the sounds were friendly, the Marauders scrambled for cover in the alcove behind the suit of armor. As they did so, Peter slipped and kicked over the suit of armor. It promptly fell apart and crashed to the floor, making several loud clangs. As the last clang echoed through the corridor, a profound silence settled in as James, Sirius, and Remus quickly cast half a dozen different charms to help themselves stay hidden. Whoever had the chicken had apparently also been startled. After a couple of moments, they heard Professor Ashworth's voice echo down the corridor in the darkness. "Why are you out of bed after curfew, Miss Black?" Professor Ashworth asked, his voice carrying down the hall. "And what are you doing with that bird?" "None of your business," came Bellatrix's loud retort. James could feel Sirius's body rocking with silent laughter. James was also having to work hard to maintain his composure. "Well then maybe we should go find someone whose business it is," came Professor Ashworth's acerbic retort. "You, come with me right now." The marauders watched from their hiding place as Professor Ashworth came into view, guiding Bellatrix down the hall. His fingers firmly tugging on one of her ears. In his other hand, he carried his wand, which was lit. As for Bellatrix, she had a chicken secured under her arm and a rebellious look on her face. All in all, it was a comical sight, especially considering that Bellatrix was an inch taller than Professor Ashworth. Upon discovering the suit of armor spread all over the floor, they stopped. "What happened here?" Harry demanded. "How should I know?" Bellatrix snapped back, her defiant posture compromised by Harry still holding her by her ear. "Do you expect me to believe that you had nothing to do with this?" "Yes. You must think I'm stupid," Harry growled. He let go of her ear and stepped up to the scattered pieces of armor, surveying them suspiciously. Bellatrix shrugged and adjusted her hold on the chicken. Scowling dramatically, Harry blindly kicked one of the pieces of armor toward the alcove and scored a hit on Peter's stomach. As the air abruptly exited Peter, Remus clamped his hand on Peter's mouth. James was now also rocking back and forth with silent laughter. Seemingly not having noticed that the armor had disappeared once it crossed the threshold of the alcove, Harry whirled on Bellatrix. "If I find any more suits of armor broken up around here, you'll be in extra trouble. Now let's get going. You belong in your dormitory." Harry and Bellatrix, who was still holding the chicken, disappeared down the hallway. Once they were completely gone, James let out a breath he did not realize he had been holding and began laughing quietly. "What in Merlin's name was she doing?" "I don't know," Sirius chortled. "I didn't think she was the type to sneak around the castle at night. Maybe she has a lover." "Ew." Remus shuddered. "I hope not, for the lover's sake. Here, we can get this armor fixed in a jiffy." "No, wait," Sirius said. "What if we just leave it and then go bust up some more suits of armor? Then maybe we can transfigure some stuff into birds and set them loose." Can you imagine how much trouble she would get into? They all began snickering mischievously. Who was the intended audience of that spectacle? Bellatrix asked as soon as Harry had guided her into a girl's lavatory. She repositioned the chicken in her arms and began massaging the to tug her around. "Your cousin Sirius and his friends," Harry said absently as he surveyed the lavatory, drinking in all the details that the scant light afforded. "I believe they were hiding in the alcove." Bellatrix caught on quickly. "And that's why you kicked that piece of armor into the alcove?" Harry chuckled. "I'm pretty sure I scored, too. I'm sorry if the ear was too much." "No, it was my idea from before," Bellatrix reminded Harry. "I should probably also warn you that they'll likely spend the night sabotaging suits of armor to get you in more trouble," Harry said, grinning slyly. "I might have to give you detention." "As long as it's not real detention," Bellatrix sighed. "It will give us an excuse to be able to meet and coordinate," Harry said absently as he turned his focus back to the bathroom. "It will also give you an excuse to prank them back." "I'll help." Bellatrix grinned, but changed the subject. "So, is this where the Chamber of Secrets is?" "Yes. Maybe you should lock the door." "Good idea," Harry said as he conjured a sign to signal that the lavatory was out of order. He opened the entrance door, posted his sign, and shut the door again, casting several intricate locking charms. "Now, just one more order of business." "Myrtle." Bellatrix groaned. "I almost forgot. Who are you?" came a voice that was all too familiar to Harry. Moaning Myrtle emerged from her stall and stared expectantly at Harry and Bellatrix. "I'm one of the professors and this is my assistant," Harry said, gesturing to Bellatrix. "If we do you a favor, will you keep some secrets for us?" "What kind of favor and what kind of secrets?" Myrtle asked petulantly, looking at Harry with studied casualness. It seemed that she was developing something of a crush on Harry as she had in the other timeline. Bellatrix had also detected this vibe and was frowning at Myrtle. If I kill what killed you, will you promise never to tell anybody about us ever being here? Are you really going to do that? Myrtle asked, intrigued. Yes. There's a monster beneath this room. It led you when you came out of the stall and came face to face with it. That's right, Myrtle said wonderingly. How do you know that? I've done my research, Harry explained. Now, if you'll be so kind as to excuse us, we will take care of business. Can't I watch? Myrtle asked. The monster is dangerous to you even now, Harry said. It cannot kill you, but it can harm you badly. His voice somehow conveyed disappointment at Myrtle having to miss out. Oh, I see, Myrtle said. Let me know when you're done, then. Harry nodded graciously as Myrtle returned to her stall and disappeared. Bellatrix arched one of her eyebrows at Harry. Harry shot her a quelling look as he proceeded to the sink that had a snake carved into the faucet. Attempting to take something of a self-hypnosis approach, Harry focused on the snake carving, imagining it was real. Open, he hissed. Bellatrix gasped as the sink opened up the pathway to a large pipe below the bathroom. I had no idea it was here, she whispered. Ingenious. Do we just jump? I was hoping to get around the jumping part, Harry replied, using his wand to generate some light. He squinted, looking for any sign of another snake carving. On the other side of the large pipe, Harry thought he could see a snake etched into the stone. Again, he focused on tricking his mind to see it as a real snake. Soon, he was hissing various words like stairs or ramp at the snake. But none of them were having any effect. Undulate, Bellatrix said. Harry peered at her suspiciously, but tried her suggestion. Quote, undulate. The passage before Th.M. began to twist itself into a path on which Harry and Bellatrix would be able to walk without having to jump down a hole. As they walked forward, the giant pipe undulated around them, leaving Harry feeling dizzy. Somehow, despite walking straight forward, they were actually descending into the depths below the castle. How did you know that word would work? Harry asked. Any Slytherin would know that you need to think like a snake. Bellatrix explained. That's how a snake would move. What house did you say you were in while a student here? Gryffindor. Bellatrix shook her head sadly. I'm helping a Gryffindor cripple Slytherin's legacy. How humiliating. You can look at yourself as helping redeem Slytherin's legacy, Harry suggested charitably. I am here for my own legacy, Bellatrix pointed out. If I can bring myself to swear loyalty to you to get what I want, you can rest assured I am not about to quibble over preserving Slytherin's legacy. There is no need for the Unbreakable vow if you can just trust me to tell you what you need to know when you need to know, Harry reminded Bellatrix, wincing as he recalled the extensive negotiations they had undergone at the second pub. By closing time, Bellatrix had hammered out key points to which Harry did not object. Most importantly for Harry, he would be able to withhold information about his timeline from her if he had a fair reason. For instance, Bellatrix did not need to know about his real surname or other personal matters. Bellatrix was not happy with the idea that Harry would be able to withhold information from her on his mere say-so. So, the concession in return was that Harry would not be able to deceive her about anything, especially about whether what he was withholding was being fairly withheld. Harry had also let her feel like she was winning on the provisions that she seemed to hope would make a marriage inevitable. All things considered, the vow is the best option, for me, Bellatrix argued. Sounding like she was trying to convince herself. It will benefit you, too. I can help you better if I know more about the background. True, Harry admitted, even though he was only partially convinced of that. Deep down, he was hoping that Bellatrix would take time to consider the unbreakable vow and decide to forego it. After a few minutes of walking through the undulating pipe, they arrived in the area Harry remembered having fallen into the first time he had visited the Chamber of Secrets. As before, it was covered with the skeletons of small animals. Disgusting, Bellatrix said under her breath. Suddenly, she brightened up. Actually, we're not destroying Slytherin's legacy. We're just supplanting it. Or maybe it is a coup. I think killing his monster and then Slytherin's heir qualifies as destroying, Harry opined. No. We can say the basilisk died of natural causes and that this Dark Lord is just a pretender. Since he is a direct descendant of Slytherin, the Dark Lord is no pretender, Harry sighed. Says Lord Black, who is not exactly a black himself. I could argue you're a pretender. However, the Black family ring says otherwise. Bellatrix made eye contact with Harry and raised her eyebrows. It looked like she was asking a question. Fortunately, there is no Slytherin ring, Harry insisted, ignoring whatever question Bellatrix had in mind. Even if there was, what would it get me? Maybe it would be symbolic. Of what? Never mind, Bellatrix said. Which way to the chamber? Harry gestured, and they were soon proceeding toward the entrance proper. When they arrived at the doors carved with snakes, Harry hissed the command for the entrance to open, and it complied. Harry guided Bellatrix in and prodded her to take shelter with him behind a column in the back of the room. I am thinking that I should open the statue in which the basilisk is held, let it crawl out a ways, and then we unleash the rooster, Harry whispered. Dead basilisk, just like that. And all stretched out where we can get at it to get some bones. Sounds better than fighting it or some other stupid Gryffindor plot, Bellatrix said approvingly. For your information, the Sore Ting Hat said I would do well in Slytherin, too, Harry informed her. Did it? Bellatrix asked, suddenly sounding more cheerful. Yes. Oh, well, it's up to you to decide how to kill it, Bellatrix said, handing over the rooster. Just keep in mind that if things go sideways, you simply do not mess around with this type of creature. Thanks for your trust, Harry said dryly, removing the Vario. As charms they had put on the rooster and wrestling with it to keep it quiet. He peered around the column and squinted toward where the statue of Salazar Slytherin was located. I think I can do this from here. Bellatrix nodded encouragingly. Checking one last time to see that he had the rooster under control, Harry looked back toward the statue. Speak to me, Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts Four, Harry hissed. Aided by the chamber's acoustics, Harry's hiss carried toward the statue, and stone began rumbling as Slytherin's mouth began opening. It's happening, Harry whispered, ducking behind the column with Bellatrix, whose eyes had widened a bit. Within seconds, Harry and Bellatrix could hear the sounds of the basilisk slithering out of the statue. The sound of the basilisk exiting the statue changed. And Harry realized that the giant snake was now slithering in their direction. Bellatrix had widened her eyes and was nodding significantly at the rooster. Harry set the rooster down and used his wand to shoot out several fireballs toward the ceiling. The basilisk perceived the fire as a threat and let out a roar. After Harry cast a second batch, the rooster seemed to feel like it was sunrise. Except the roaring basilisk seemed to be scaring it. Bellatrix whipped out her wand and started shooting silencing charms around the pillar, apparently hoping to hit the basilisk. Harry was not sure whether the charms worked, but the basilisk stopped roaring. Harry nudged the rooster, and it began crowing. Instantly, the slithering stopped and there was silence, except for the rooster's repeated crows. I think that does it, Harry declared. He was about to step out from behind the column, but Bellatrix grabbed him. The eyes may still be open, she said. It's dead, isn't it? Nobody has ever experimented with that theory. It may take some time for the power to fade from them, Bellatrix warned. Okay. Let's wait here, then, Harry said, taking a seat on the floor behind the column. Bellatrix let out a sigh of relief and joined him. After about 3 hours, an uncomfortable nap or two, and a lot of rooster crowing, Harry and Bellatrix deemed it safe enough to aim RGE from behind the column next to the chamber's entrance. In the light of Harry's hovering fireballs, which had lingered, the rooster had strutted around the chamber long enough to convince Harry and Bellatrix that it was either very lucky or that the dead basilisk's eyes were probably not harmful. Still, as the pair worked their way toward where the basilisk carcass was stretched down the center aisle of the chamber, Harry and Bellatrix avoided looking at where the basilisk's eyes would be. They did not relax their guard until Bellatrix had conjured a cover to place over the basilisk's head. With the eyes covered, Bellatrix lost interest in the basilisk carcass. She walked toward Slytherin's statue slowly, drinking in every detail of the room as if it was one of the architectural wonders of the world. Harry followed, though he was much less intrigued. In fact, he was faintly amused at the founder's narcissism. At the foot of the statue, Bellatrix stepped onto its platform and turned to survey the entire room. It is a tragedy that this part of Hogwarts has been hidden for so long. Harry shook his head. I think Hogwarts did okay without it. Bellatrix shrugged off Harry's comment and then smiled mischievously as she lowered herself to her knees on the stone platform. Despite being on her knees, she did not look submissive in the least. Her back was ramrod straight, and the glint in her violet eyes threatened ulterior motives. Please, not again, Harry begged, having no desire to endure another marriage proposal from her. While he could see himself working with her, he was not about to consider turning it into a romantic relationship. Relax. I am only performing the unbreakable vow we already negotiated. You can do an unbreakable vow while standing on your own 2 feet. I know, Bellatrix admitted. But the more theatrical I make this process, the better you will remember that you can now trust me more than anybody else in this world. Fine, Harry muttered. However, Bellatrix's comment about trust finally struck home. The more Harry thought about it, the more he realized that if his friends Hermione and Ron had come to the past with him, they would They demanded no less than an unbreakable vow from Bellatrix. In fact, Hermione would have proposed the unbreakable vow immediately on arrival. Perhaps Bellatrix, who was nearly as clever as Hermione, understood Harry's position better than Harry did. Bellatrix shifted her knees and winced before holding out one of her hands and waggling it at Harry. If you please. I would rather not stay on my knees any longer than I must. Harry stepped over next to the platform on which Bellatrix was kneeling and took her proffered hand. As Bellatrix began speaking the vow, ethereal wisps of magic appeared and wrapped themselves around Harry and Bellatrix's arms. I, Bellatrix Black, in making this unbreakable vow, do hereby swear allegiance solely to Harry, Lord Black, conditioned on him maintaining good intentions for my welfare. On him not unreasonably withholding information from me, on him never attempting to deceive me, on him not allowing any other to supplant me as his primary lieutenant without my consent. And on him not preventing me from pursuing my own ambitions so long as they are compatible with his desire to defeat the Dark Lord and reform magical society to protect the welfare of Muggleborns, half-bloods, and other worthy creatures. As Bellatrix ended her vow, the wisps of magic absorbed into Harry and Bellatrix's arms. Suddenly, light flashed around their hands. When it subsided, a silver-colored bracelet had appeared on Bellatrix's wrist. It was ornamented with relief carvings into which small rubies and emeralds had been incorporated. What is that? Harry asked. Having never seen something like that happen with an unbreakable vow. Bellatrix was staring at the bracelet with awe. Very old feudal magic, she whispered. A troubled expression suddenly appeared on her face. You asked to see my wrists that night when you arrived in my bedroom. Yes, Harry said. Why? To see if you had the dark mark. The what? The Dark Lord's servants wear the dark mark, a tattoo of sorts, on one of their wrists. I am not sure how it works. But it is linked to the Dark Lord. Bellatrix's face lit up with comprehension. I think the dark mark must be a crude imitation of this magic, she said, gesturing to her new bracelet. I am guessing anyone who received the dark mark never broke free from the Dark Lord, not in this life, at least. Pretty much, Harry confirmed, holding his hands out to help Bellatrix to her feet. I had no intention of something similar happening here, he said, his voice apologetic. It was the circumstances I created and not your intent, Bellatrix said dismissively, accepting Harry's help to rise to her feet. If anything, my intent would have been more controlling. Besides which, it is not nearly so restrictive. In fact, I suspect. Bellatrix used her other hand to twist the bracelet, and it disappeared from her wrist. See, it is more fascinating than anything. She twisted again, and it appeared. Next, she slid it off her Saint entirely and threw it across the room, listening as it clinked on the ground in the distance. She held out her hand, and the bracelet zoomed back into her hand as if she had cast a wandless summoning charm. Harry did not know what to say. I suspect if you wore your black family ring, you could hide it the same way. Try it, Bellatrix said as she twisted her bracelet, causing it to disappear. Ari removed the black family ring from the necklace where he kept it and slid it on his finger. He then twisted it, willing it to disappear, and it did. That's easier than keeping it on a necklace, Harry said, staring at his hand. Isn't it? Thou, her smile oddly smug. Shall we start harvesting Pythia's potion ingredients? Now that I have sworn allegiance, you can tell me all about the Dark Lord while we work. Gathering Clouds. A.N. As always, thank you for the reviews. They really help to stoke the creative fire. Apologies for the delay since last chapter. It has been a busy couple of months. Wishing you all a wonderful holiday season. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 8. Gathering Clouds. Suppressing a yawn after a long night of chicken hunting and basilisk slaying, Bellatrix arrived in the great hall for a late breakfast. Making her way to the Slytherin table, she glanced at some of her fellow students with new eyes. While Bellatrix had toiled with Harry to harvest bone from the basilisk carcass, he had revealed their probable futures. Destined for the Dark Lord's inner circle, Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers sat at the Slytherin table, exuding disdain and sharing sly glances with each other. Harry had warned that they, and others, would be formidable followers of the Dark Lord. Crabbe and Goyle would also be followers of the Dark Lord, but only lackeys. Over at the Gryffindor table sat some Harry had identified as reliable opponents of the Dark Lord. This included Frank Longbottom, his eventual wife, Alice, and Alice's friend, Lily. Harry had also noted that Bellatrix's cousin Sirius would fight against the Dark Lord, as would Sirius' friends James and Remus. Most interesting to Bellatrix were those Harry had named as spies and traitors Severus Snape and Peter Pettigrew. Harry had avoided specifics, but his verbal sketch describing Snape was sufficient for Bellatrix to comprehend Snape's character and strategic value. Harry had endorsed Bellatrix's opinion that Snape could be useful. However, when Bellatrix had prodded for information to help her assess Pettigrew, Harry had remained tight-lipped. When pushed, he insisted that for all intents and purposes, she needed only to know he was a coward and not to be trusted under any circumstance. With the unbreakable vow and its conditions in place, Bellatrix had no choice but to true Saint that Harry had revealed everything about Pettigrew that she needed to know. Almost subconsciously, Bellatrix touched the bracelet concealed on her wrist to confirm that the vow was intact. At the Slytherin table, Bellatrix had dished up her food and was just about to commence eating when Professor Dumbledore stopped to greet her on his way out of the Great Hall. "Miss Black," Dumbledore said cordially. "Headmaster," Bellatrix said, making eye contact for the briefest moment and nodding politely as she focused on her food. "I wanted to thank you for helping Miss Evans take Professor Greengrass to the hospital wing last night. What with her bleeding, every moment counted." "It was a minor inconvenience," Bellatrix said dismissively. "Will she recover fully, do you think?" "I have high hopes," Dumbledore responded. Deftly, he changed the topic. "This morning, I am concerned about you. From what I understand, Professor Greengrass said some strange things. They worried Miss Evans." Bellatrix arched an eyebrow as her thoughts raced. There was no way to deny that she had heard the prophecy. It seemed like the only avenue open for her was to feign ignorance or disinterest. Lily is young. But really, sick people do often hallucinate. So, Professor Greengrass was hallucinating? Dumbledore asked. It sounded like it. "I see," Dumbledore said, a bit curtly. "Even so, last night, given Miss Evans' distress, I wanted to ensure you were okay. However, I could not find you anywhere." Bellatrix smiled and spread her hands. "There is a simple explanation for that, Headmaster. You see, last night's dinner did not agree with me. Right after we arrived in the hospital wing, I realized that I had better find a loo. And, well, it was a long night. Very long. I will be taking a nap this morning." "I am sorry to hear that you were indisposed," Dumbledore said, visibly cringing. "I wonder, though, wouldn't it have been better to discuss your health with Madame Pomfrey while you were already in the hospital wing? Sometimes solitude is preferable for everybody in those moments." Dumbledore cringed again but then nodded toward Bellatrix's breakfast plate, which was stacked high with sausage, eggs, and bacon. All of which were swimming in a spicy-looking pool of bright red oil. "I see you've recovered, though." Bellatrix speared a sausage and took a large bite. "Let us hope so," she said as she chewed it in an obnoxious manner, hoping that her atrocious table manners would repel the headmaster. "It doesn't look like she's in any trouble," Sirius grumbled as he and his friends watched Professor Dumbledore leave the Great Hall after chatting with Bellatrix for a few moments. "I think he was just randomly chatting with her." "Wait, here we go," James whispered excitedly, as Professor Ashworth stalked into the Great Hall and made a beeline toward Bellatrix. James rubbed his hands together excitedly as he and his friends strained to hear the exchange. Miss Black, Professor Ashworth snapped. I've been talking to Mr. Filch. Close friend of yours? Bellatrix asked, arching an eyebrow. Not exactly, Harry sputtered before regaining his composure. The thing is, here were multiple suits of armor dismantled throughout the castle last night. When Mr. Filch went to clean it up, a flock of geese attacked him. You can't prove that was me, Bellatrix shot back, her voice carrying just far enough for the marauders to hear. Besides, what would I even do with a flock of geese? Mischief, apparently, Harry barked. I've assured Filch that you will be punished. Detention. Every Friday evening for a month. Bellatrix rolled her eyes. 6 weeks. Harry amended as he shook his finger at her and then proceeded to the staff table. Sirius, James, Remus, and Pete were so busy snickering that they did not see Bellatrix get up from the Slytherin table and come over to stand behind them. Only when she snapped her fingers next to James and Sirius' ears did they whirl around and meet her malevolent gaze. She pointed a menacing finger at them and spoke quietly. I am going to fix your wagons. The marauders watched in silence as she returned to the Slytherin table. Finally, James spoke what they were all thinking. How does she know it was us? After breakfast, Bellatrix returned to her dormitory. Behind the closed curtains of her 4-poster bed, she settled in for a long nap. Before drifting off, she removed the bracelet that had appeared on her wrist after she had sworn allegiance to Harry. She cast a Lumos spell with her Blackthorn and Phoenix Fey Aether wand and examined the bracelet under the wand's light. The metal seemed to be silver, but when Bellatrix wondered why it could not have been gold, the bracelet became golden. Fascinated, Bellatrix experimented with the bracelet's transmutative properties and found that it could change both its color and size. The only limits were that it refused to be anything non-metal and that it refused to become a ring. Having tried a number of options, Bellatrix settled on wearing it as a platinum bracelet. She then moved her focus to the relief carvings and jewels on the bracelet. There, she found an intricate pattern of phoenixes and ravens flying through a thicket of thorny bushes. Tiny emeralds served as the eyes for the birds while rubies served as berries on the bushes. Satisfied with the bracelet quality and appearance, Bellatrix extinguished the light coming from her wand's tip and allowed herself to fall asleep. On Monday, Harry went to check on Pythia in the hospital wing. He was pleasantly surprised when he found her conscious and speaking with Madame Pomfrey. Better yet, the cloying quality of her beauty was in remission. Instead of being both weak and sickly, she was merely weak. Within a minute of Harry arriving, Professor Dumbledore strode into the room, exuding an air of urgency. The headmaster stopped on seeing Harry but quickly regained his composure. With his blue eyes suddenly twinkle at Harry before transferring his attention to the school nurse. I came as soon as I received your message, Dumbledore said to Madame Pomfrey, who had finished with Pythia. As you can see, she is awake. Madame Pomfrey said. She needs rest. So, don't take more than a few minutes. Of course not, Dumbledore said as he helped himself to a chair and nodded toward a chair that was available for Harry. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey retreated into her office to give them some privacy. Good morning, Pythia said, beaming at both Harry and Dumbledore. Or is it already afternoon? Technically afternoon, Dumbledore informed her. You have been unconscious all weekend. I see, Pythia said. Professor Ashworth, here, procured you some basilisk bone, Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey told me, Pythia said. She winked at Harry. He's very reliable, isn't he? Yes, Dumbledore said. He tells me his friend can get you some more. I'll be sure to work that out with him. Then, Pythia said with a polite smile. The three exchanged pleasantries and updated Pythia on what had happened after she had been struck down. Eventually, Harry felt he needed to get back to his classroom. So, he made his excuses and promised to visit Pythia when she was feeling better. As soon as Professor Ashworth left the hospital wing, Dumbledore let out a breath he did not realize he had been holding. Seeing from her facial expression that Pythia was already expecting questions from him, he plowed forward, glancing guiltily toward Madame Pomfrey's office. Apparently you had a trance and spoke a prophecy when Miss Evans and Miss Black delivered you to the hospital wing, Dumbledore informed Pythia. Did I? Yes, You did, and it was concerning. Which one told you? Miss Evans, of course, Dumbledore said. Miss Black made herself scarce most of the weekend. When I did speak to her, she claimed that she assumed it was a hallucination. Interesting. Do you remember the prophecy at all? Dumbledore pressed. No. It must have been fascinating, though, Pythia said as she gave Dumbledore an impish smile. Dumbledore sighed. It seemed Pythia had quickly regained not only consciousness, but also the entirety of her sly personality. You spoke of Slytherin's dark air and terror. Pythia raised both her eyebrows but then nodded. That would be consistent with my gut feeling that storm clouds are on the horizon. You also spoke of Slytherin's air having an enemy. Well, that's a relief, Pythia said. Though, surely a Dark Lord would have more than one enemy, I hope. A specific enemy on his level, perhaps. Dumbledore suggested. Your guess is as good as mine, Pythia said cheekily as she began shifting in her bed and assuming a more comfortable position. Although he sensed that Pythia would rather end the conversation, Dumbledore pressed forward. Is Harry Ashworth a danger to this school and its students? Pythia scoffed. Why would he be? He's practically marshalling an army. And you're helping him. Pythia began laughing weakly. I assure you that we are not but simple folk hoping to earn participation trophies. Dumbledore shook his head. Please. Just tell me whether Professor Ashworth is Slytherin's dark heir. He does not seem dark to me, Pythia equivocated. Do you know that, though? I don't even technically know what the prophecy said, Pythia said firmly. I'll let you know if I see anything important that you ought to know, though. Shortly after dinner, Lily crept into the hospital wing carrying a small plate of cake. She could hear Madame Pomfrey humming away in her office. Professor Greengrass was sitting up in her bed, but her eyes were far away. Only when Lily drew closer did the divination professor sense her presence and make eye contact. Miss Evans, Professor Greengrass said quietly. I brought you some dessert, Lily said. Pythia laughed softly and accepted the plate from Lily. She cradled it in her hands but made no move to eat it. What is on your mind? Mainly just wishing you well, Lily said, her voice catching as Pythia gazed at her with soul-searching eyes. Professor Dumbledore told me you heard the prophecy. Yes, Lily admitted, relieved that Pythia had opened the door to what she really wanted to ask about. What does it mean? Should I be scared? Pythia continued holding the plate and staring into Lily's eyes. Dark times are coming, but your future is bright, she said reassuringly. So, no worries. Pythia shook her head. I did not say that. But you said my future is bright. Pythia smiled. Because I know you will be working hard and becoming one of the most proficient witches of your generation. It's amazing how she has bounced back in less than a week, Remus observed as he sipped from a cup of tea. She has more energy than ever. It is almost as if getting walloped with Snape's curse did her good. Yes, Sirius agreed. He was absent-mindedly stirring his own TW. While watching Professor Greengrass moving about her classroom and interacting with her students. The divination professor had delivered a lecture on reading tea leaves at the beginning of class. For the remainder of the class session, the students were attempting to read tea leaves for each other. I hate tea, James grumbled as he dumped more sugar in his cup. He shot a sideways glance toward another table where Lily Evans was sitting. I wonder why she added the class in the middle of the term. It is odd, isn't it? Remus said as he finished his tea. After several more minutes, each of the Marauders had finished drinking their tea and were engaging in the exercise of reading the tea leaves for each other. All I can see is a blob, Peter said as he examined Remus' teacup. Fabulous, Remus said. Sirius grabbed the teacup from Peter. But this is not just any blob. It is a bag full of money. In fact, it is cursed gold. The only way to remove the curse from all the gold is to share some of the gold with your friends. He winked and handed the teacup to Remus. Now, that's what I want to hear, Remus said, accepting his teacup back from Sirius and grinning. James took Sirius' cup and examined it, trying to discern a little something more than a blob. It looks like a cat, maybe, he said. Unnoticed, Pythia had arrived at the Marauder table in time to hear James's attempt. May I? She asked. Of course, James said, handing Sirius' teacup over to her. While Pythia studied Sirius' teacup, she asked each of the Marauders what they had seen in the cups. Sirius eagerly reported what he, and everyone else, had seen in the teacups and concluded with some of his own insights. Remus and James watched Sirius with amusement. Boys, Pythia said, shaking her head sadly. You'll ever make money at this trade if you cannot come up with better sounding predictions. Even if you see nothing more than a blob, you are going to need to come up with something more dramatic. Let me give you some examples. Pythia went back to studying Sirius tea leaves before raising her eyes and locking eyes with Sirius. Instead of a cat, I see a lion cub. Your son, I think. He will be a brave Gryffindor like yourself. He will grow into a powerful lion and sit at both the left and right hand of power. Pythia smiled happily as the boys congratulated Sirius and joked as if he already had a child on the way. She returned the cup to Sirius and held out her hand for another. James promptly handed his teacup over. This one is easy, Pythia said with a bark of laughter. A bouquet of 3 flowers, each with her own variety of thorns. For the first flower, I see a romance in your future. However, it will not be love at first sight. The other 2 are your daughters. One will be prickly, offending many. The other will vex many with her piercing and far-reaching insights. Sirius winked at James and nodded toward Lily. Pythia moved on to Remus' cup. Your blob is a friendly, nighttime moon. In fact, it is many moons. I see you running through the forest with animals. You will have fulfilling friendships and a long life. That sounds very nice, Remus said hesitantly as being an animal lover. Pythia handed the teacup back to Remus and held her hand out for Peter's teacup. I'm sorry, Peter, she said teasingly as she took his cup. I've covered friends, family, and romance. So, you're going to be stuck with money or death if I am to round out my demonstration. I'll take money, Peter guffawed as everyone chuckled. Pythia tilted Peter's cup back and forth several times, studying it with a frown. I'm afraid it is going to be death. She paused, eyeing Peter speculatively. Reluctantly, she divulged what she could see in the teacup. I see a serpent and a raven. One will consume you. The other will slaughter you. Which is which? James asked as Peter sighed dramatically and shared a laugh with Remus, who was nodding appreciatively at the drama and mystique Pythia had inserted into the tea leaves blobs. Peter will decide that sometime in the future, Pythia replied, suddenly less cheerful. Before moving to the next table, she told them they were free to continue the exercise by checking for further interpretations or having another cup of tea. It was Friday during the dinner hour, and the castle's corridors were deserted. As Bellatrix had hoped, Harry had not been at the professor's table when she had peeked into the Great Hall. As she made her way to the upper floors of the castle, Bellatrix realized that the blood lollipop hanging out her mouth was not helping her look sophisticated. However, she figured that it was a Friday night and that the only person likely to see her was Harry. Bellatrix let herself into Harry's office and found Harry sitting at his desk, grading essays. Still sucking on the blood lollipop, she perched herself on the corner of the desk and waited for him to acknowledge her intrusion. Harry arched an eyebrow at Bellatrix's boldness. What brings you here? He asked as he finished reading an essay and recorded the grade he had assigned to it. Bellatrix took the lollipop out of her mouth and responded. Detention. Oh, right, Harry said. He set down his quill, leaned back, and did some stretches while Bellatrix went back to sucking on her lollipop. Shall we come up with some prank ideas to get back at Sirius and his friends? I think I have that covered, Bellatrix said. I'll let you know if I need help. Harry looked disappointed but moved to another idea. I could help you finish harvesting the basilisk carcass. I'm nearly done, Bellatrix informed him. Besides, I don't want you trying to reduce my fee for that job. Harry rolled his eyes, apparently recalling the extensive negotiations he and Bellatrix had gone through as to the disposition of the basilisk carcass and division of the proceeds. Bellatrix continued sucking on the lollipop, waiting for Harry to suggest something more suitable. Truth be told, Harry said, I forgot about your detention and was meaning to hit up some pubs and put my ear to the ground. Bellatrix hopped off the desk. I'll meet you at the front gate. Bring a permission form for me. I don't recall inviting you. You're hilarious, Bellatrix said, quickly exiting Harry's office before he could put his foot down. Trusting that Harry was fully capable of refusing to wait for her at the front gate, Bellatrix made haste toward her dormitory. There, she rummaged through her clothes and changed into a knee-length purple dress. It was a bit more casual than Bellatrix preferred. But it would be unremarkable in most settings. Bellatrix bundled up for the chilly weather and, on her way out of the Slytherin dungeons, happened across her sisters, Andromeda and Narcissa, walking together. As far as Bellatrix knew, those two did not often interact with each other. They likely had seen each other at dinner and coincidentally left for the Slytherin common room at the same time. "Are you seriously going out on a date?" Andromeda asked, her voice a bit cool as she eyed Bellatrix's clothing. "Not quite," Bellatrix snapped back. She attempted to change the subject. "I would have thought that Narcissa would be out with Malfoy, though." Andromeda shot Bellatrix a quelling glance, but then looked at Narcissa expectantly. "He wasn't at dinner." Narcissa sighed. "Consider yourself lucky," Andromeda advised Narcissa while narrowing her eyes at Bellatrix. Bellatrix rolled her eyes and brushed past them, only realizing later that maybe she should be discouraging Narcissa from any interactions with Malfoy. Despite his annoyance at Bellatrix inviting herself to his pub crawl, Harry concluded it would not hurt much if Bellatrix came along at least once. She might know more about which pubs magical folk were wont to frequent. Feeling a bit shady, Harry prepared and signed a permission slip signed by Lord Black, authorizing Bellatrix's excursion. Y swiftly finished grading essays and dressed in nondescript clothing. Although attracting notice and interacting with people might lead to good results, his initial goal was to discreetly gauge the vibe of each pub. If he could identify pubs with crowds likely to be breeding grounds for Death Eaters, he could exploit that later. Without much more ado, Harry made his way down to the front gate and found Bellatrix looking very cross. "I've been here for ages," she seethed. "Sorry," Harry said, drawing his wand and leading Bellatrix away from the Hogwarts grounds. "Isn't there a pub or two in Wimborne? If you like Quidditch," Bellatrix groused. Harry and Bellatrix proceeded to stop at a number of pubs in the hometowns of the various professional Quidditch teams, but it was looking to be a losing strategy. The interactions at these pubs were Quidditch-oriented and shallow. Fortunately, they were not a total loss. Harry had chatted with a few wizards at some of these pubs and found directions to some other establishments. This led to Harry and Bellatrix finding themselves at a straight-laced sort of pub not far from the Ministry of Magic in London. "This is not a pub," Bellatrix informed Harry as she watched Harry sip from a mug of butterbeer. "It is a fancy napping club." "Maybe so," Harry said, putting down his butterbeer. "But part of our opponent's strategy is corrupting the Ministry. If I could weasel my way in here, maybe I would learn something." "Are you sure I can't order you something? Fire whiskey?" "No." Bellatrix crossed her arms defiantly and looked away. Y shrugged and continued nursing his butterbeer as he observed the comings and goings, quiet greetings, and the occasional chuckle. "You are not part of their world," Bellatrix said, apparently giving up on the silent treatment. "Unless you become a bureaucrat, you will not be able to worm your way into the social circle of anybody here." "Maybe not," Harry said neutrally, though internally, he felt she was right. Much later into the night, Harry and Bellatrix exited a pub in Diagon Alley and found themselves at the edge of the entrance to Nocturne Alley. "Should we?" Harry asked slowly. "Not unless we come back prepared with a good disguise," Bellatrix said, her voice low. "You would not want word to get around that you were down there. Nor would you want any of them to be able to follow you home." "You're probably right," Harry agreed. "Maybe another night." On the Monday just over a week after the friendly fire incident, Lily was surprised when Professor Ashworth did not appear at the upper division practice. Instead, Professor Greengrass appeared, announced that Professor Ashworth was taking the night off, and proceeded to take charge of the meeting. It was Pythia's second night at one of the standard practices. She had attended the previous upper division practice and quietly observed the students practice under Harry's supervision. As much as the students liked Pythia, they had found her scrutiny unnerving. This was especially true in the case of James Potter and Sirius Black. Lily, who had taken a liking to Professor Greengrass, had not been uncomfortable. However, she had wondered what the divination professor intended going forward since her health seemed to have improved. "Professor Ashworth has taught you a Suffolk impetition," Pythia explained, her tone more formal than normal. "It is now your job to practice, prepare, and compete. Our first opportunity is the Paris competition. Unfortunately, we are limited to 10 competitors. So, tryouts James Potter asked, sounding resigned. Yes, Pythia confirmed. We will be doing tryouts today with each of you dueling me. But please remember, your tryout performance is not the only deciding factor for who makes the Paris team. We need duelists that complement each other and fit into the competition's senior and junior division slots. At the last practice, I assessed not only your unique strengths, but your capacity to learn and function as a team. There's also the question of how much your parents contributed to the club budget, Lily muttered grumpily to Alice, who nodded angrily. We've got this, Alice told Lily. After all, you're the leader of the club. Lily nodded and grinned, though she did not feel as confident as she thought she should. She recalled to her mind Professor Greengrass's promise that she had a bright future in store. However, Pythia's formal tone at the meeting led Lily to suspect that the divination professor was not handing out bright futures for free. Pythia gone tryouts with one of the younger students and from there worked her way up to older students. The students watching were not quite sure what to make of Pythia as a duelist. With Professor Ashworth's demonstrations, they had become accustomed to a fairly straightforward exchange of spellfire with the quicker duelist or more powerful spellcaster winning. But Pythia's dueling style was entirely different. Her defense maneuvers were counterintuitive. Where others might use a shield, Pythia dodged. Where others would have dodged, she shielded. As for offense, her spells were maddeningly simple. Yet, she could slip her spells past shields and dodges as if she was seeing her opponents move 3 seconds ahead of time. These simple spells were somehow the exact worst spell at the worst moment at the worst place for the students. Lily watched as a stinging hex from Pythia hit a knuckle and triggered a spasm in one of her classmates' hands. He dropped his wand mid-incantation, and Pythia banished the wand across the room before congratulating him on a good tryout. Several students were muttering quietly after watching that duel. Wondering if everyone was equally disconcerted, Lily looked over to where Bellatrix Black was leaning against the wall with studied casualness. Her violet eyes were zeroed in on Professor Greengrass, her lips pursed together contemptuously. Frank Longbottom was on the other side of the room, also leaning against a wall. He was looking solemn and thoughtful. Most of the other students were just standing in a circle around the tryouts, staring haplessly at Pythia's handiwork like Lily and her friend Alice. The notable exception was James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin. They were prowling about the room like wild animals, almost sniffing the air. Watching each tryout duel from another angle. All of them, particularly James, were looking calculating. I wonder if they've come up with a strategy for dealing with her, Alice whispered to Lily. Lily scoffed as another tryout ended with the student failing spectacularly. This isn't a Quidditch game. Dueling is a sport just as much as Quidditch, Alice said. I'm going to compare notes with them. Lily was about to protest any sort of interaction with James Potter and his friends, but then she heard Professor Greengrass call her name. Good luck, Alice whispered before walking toward where the Marauders had taken up their next vantage point. In short order, Lily found herself squaring off with Professor Greengrass. Lily began with one of her carefully rehearsed combinations. Pythia dodged again, and then shielded before hitting Lily with a squirt of water in the eyes. With Lily sputtering and trying to get water out of her eyes, her next combo completely missed her target. When Lily tried casting another combo, Pythia squirted grease onto the floor and negligently shot off a stinging hex that caught Lily in the ankle. Lily jerked involuntarily, slipped on the grease, and landed on her butt just as another stinging hex hit her hand and caused her to drop her wand. Good show. Your combos are very smooth, Pythia said. I can tell you have been working very hard. Feeling humiliated, Lily retreated into the crowd as the next student's tryout began. Alice, who had finished chatting with the Marauders, came and found her. You lasted as long as anyone else and executed your spells better, Alice said comfortingly. She then winked. James made sure his friends knew that. Lily ignored the comment about James. What is their strategy? She asked, glancing toward the Marauders and wondering if they were going to show her up. They wouldn't tell me, Alice replied. But they asked me to experiment by peppering Professor Greengrass with low to medium powered spells. Apparently they have a theory for how she chooses between dodging or shielding. Soon, it was Alice's turn, and Lily watched with interest as Alice's rapid firing of relatively minor repels toward Professor Greengrass resulted in Professor Greengrass repeatedly shielding. After a bit, Professor Greengrass abruptly switched back to a combination of dodging and shielding before Smoot HLY dispatching Alice as she had with others. Alice rejoined Lily, looking cheerful. Well, at least my duel lasted longer than the going average. Yes, Lily said slowly as she watched Remus Lupin square off. He did the opposite of Alice, rapidly firing powerful spells, leading to Professor Greengrass dodging repeatedly. He also lasted longer than the average student, but he could not track Pythia's dodging, which made it harder to anticipate the origin of her attacks, and he soon fell. Sirius Black's duel with Pythia differed from those that had preceded it. Instead of experimenting with one strategy only, he seemed to be testing strategies, and Pythia seemed to be enjoying the opportunity to play with him. However, he was soon defeated and replaced by James Potter. As the last marauder up for a Paris tryout, James seemed to be doing his best to string together a strategy from what the experiments of Alice, Remus, and Sirius had taught those of the crowd who were shrewd onlookers. He began by shooting a powerful and wide blasting hex at Professor Greengrass. As James had apparently expected, she was forced to dodge. The width of the blast forced her dodge to be awkward, and Pythia missed a beat. James took advantage of that missed beat to rapidly fire minor spells toward her before finishing with another wide blast. Again, she awkwardly dodged and was subjected to a barrage of minor spells. Her mouth suddenly a bit grim, Pythia departed from her pattern of shielding for minor spells and dodged. Mid-dodge, she hit James with a blast of ink to the face. While James scrambled to overcome ink on his glasses, Pythia delivered several quick stingers and dispatched him. Everyone quietly agreed that James had done the best so far. Even Lily, feeling the sting of embarrassment, was ready to acknowledge that James and his friends had worked together well. Snape followed James, and he largely copied James's strategy, though he tried to show off with more complicated spells. Apparently not in the mood to do a repeat, Pythia shut him down very quickly, but congratulated him on adopting a good approach. With Snape done, the remainder of students were those older than Lily and her classmates. Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers put on performances that were impressive because of the strength and ferocity of their spells. However, they fared no better than anyone else against Pythia, even if their vigor was impressive. Frank Longbottom also copied James Potter's pattern and found success, except that unlike Snape, he did not try to embellish. Rather, he dumbed it down and rendered an effective, albeit spectacularly boring, performance. At long last, it was Bellatrix's turn. She twisted her lips D-tept into position and drew her wand. Look at her. She's annoyed she even has to try out. Alice whispered to Lily. Lily shrugged. We all know she's the best. I am curious to see what she does. The students all gasped as Bellatrix abruptly swung her wand up and then stabbed it to the ground. A bolt of black lightning struck the floor. An ear-splitting bang sounded, and pure blackness erupted from where the black lighting had struck, blinding everyone with some sort of cloud. A rapid popping sound began echoing through the darkened room. For each pop, a purple sphere of energy appeared and began whizzing around the room frenetically. Several students let out expletives and threw themselves to the ground. Lily, however, was too fascinated to do anything but stand and watch. An eerie silence settled over the great hall as the purple spheres of energy continued to whiz about. Occasionally, one would zoom down and strike the floor, letting out a crackling explosion. However, they never seemed to hit anything. The duel ended when Professor Greengrass abruptly yelled, Petrificus totalis. As the blackness dissipated, the students saw that Pythia had somehow been able to track Bellatrix's position and petrify her. Pythia cancelled the charm on Bellatrix, who used her freedom to scowl at the divination professor. A little outside the box for a dueling tryout, Pythia told Bellatrix dryly. However, I'll give you points for effectiveness and originality. Bellatrix shrugged and walked away. All right, Pythia said. I will be posting the Paris team roster tomorrow. The next and all following upper division practices are mandatory for the Paris team. Those who do not make the Paris team may continue to come to upper division practices, go to lower division practice, or both. It will be up to them to decide what will help them best prepare for the Cape Town and Salem tryouts. If you do not make the Paris team, please do not be discouraged. There will be a few more slots in Cape Town and a lot more slots in Salem. At breakfast the next morning, Lily and Alice were interrupted by Frank Longbottom approaching them and solemnly congratulating Alice. What for? Alice asked. The Paris team is posted, Frank said to Alice. You made it to the junior squad. Really? Alice asked, sounding delighted. Did you see if Lily made it? What about you? Yes, I am going to be captain of the senior squad, Frank said. Thanks for asking. He looked at Lily. I'm sorry. I think I saw your name listed as an alternate. Really? Lily asked, suddenly feeling like she had been punched in the gut. Are you sure? Alice asked. I thought she had a good chance. I could be wrong, Frank admitted hastily. I was mainly looking at the names on my squad. Did you happen to see who was captain of the junior squad? Lily asked, already dreading the answer. Yes, it was James Potter. Suddenly, Lily was not hungry. While Alice attempted to flirt with Frank, Lily used her fork to push the food on her plate around. When Frank finally wandered off, Lily proposed that they go check the team posting themselves. They found the posting on one of the main bulletin boards. Frank had been correct. Lily was an alternate for the junior squad. Lucky five who had beat her out were James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape, and her friend Alice. As for the senior squad, the winners were Frank Longbottom, Bellatrix Black, Lucius Malfoy, and the Lestrange brothers. The alternates were Crabbe and Goyle. I'm in the same category as Crabbe and Goyle, Lily whispered. You're the club president, Alice said firmly. Why you try talking to Professor Ashworth or Professor Greengrass? Maybe I will, Lily said. She began, later that day, with Professor Ashworth and found him in his classroom immediately after a lesson. Hello, Lily, he said smiling as he greeted her. Has Pythia decided the teams yet? Yes, Lily said slowly, realizing that Professor Ashworth was not the decision maker. I'm going to be an alternate on the junior squad. Lily thought she detected Harry's face fall for a split second, but he was soon smiling. You're going to do great, he said reassuringly. And, if you think it might help, I can take time to give you some personal lessons. I have more free time these days. Professor Greengrass has been able to step up lately and do more of the dueling club work. I'd appreciate that very much, Lily said, suddenly feeling excited. Could I stop by as early as Friday night? Harry wrinkled his brow. What about tonight or tomorrow night? Or Thursday? I still want to go to all the practices, Lily said. Right, Harry said. I think I could take an early dinner and squeeze you in on Friday night. Although grateful to Professor Ashworth for the opportunity presented, Lil Y still felt the motivation to go confront Professor Greengrass. She said goodbye to Harry and proceeded to the divination classroom, where she found Professor Greengrass sipping tea. On the table, a teacup and saucer awaited Lily. You're about 5 minutes later than I expected, Pythia observed calmly. I guess you know why I'm here, Lily sighed as she sat down and helped herself to the tea. Pythia smiled apologetically. Sorry. But why? Lily asked. Well, do you want sugarcoating or do you want the honest truth? The truth, but a side of sugar would be appreciated. Pythia shrugged. The thing is, at the tryouts last night, Mr. Potter showed ingenuity and leadership. Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, and your close friend bought into that ingenuity and worked together. Even Mr. Snape, who hates Mr. Potter, recognized a viable strategy. When I saw that, I said to myself that we have a team. As for the sugarcoating, you are equally or more talented than everyone on the junior squad. You have shown organizational leadership. You are just not the best pick for the starting team at Paris. I want you there, though. Being an alternate is a real duty, and you may be needed. I want you to take it seriously. Really? Lily said morosely. What about Crabbe and Goyle? We both know they have no skills. Pythia laughed. Their parents are paying for everyone else to travel to Paris. Their inclusion is the price we must pay. And I do not see much of a team for the senior squad, Lily said. Frank Longbottom is a team player, but all the rest are not going to work with anyone else as a team. I am trusting that Miss Black has the sheer power and talent to carry all of them over the finish line, Pythia said dryly. At least as far as any team events go. Sadly, my discretion for the senior squad was more limited. I see, Lily said. She had emptied her teacup and was now fiddling with it. What do I need to do to make the team for Cape Town? Still be in the club, Pythia said, grinning slyly. We will have more slots, even if I decide to keep all the Paris team on for Cape Town. I suppose you will want me to demonstrate more teamwork, Lily muttered. It was not that she did not believe in teamwork. At this point, it was that James Potter was the captain of the squad. I can put aside my differences and be civil to Mr. Potter, she promised Pythia. That's great. But what if you were to also shoot higher? Pythia suggested. What do you mean? Try cozying up to Miss Black, Pythia said, winking at Lily. When Bellatrix wandered into the Great Hall for the next upper division practice, she found that a number of parents were also attending. Her eyelashes flickered with surprise when she spotted what looked like her father and uncle chatting with some other parents. She was about to go over and ask them what they were doing, but was interrupted by somebody's stuffy voice. Where have you been? Frank Longbottom asked. Bellatrix turned around and arched an eyebrow at Frank Longbottom. Excuse me. Quote. You're late for practice, Frank pointed out. Who died and put you in charge? I'm the captain of the squad, Frank explained. What squad? The senior squad for the Paris team. You did know that you made the team, right? Bellatrix shrugged. And what Arlie? We need to practice, Frank said. I already practiced, Bellatrix said, suddenly feeling an overwhelming compulsion to torment Frank. It looked like Frank was about to explode, but Bellatrix was saved from his wrath by Lily Evans, who had walked up and interjected herself into the conversation. Frank, I noticed that you have an uneven number of members on your team. Would it help if I went through the drills with Bellatrix while you focus on your other teammates? Then you can bring it all together toward the end. Yeah, Frank said, launching into an explanation of what he wanted out of Bellatrix. Bellatrix wandered away from both Lily and Frank and approached the group of parents. She caught her father's eye. And he disengaged from the group to approach his eldest daughter. Congratulations on making the team, Cygnus said, smiling warmly. It is too bad your uncle and I had to hear about you and Sirius making the team from Malfoy, though. It's not that big of a deal, Bellatrix said. Why are you all here? It seems Malfoy and his friends are helping finance the whole operation, Cygnus said. Once the teams were announced, he thought it might be a good idea to come see how things are going. He thought it would be nice to make a parents' night out of it. Then why are you here? I did not hear about you or Uncle Orion sponsoring us. Cygnus laughed. I think Malfoy is hoping that your uncle will be convinced to throw in some money after the fact. Bellatrix shrugged. She was not sure what else to say and was rescued from having to say anything when Lily Evans approached. I'll let you get back to practice, Cygnus said, nodding toward Lily, who was waiting expectantly. Bellatrix turned toward Lily as Cygnus rejoined the parent group. I've already practiced, she told Lily. I was hoping you could help me, Lily said. I did not make the team and was wondering if you could give me some pointers. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes. Please, Lily asked. Fine. Your Ashworth fellow is a slippery one, isn't he? Moody grumbled as he stood with Profe. Sir Dumbledore in the Great Hall watching the first official dueling practice for the Paris team. As I recall, you were the one who sent him my way, Albus observed dryly. And you are the one that let him start marshalling an army under your nose. Moody clapped back. And then, when I show up to look into the business, he does not bother to show up to the practice. He's dodging my scrutiny. Professor Dumbledore shrugged skeptically. It so happens that Professor Greengrass has stepped up since we were able to acquire her basilisk bone to treat her condition. Maybe Ashworth is taking a well-deserved night off. Doesn't his absence tend to show that he is not as invested in this as you fear? No, it proves it, Moody said vehemently. He doesn't care if they win at any competition. All he cares about is having an army. He already has that. Dumbledore shook his head, though his eyes twinkled. I asked Greengrass about Ashworth and pointed out that this looks like an army. She insists. They are merely hoping to earn participation trophies. No, this is an army, Moody insisted. He nodded toward the various parents who were huddled together chatting or watching their children. You cannot tell me that crowd is innocent. They're funding the army. Dumbledore chuckled. They're just parents excited to see their children compete, Alistair. They feel flattered that their children are on the school's team. Then why are there no Potters or Longbottoms? Moody demanded. I see Malfoy, Blacks, Lestrange, Crabs, and Goyles over there. They are not a good sort. They are paying for this, and they are thrilled. Surely there is an ulterior motive. I'll keep watching, Albus said. By the time Bellatrix was able to escape from the clutches of Lily Evans and then Frank Longbottom, the practice had ended. She was grumpily making her way to the Slytherin dungeon when she was waylaid in a dimly lit corridor. Hello, there, Miss Black, said a wizard, stepping out from an alcove, in which he had been leaning against the wall. Bellatrix stopped in her tracks, her hand ready to draw her wand. She relaxed only slightly when she saw that the wizard was Reinhard Lestrange, the father of the Lestrange brothers. He had been one of the parents who attended the dueling club practice. Are you lost? Bellatrix asked. I thought the parental cohort had already departed. We've been meeting with Professors Dumbledore and Greengrass to discuss logistics and accommodations for the Paris expedition, Lestrange said silkily. I was just on my way out of the castle. I see, Bellatrix said, though she did not. If he was being truthful about his reasons for lingering, the fact remained that this part of the castle was out of his way. She continued staring at him expectantly. Though, if I am being honest, I was hoping to stumble across you while I was here, Lestrange explained. After all, you're the most talented and powerful witch of your generation. Your reputation is well known. And, don't you think you're wasting your time here at Hogwarts? Intrigued, Bellatrix wondered if he was ready to make a recruitment pitch. She opted to respond as if she was naive and ambitious but savvy enough to play hard to get. What do you think I should do instead of attending Hogwarts? She asked, arching both her eyebrows. The times are changing, Miss Black, Lestrange explained. Alliances are being made that are going to have a major effect on the future of our world. If you were to get in on the bottom floor right now, you would come out on top by the time when a low T of your classmates would only be hoping to get a foot in the door. What alliance are you offering? Bellatrix asked. Well, first, an alliance with the Lestrange family, perhaps even through marriage to one of my sons. Neither of them are my type, Bellatrix said, barely hiding a smirk at the idea that the Lestranges thought their sons were in her league. Do not obfuscate. As a daughter of a pureblood house, you know the key to any proper marriage is the alliance, the power, and opportunities it could bring, Lestrange said quietly, apparently overlooking any insult to his sons. You can find romantic satisfaction elsewhere. He eyed her figure appraising Ly, making no attempt to conceal his interest. As old and well-known as the Lestrange family is, Bellatrix said curtly, I am still not sure what an alliance with it can offer me beyond the average pureblood connections that the Blacks already possess. We have fresh, powerful, and active alliances, Lestrange said in a low, silky voice. Meanwhile, the House of Black's connections are as stale as it is ancient. Your mother and aunt desperately try to nurse old alliances and build prestige while your uncle, your father, and old Malfoy nurse butterbeers and play cards. And let us not forget that you are merely the niece of the current Lord Black. Unless you are prepared to marry your cousin and endure his connections to the Potters and his other friends. Being a Black does not give you much power or prestige. You're using a lot of nice adjectives, Bellatrix observed dryly. How about spelling things out more clearly? Changes are coming. You will not want to be on the wrong side of history. What kind of changes? Lestrange looked up and down the hall furtively before answering. The kind that only purebloods like you and me can truly appreciate. It is time that the ministry be restored to respecting the ancient and noble families and be redirected to putting witches and wizards first. I see, Bellatrix said. I suppose an alliance could be beneficial on the right terms. But until I am of age, there is not much I can do, unless you are wanting to discuss alliance matters with my uncle. No need to rush, Lestrange said quickly. But am I correct that your birthday is coming soon? Yes, Bellatrix said, winking as she prepared to end the conversation and move along to her destination. I'm sure I'll see you in Paris soon. Lord Lestrange. Having used another nightclub to catch up with grading and lesson planning, Harry retired to his living quarters to relax. He was in front of the fire, sipping a cup of cocoa when Bellatrix burst into the room. She snapped the door shut behind her and leaned back against it, letting out a heavy breath. despite having only the flickering light from the fireplace with which to see. Harry thought he could sense disquiet on Bellatrix's face. It is kind of late for a social call, Harry observed, giving her the option to either snark back at him or spill whatever was on her mind. He raised his mug and took a sip. Guess who just propositioned me? Bellatrix demanded. Harry choked on his hot chocolate. What? Lestrange. Oh, well, I told you that you married Rodolphus in my timeline, Harry reminded her. No, I am talking about old geezer Lestrange. Are you serious? Harry asked, feeling confused. How did that happen? What was he doing here? He and some of the parents showed up for practice tonight, Bellatrix explained as she moved across the room and helped herself to an armchair next to Harry. He ambushed me later. And Tree. D to get you in a broom closet or something? Harry asked, feeling outraged and wondering if they should make a report to the authorities. No, Bellatrix said, waving her hand dismissively. She folded her arms and recounted the conversation to Harry. Interesting, Harry observed as he put down his mug. So basically, you drop out of school after your 17th birthday, marry Rodolphus, become Reinhard's concubine, and be on his Death Eater downline. Bellatrix looked into the crackling fire and sneered derisively. Several moments passed while they both studied the flames, with Bellatrix occasionally sneaking sideways glances at Harry, who had the uncomfortable feeling that she might attempt yet another marriage proposal. To Harry's relief, she did not. Could it be that what he was talking about was the arrangement in your timeline? She asked, her voice faint. I don't know, Harry said. I had never heard of Reinhard Lestrange before meeting him when he came here with Abraxas Malfoy. As for your marriage, a lot of us wondered if maybe you and the Dark Lord were an item of some sort, if that was even possible. It sounds like he is running recruitment for the Dark Lord, Bellatrix opined. Maybe he is the Dark Lord in disguise. Harry twisted his lips thoughtfully. I don't see him being the Dark Lord in disguise. I think I would have sensed that or recognized his mannerisms. It is more likely that he is just recruiting, though not even that feels quite right. The more I think about it, the more I realize that the Dark Lord did not really have Death Eaters who were part of that generation. Yes, clearly the strategy is to recruit young and dumb followers, Bellatrix observed. Reinhard was perhaps a school friend, Harry mused, setting down his mug of cocoa and steepling his fingers. Yet, nothing I know indicates that the Dark Lord kept contact with school connections after leaving Hogwarts. I wonder if it would be worth attempting to find out who the Dark Lord's friends were while here at Hogwarts. Bellatrix shrugged and began drumming her fingers on the armrests. I will watch for any opportunities to ask about the Dark Lord's Hogwarts friends. Of course, I will be subtle, she said judiciously. I will also plan on flirting with that manky wizard when we reach Paris. You don't have to do that, Harry said, feeling repulsed by the thought. It will be harmless, Bellatrix said. Though, maybe you had better plan on being on standby. Speaking of which, I had an idea for when we go pub crawling tomorrow night. It could help us in Nocturne Alley. I don't recall inviting you on any additional pub crawls, Harry said, frowning. No need to ask, Bellatrix said reassuringly as she stood. Bring a grungy disguise. I've already got mine. It was quite late on Friday evening when Harry donned some of his less elegant attire, used some spells to alter his face, and picked his way down to the front gate of Hogwarts. He had signed and brought a permission form for Bellatrix, but was hoping he might be able to slip away without her. At the gate, he found someone waiting for him, but she did not look like Bellatrix. Instead of a pale raven-haired beauty with a sharp face, he found a mature-looking brunette with an unexceptional hairstyle donned in nondescript clothing. Harry's assumption that it was Bellatrix was confirmed when he spied the oath bracelet on her wrist. What took you so long? Bellatrix demanded as soon as Harry had drawn close enough to her to have a conversation. I was giving Lily Evans extra training for the dueling club. She's heartbroken over not making the team, Harry explained as he eyed Bellatrix's disguise appreciatively. Bellatrix frowned as she fiddled with the bracelet and made it disappear. Extra training. Yes, like tutoring. Shall we go? Having successfully kept a low profile and avoided any untoward incident, Harry and Bellatrix were soon situated at a pub in Nocturne Alley. Harry was Observing the clientele and activities while Bellatrix was grudgingly sipping the butterbeer Harry had ordered for her instead of the fire whiskey she had wanted. It is different here, Harry said quietly. This is their home, Bellatrix said, nodding toward where a couple of grungy-looking wizards were chatting as they ate dinner. The bartender topped off their drinks and exchanged grunts with the wizards. Even if they do not sleep here, you can safely assume they eat all their meals here. Such is the way of some of the lower classes. Harry arched his eyebrow at her snobbery, but at least accepted her point of information. So this would be a good place for recruiting, perhaps. It is a central location for dissatisfied and seedy members of society, he mused. Likely so, Bellatrix agreed as she gave up on the butterbeer and fished in the clutter on their table to find a deck of cards. She handed it to Harry. Try a Scourgify on that and pass out the cards so it looks like we're playing. Harry complied with Bellatrix's suggestion, but his mind was still on the task at hand. On the other hand, this place is insular. It would be hard for a recruiter to break into their ranks. You mean harder for spies like us? Bellatrix said. I am guessing the recruiter is going to already be a member of the clique or have bona fides. Yes, Harry said, dealing out the cards and then randomly placing cards face up and face down on the table. And of course, there is always the Imperious Curse. Bellatrix eyed the cards Harry had dealt her. What is this game supposed to be? Harry shrugged. I thought we were only pretending to play. Maybe you could have pretended a little harder, Bellatrix sighed, setting down her hand and going back to the butterbeer. I am thinking that to get anywhere in a place like this, we would have to create identities, invest time, and become part of the community, Harry speculated. Since we do not have time to do that and since any Death Tours recruited from around here are going to be small potatoes, I am prepared to move on to other pursuits. I see no problems with your logic, Bellatrix said, idly flipping over cards. Although it would not hurt if we just hung around to see comings and goings. The locals might start to question our presence. But if I were to dress a little less decently, they might be led to assume that I am a harmless lady of business. Let's just focus on Malfoy and the Lestranges for now, Harry said decisively. Do you know what else we should do for now? What? We should be practicing our own dueling skills, Bellatrix pointed out. If you can take time to help Lily Evans improve, you can certainly spare time for one-on-one sessions with me. You seem pretty good, already, though. And I am not too shabby myself, Harry said. Not anxious to engage in duels with Bellatrix. It was one thing to duel her at the tryouts and in club demonstrations. However, he did not feel excited about the opportunity of dueling her in less formal and he did not want to be pushed to the limit with her. Which is why you won the war against the Dark Lord in your timeline. Oh, wait, Bellatrix said, putting her hand to her mouth thoughtfully as if she was trying to remember something. Harry glared at her but then smoothed his face. If your grades in my class are any indication of how well you are doing in other classes, I am thinking you do not have room to add more to your plate. Employers care about NEWTs and OWLs, Bellatrix pointed out. If homework is helpful, I do it. Otherwise, no busywork. A prodigy, I see. Harry sighed. Yes, that was not a compliment. I'll take it as such. Anyway, Bellatrix said. Let's plan on a practice duel with each other where we test each other's limits. We can then critique each other. Harry was reluctant, but he knew she was right. He needed to practice. Although things were quiet at the moment, there was no way he could defeat Lord Voldemort without some amount of fighting. Teaching the dueling club had kept him from becoming too rusty, but it had not sharpened his edge. Fine. We can do it. Tomorrow, Harry conceded. Shall we meet at my office? I'm not going to hold back, Bellatrix warned Harry. I don't think your office is large enough for a proper duel. We need somewhere bigger. What if we did it in the Chamber of Secrets? It is big and an interesting place to practice, Harry mused. But it so happens that I know of a place that would work out better. Darkness Beneath the Moon. A.N. Many thanks for your reviews. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 9. Darkness Beneath the Moon. As he ushered Bellatrix into the room of requirement, Harry observed that the room had far exceeded his expectations. Inns. Instead of a mere practice room like the one Dumbledore's army had used in his 5th year as a Hogwarts student, the room had morphed into something like a small movie set depicting an old English village. Down the center of the room, our village, ran a small cobblestone pathway mimicking a main thoroughfare. On one side of the mock road sat a couple of small Tudor-style homes. Their interiors, though well furnished, were small. A couple of storefronts sat on the other side of the road. Strips of fake woodland ran behind the houses and stores. As he shut the door behind them, Harry grinned at Bellatrix, who had been staring at the interior of the room with widened eyes. I told you that this room would work. Bellatrix tightened her jaw and narrowed her eyes. She had tried to convince him to the practice duel in the Chamber of Secrets, but Harry had steadfastly insisted that the room of requirement would be better. As far as Harry knew, Bellatrix was still harvesting the basilisk carcass. It is all right for our purposes, she admitted grudgingly. More like perfect, Harry insisted, grinning slyly at her. He could see that she was secretly impressed. Bellatrix ignored Harry's comment and brushed past him, walking up the fake street until she was in the center of the 4-building village. She turned slowly in a circle, drinking in her surroundings with discerning eyes. Finally, she turned her focus back to Harry. What kind of game do you want to play? Game. Do you think we're going to stand here in the middle of the street and fight when we have a mock village to use? Of course not. Harry snapped back as he realized that by using the word game, Bellatrix was talking about the potential the room afforded for real-life roleplay. Do you want to be the offense or defense? Bellatrix pursed her lips thoughtfully. Defense. I will pretend to be a key ministry official just coming home from a long day at work. You can be a minion of the Dark Lord assigned to capture me. The winner is the one who subdues the other. Okay, Harry said, a little bit surprised by her ability to come up with an imaginative scenario so quickly. Which house is yours? Bellatrix frowned. Didn't the Dark Lord tell you? Obviously not, Harry said dryly. Not my problem, Bellatrix said, shrugging. Go pick a corner of the room to start from and then wait 10 minutes. About 20 minutes later, Harry was concealed in one of the fake stores trying to decide which house Bellatrix had picked. Given that he could see lights and movement in both, it seemed she had taken street Eps to make it appear that both were occupied. Not willing to waste dueling practice time on mind games with her, Harry randomly picked one of the houses. Stealthily, he exited the fake store from the back and crept around to the corner nearest the road. He peeked around the corner and flicked his holly and phoenix feather wand 3 times. 3 fireballs exploded in front of the houses, and Harry darted across the miniature street toward the side of one of the houses, hoping that the fireballs would draw Bellatrix's attention for even as little as a split second. As soon as he was up against the house wall, he vanished one of the windows and climbed through, finding himself in a mock kitchen. It was empty. Seeing a steep staircase leading up to the 2nd floor, Harry cast a silencing harm on the staircase and leapt up the stairs, 2 at a time. He found himself in a short hallway with 3 closed doors. Harry rapidly cast a bevy of silencing charms and then locking and sticking charms on 2 of the 3 doors. He then went into the remaining door and found an empty child's bedroom with a small bed and toy chest. Ascertaining that Bellatrix was not in the room, Harry exited and used charms to seal the room off before removing the charms on the next door. It turned out to be a bathroom and was empty. Harry then proceeded to the last room and found that it was the master suite. There was a bathroom inside, and the shower was running. Harry's surprise at hearing the shower cost him a precious second of distraction. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Bellatrix materialized. With something resembling a karate chop, she knocked the wand out of Harry's hand before darting behind him where she began an attempt to strangle Harry, her hands around his neck. Harry was furious, but mainly at himself. An almost 17-year-old witch had gotten the drop on him. And of all people, it was Bellatrix. The rational part of Harry's brain knew that she was not the same Bellatrix who had killed Sirius and tortured many others. But, alongside the memory of her kneeling and swearing allegiance came many other memories of having fought the other Bellatrix. Anger stirred in Harry's breast. And suddenly energy coursed through him. Although Bellatrix had at least an inch more height than him, Harry had some muscle mass and a wiry frame. Bellatrix was a bit underdeveloped, and at bulk she had consisted only of soft curves. Harry dropped to his knees and pulled Bellatrix forward. She flipped over Harry and slammed into the floor in front of him, releasing the stranglehold on Harry's neck. In vain. She tried to scratch at his face as she twisted around to face him. Harry tried to break free from Bellatrix's clawing so that he could either draw his other wand or grab the wand she had knocked from his hands. But he was having trouble repelling her attacks. It was at this point that his temper boiled over. He pulled back his arm and let his fist fly, propelling it past Bellatrix's clawing attacks and punching Bellatrix squarely in the face. As Bellatrix let out a gasp and reflexively brought her hands to her face, Harry broke free and retrieved his wand. He cast a stunner toward Bellatrix. But she had already drawn her wand and erected a shield. They then proceeded to exchange spellfire for a few moments before Bellatrix was able to work her way toward the bedroom window. Once at the window, she lit the bed on fire. It exploded with billowing flames. As Harry shielded his face from the flames and cast a spell to quench them, Bellatrix vanished the window and jumped out, casting a cushioning charm on the ground. Her landing was not smooth. She wasted seconds scrambling to her feet, and Harry was able to get to the window while she was still in sight. Really zinged at Bell to run around the corner of one of the stores and that his stunner would only hit a cobblestone. Harry switched and let loose a blasting curse. As expected, Bellatrix was already around the corner by the time the curse caught up to her position. However, as Harry had calculated, the blasting curse hit the stone. Debris exploded, and Bellatrix yelped, signaling that she had been hit. Harry followed her example and jumped out of the window, landing on a cushioning charm. Harry was not sure how effective his hit with the blasting curse had been, but when he next encountered and cornered Bellatrix, he noted that she was limping. He was beginning to think that maybe they should call a draw for now, but Bellatrix persevered, letting off a flurry of offensive spells and shielding Harry's own attacks. Bellatrix was slippery, but Harry was wearing her down. He was not only outlasting her stamina but also scoring the occasional minor hit on her. Eventually, she opted to go all in and use a physical attack on Harry since it was the only strategy that had worked well against him. The attack came as Harry was sneaking through the wooded area behind the fake houses. Bellatrix dropped from a tree, landing on Harry. However, Harry had learned his lesson and wasted no time dropping to the ground and employing measures to throw Bellatrix off his back. When that did not work, Harry switched tactics. Instead of trying to escape, he made himself the aggressor. They wrestled on the ground with neither able to get the upper hand or escape the other. Only after he placed his hands on Bellatrix's throat did she abruptly go limp. "You win," she grunted. "I'm not about to let you leave bruises on my neck. But it is okay if I have bruises on my neck, apparently," Harry groaned as he rolled onto his back and let out a deep sigh. Unbidden, reclining couches appeared, and Harry climbed onto the one closest to him. "You could have surrendered at that moment," Bellatrix pointed out as she picked herself up and laid down on her own couch. "Instead you punched me in the face. Now I am going to have a black eye." Harry winced guiltily. "Sorry. What about your limp?" "That, too," Bellatrix sighed. They remained on the couches, catching their breaths and resting for about half an hour before Harry broke the silence. "Well, this was your idea. What do you want to do now?" "Ideally, we will discuss the fight and critique each other," Bellatrix replied. "Then, we can set up the next scenario or practice new spells and strategies. But that will all have to wait, I think. We need to patch ourselves up. And I don't know about you, but I need to focus on preparing for Paris." "Seems like you are already prepared for Paris," Harry said wryly. "Tell that to Stuffy Longbottom and Perky Evans." At the staff meeting just a couple of days before the Paris tournament, Harry and Pythia negotiated coverage of their classes. Pythia had more success since divination was viewed as an easy class. Fortunately for Harry, Professor Dumbledore volunteered to cover the slots for which nobody else volunteered. The headmaster then steered conversation to the rest of the agenda. One of the items of business was Madame Pomfrey listing off students she had recently treated, including Bellatrix Black. She claimed to have had a potions brewing accident. Madame Pomfrey harumphed after describing Bellatrix's black eye and limp. It is possible for a potion's accident to cause such injuries if the mixture explodes, Professor Slughorn opined. Though, Miss Black has not been doing much homework of late. So, I am wondering why she would have been brewing a potion. The staff then went off topic and discussed Bellatrix in general. The conclusion of those present, aside from Harry and Pythia, was that Bellatrix was a troubled prodigy on the verge of peaking and failing to assimilate into society. A couple of professors volunteered to speak with contacts at the ministry about work-s. 2D internships so that she could be simultaneously challenged and assimilated into the workforce. After the meeting, Professor Dumbledore led Harry and Pythia to his office where they finished discussing the details of the trip. Pythia reported on her coordination with the parents who were providing funding. Some of the parents wanted to personally escort their children to Paris and meet us at the tournament after some sightseeing. Pythia said, I told them I would check with you. However, I would prefer that the team travel together. I am aiming for cohesion. I think you are right, Professor Dumbledore said, nodding with approval. The alternative the parents have already proposed is that the students leave for Paris earlier in the morning. Then we can all squeeze in some sightseeing in between our arrival in Paris and the opening dinner of the tournament. If they are going to foot the bill, then I have no objection, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling. Clutching a clipboard in one hand and a self-inking quill in the other, Lily watched Bellatrix exit the castle in the dark hours of the morning and approach the area where 5 of the school's thestral pulled or so see. Old horseless carriages were being loaded. Luggage? Lily inquired as Bellatrix came within earshot. Bellatrix nodded toward her mini traveling trunk, hovering just behind her. Right, Lily said officiously, checking Bellatrix off on the list and notating the presence of her luggage. I assume you have your wand. Bellatrix glared at Lily. Just checking, Lily said, gesturing over toward Crabbe and Goyle. They forgot. Which carriage, please? We were thinking of using the 5th one there for luggage. So, why don't you put your trunk in it and pick one of the other 4 to ride in? I'll keep my carry-on with me, Bellatrix said before walking toward the carriages. As she retreated, Lily wondered if Bellatrix had ever flown with a Muggle airline. In short order, all students, their luggage, and their wands were present and noted on Lily's clipboard. Malfoy, the Lestrange brothers, Crabbe, and Goyle insisted on squeezing into one carriage with each other. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin took another carriage. Alice and Frank claimed a carriage and were compelled to share it with Severus Snape when he was denied admittance to the Malfoy Lestrange carriage. Bellatrix, in her precocious manner, slipped into Harry and Pythia's carriage, acting as if she was their equal. This left Lily in a quandary. Part of her felt she should be with Alice and Severus. But an other part of her felt like that as club president, she was entitled as much as anyone to ride with the professors. Lily's internal conflict was put to an end when Pythia stuck her head out of the car carriage window and called for Lily to join them. Thrilled, Lily accepted the invitation. While she was climbing into the carriage, Professor Dumbledore arrived to see them off. The headmaster cast spells on the carriages to help them fly and avoid the notice of Muggles. He then spoke with the house elves assigned to drive the carriages and manage the Thestrals before saying farewell and wishing good luck to the team and its coaches. While Pythia and Lily chattered about the tournament schedule and plans, Harry fell asleep. When he awoke, he found that Bellatrix was dozing with her head resting on his arm. Pythia and Lily were still conversing, but Lily was shooting Bellatrix dirty glances when she thought Harry was not looking. Pythia was smirking at Harry whenever Lily was not looking. RRY was still debating whether Bellatrix was asleep or faking when Pythia announced that the carriages were about to land in Paris at Place Cachet. Bellatrix woke up after the carriages had landed and everyone had begun bustling around to exit carriages and fetch luggage. Soon, Pythia was leading the Hogwarts team through Place Cachet toward a side street on which the Hotel Diavon was located. There, Reinhard Lestrange had made lodging arrangements for the entire team. When they arrived, Harry was surprised to find that the Hotel Diavon was more like a townhouse mansion Thasual Silky Manor. Reinhard Lestrange graciously welcomed the Hogwarts contingent and ushered the students into a dining room for breakfast. While the students worked their way through the buffet line, Lestrange showed Ari and Pythia a list of the rooms they could use for students and professors. After Pythia thanked him for his generosity, Reinhard summarized the sightseeing plans, explaining that the other parents had gone ahead. After breakfast, the first item on the itinerary was the Eiffel Tower. There, the Hogwarts team, coaches, and Reinhard Lestrange rendezvoused with Abraxas Malfoy, Orion and Cygnus Black, the Crobs, and the Goyles. From there, the combined group followed a grueling schedule, resting only for lunch at a Parisian cafe. In the afternoon, at the Louvre, the group splintered as the Y branched out and visited different exhibits. When it was time for them to go to their next stop, they reassembled and waited for each other near the Louvre's entrance. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Lily took it upon herself to note the obvious. We're missing Bellatrix, Lily informed Pythia and Harry after consulting her clipboard. And also Abraxas, Orion, and Cygnus, Reinhard Lestrange added. Speaking for the adult contingent. Could they have gone off together? Pythia asked. Maybe, Harry said, sounding doubtful. Why don't you all go ahead? I'll look for Bellatrix and any of the rest and meet you up at the next stop. Quote. Yes, let's do that, Pythia said as Reinhard showed Harry the itinerary and told him how he could catch up. Soon, the group was departing the Louvre without Harry and the missing members. Instead of immediately going back into the exhibit halls to look for Bellatrix, Harry waited and watched the group depart from the Louvre. In particular, Harry ensured T. Had Reinhard Lestrange and his sons had left and were on their way. In short order, Harry found Bellatrix asleep on a bench. She was attracting disgusted looks from tourists. Either they could not fathom her apparent disdain for some of the world's greatest art, or perhaps they were angry that she was taking up the entire bench. Harry poked Bellatrix's shoulder, and she opened eyes that did not look very sleepy. Oh, no, Professor. Did I fall asleep and force you to volunteer to come and find me while the rest of the group went on without us? Good job, Harry said dryly. It looks like we're the only ones left behind. Except maybe your father, uncle, and Mr. Malfoy. Nobody could find them before the group moved on. They should have tried the shot glass section of the gift shop, Bellatrix said, faking a yawn and sitting up. Now, are you going to tell me the purpose of this elaborate charade? I want to look at one of the exhibits more closely, Harry revealed. You could have done that without this shenanigan, Bellatrix said, rolling her eyes. Without Lestrange and his sons watching us, Harry clarified. I see. But first, Harry said, I wonder if you could tell me, from a pureblood perspective, why Reinhard Lestrange is so interested in this place. Because it is rich and stuffy, Bellatrix said contemptuously, as she stood and put on an excessive show of stretching. No, really. This is a Muggle museum. Why are we here? Do you really think Muggles did all this art without some magic? Wouldn't it still be considered inferior to what a wizard or witch could do? Harry pressed, gesturing toward where he wanted to walk. I mean, the paintings at Hogwarts move around. Well, yes, Bellatrix agreed, looking at some of the paintings for the first time as they began to walk through the museum. But then she pointed to a display of jewelry. On the other hand, Muggles have been known to snatch up magical objects and put them on display, not knowing what they really are. That is what I feared, Harry said grimly. He led Bellatrix to another room. In the center of the room, a large and well-protected glass case housed a stone bowl. Harry guided Bellatrix toward the display. Reinhard Lestrange and his sons spent a lot of time eyeing this exhibit, Harry told Bellatrix. In fact, they were in this room for nearly the entire time the group was at this museum. Bellatrix eyed the bowl. And you're wondering if it is a magical artifact. She then pointed to the plaque and description of the exhibit. Bowl of Astaroth. Phoenician. Well, the label suggests that it is magical. Obviously. I was wondering if we could determine for ourselves whether it is magical. Bellatrix peered at the bowl, pressing her nose right up to the glass. It has marquee NGS that I would deem as being magical or having magical importance. If you were in the market for ancient magical Phoenician artifacts, this would appear to fit the bill. But can you confirm that it is a magical artifact? Not without touching it and casting some spells. Do you want to try to get it out of the case while everyone is watching? No, Harry muttered. We can come back. Why is it important? I have a hunch that the Dark Lord is eyeing this as a potential horcrux, Harry whispered. Or he thinks it can be used for something special. Either way, the Lestranges are likely tasked with obtaining it for him. As soon as they found out that Paris was one of the tournaments, they joined the dueling club. That only partially makes sense, Bellatrix countered as she and Harry wandered away from the display case and took a position on the perimeter of the room. If he wants it for a horcrux, why bother? He could make a horcrux from a muggle toaster. Or a rock. So that kills your horcrux theory. As for the bowl being special, it is unlikely, even if it is a magical object. Old is not always valuable. Surely some other wizard or witch would have snatched it if it had value. The thing about Tom Riddle, Harry said quietly, is that he has a tendency to become fixated on items. Items, like serial killer trophies, are things that he thinks will give him an advantage, Harry explained. Maybe things that are sentimental. Bellatrix raised her eyebrows. Sentimental. Do you know of any connection between him and the bowl? I thought he was raised in our country. No. So I suppose it is more likely he thinks the bowl has its own value. Well, what do you want to do about it? Bellatrix asked, yawning. I'll think about it, Harry said. Maybe we can sneak back in here later. Let's see if we can catch up with the group. How about we just go back to the Hotel Diavon and tell the group we could not find them? Bellatrix proposed. I want a nap if we're going to be creeping around here later. She's become quite the little martinet, hasn't she? Sirius said to James and Remus, nodding toward Lily Evans, who was brandishing her clipboard and speaking wit. Professor Greengrass in concerned and urgent tones about the missing members of their group. She's only an alternate. So, she is embracing her role as the club leader and trying to fit in with the professors, Remus observed sagely. She has always been a little bit of a teacher's pet, James said fondly. It's annoying, Sirius grumbled. You're just angry that she's monopolizing Professor Greengrass, James teased. I wonder where Bellatrix and Professor Ashworth went, though. They should have caught up by now. I am guessing they went back to the Hotel Diavon, Sirius said. Or at least that's where we'll find Bellatrix. It would be just like her to decide she is sick of Muggle Paris and go back without telling anybody. For all we know, Professor Ashworth is still searching the Louvre. It appeared that Sirius was partially correct. When the group arrived back at the Hotel Diavon and walked into one of the main sitting rooms, they found Professor Ashworth chatting and laughing with Orion Black, Cygnus Black, and Abraxas Malfoy. They were sitting around a table and playing cards. Lily made a beeline over to Professor Ashworth with Professor Greengrass following at a more casual pace. Were you able to find Bellatrix? Lily asked. Where were you? Why didn't you catch up with us? I did find Bellatrix, Harry responded. I glance at Pythia. She was feeling fatigued, and I thought it would be a good idea to bring her back here to rest. This is where I found the rest of us. He gestured to the Blacks and Malfoy. Sorry about that, old boy, Malfoy said, winking at Reinhard Lestrange, who had also made his way over to catch up on the status of the missing group members. We're getting older, you know. He winked at Harry, not doing much to hide the gesture from anybody else. I assure you, no harm done, Reinhard said, his naturally silky voice making it difficult to gauge his sincerity. Although the tournament organizers had billed Paris as being the host city, it turned out that it was only the location for lodging and tournament business. Competitors, coaches, and spectators were directed to use special portkey stations set up in place cachet to take them to a dueling arena in rural France, where the tournament's events would occur. Still trying to wake up from too deep of a nap, Bellatrix allowed herself to be guided and jostled toward the portkey station with the rest of the team and their chaperones. Vaguely, she noticed that Lily Evans and Frank Longbottom were pushing everyone along while Professors Ashworth and Greengrass meandered behind the group, chatting with each other. Behind them, the various parents followed. One portkey ride later, Bellatrix was standing outside of a medium-sized outdoor arena. She walked through the gates with the rest of the team to find that the tournament organizers had set up massive buffet tables on the arena's floor. Competitors and others were helping themselves and then moving to the spectator seats where they could sit and eat. The Hogwarts team promptly lined up for the buffet. Bellatrix eyed the food with a discerning, almost disdainful eye as she waited for Sirius and James to finish piling their plates with firsts, second, thirds, and fourths and get out of her way. She was about to offer an acerbic comment, when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Harry stiffen. Immediately, forgetting her post-nap fog and James and serious boorish behavior, Bellatrix maneuvered herself to be next to Harry in the food line. What do you see? She asked. The proud sons of Durmstrang, Harry said. His voice overly neutral as he nodded toward where a number of students with Durmstrang regalia were eating with their own chaperones and families. Bellatrix squinted and eyed the Durmstrang team. I think some of those are witches. Whatever. Future followers. Bellatrix whispered. Some look familiar, Harry muttered. But their coach is definitely a future follower. His name is Igor Karkaroff. I see, Bellatrix said, making a note to keep an eye on the Durmstrang students. I think we've got a student-teacher romance well underway over there, Orion Black declared. He was ignoring his plate and staring over to where Harry Ashworth was sitting next to Pythia Greengrass and the rest of the students. His niece Bellatrix was seated one row up and just slightly over from Ashworth and Greengrass. Abraxas snorted. You do realize that the Greengrass girl is now a professor, don't you? Orion glared at his friend. Oh, that's right, Abraxas said, pretending to remember. Yo. You were hoping to unload Bellatrix on that poor Ashworth schmuck and get a monopoly on all Ashworth descendants in Britain. Something like that, Orion said dryly. Abraxas continued eating, but Studi ed Professor Ashworth and Bellatrix as he did so. Eventually, he rendered his verdict. I just don't see it, old boy. If anything, it is Ashworth and Greengrass who seem charmed by each other. You have not been watching them closely enough, Orion explained. Bellatrix orbits him. The only times she comes out of her shell are during interactions with him. Abraxas wrinkled his nose. I can allow that maybe there is a schoolgirl crush. He chortled. Can you imagine Bellatrix Black having a crush? But anyway, surely there is no interest on his part. He is the soul of discretion. As he should be, all things considered. Ah, but I've observed something you have not, Orion said. You see, there is a very subtle difference between how Ashworth interacts with her and how he interacts with anyone else. I've seen him give her, we can discuss this later, glances the same way married couples sometimes do. As for propriety, she is 17 within a few weeks. Abraxas snickered. Loaded glances. You're stretching pretty far. Shall we ask Cygnus when he graces us with his presence? No, Orion said. Don't tease him. I would be more worried about teasing Walburga and Druella. They say, to be aiming for an alliance with the Lestrange family. Oh, yes. Your good friend Lestrange, Orion said, distaste apparent in his tone. He's not a close friend, Abraxas defended. More like a useful neighbor friend. I don't confide in him. I just talk to him about the weather and borrow stuff. If you say so. You know that I was not in Reinhard's friend circle at Hogwarts, Abraxas said, still on the defensive. In fact, I was not even in the same year. They were older. A lot older. That's true, Orion admitted, allowing Abraxas some redemption. Yes, there was Lestrange, and that overachieving creeper, and, then. Abraxas said, his voice trailing off. You know what? Reinhard may be the last of his kind. I have not seen any of his circle for years now, and I know some of them are dead. Death is contagious, Orion quipped. But statistically speaking, if you consider their ages, at least half of them should still be alive. More, even. And yet, Reinhard is the only one of them still flitting about society. We'll see how long that lasts, Orion said morbidly. And then, with you not being that much younger, you're next. For Harry, sneaking out of the Hotel Diavo for a nighttime excursion was easy enough. However, Bellatrix had no choice but to wait for curfew, wait for Professor Greengrass to account for all students, and then wait for everyone to settle down and fall asleep. It was nearly 1 in the morning before Bellatrix was able to emerge. Maybe I should have just gone alone, Harry said quietly as he and Bellatrix strode away from the Hotel Diavon, sticking to the shadows. And done what, precisely? Bellatrix asked. I'm the expert, and I am the one who spent all my time after dinner rifling through spellbooks to prepare for this excursion. Although he was not sure how much of an expert Bellatrix really was, Harry was not about to pick that fight. Good thing you're here, then, Harry said as they rounded a corner. He pulled Bellatrix into an abandoned doorway, drew his wand, and side-apparated them to the vicinity of the Louvre. After they had prowled around outside for a while and after Bellatrix had cast a few ward detection spells, Harry sighed along apparated the two of them into the darkened museum, but not directly into the exhibit hall that housed the Bowl of Astaroth. They then set about sneaking around. While Harry checked for people and steered Bellatrix away from tripping any of the Muggle security devices, Bellatrix checked for wards or any sign that any other witches or wizards were around or had been around. His Muggle security is not holding up very well, Bellatrix commented after having watched Harry use an assortment of simple charms to unlock doors and access control panels. From there, he deactivated alarms. You're not wrong, Harry agreed. Though, do remember that much of this Muggle technology is old-fashioned and simplistic from my perspective. Quote. They were soon standing next to the display case that housed the Bowl of Astaroth. With some quick handiwork, Harry had the case open and the bowl in Bellatrix's hands with no Muggles aware of the security breach. Thoughtfully, Bellatrix examined the bowl, rotating it and turning it over in her hand multiple times. She brought out her Phoenix and Blackthorn wand and cast a number of spells. After a while, she whispered her verdict. Fake. L beta fake carefully generated with magic. Old fake or new fake? Harry asked. It's been a while. 50 years so 100. I don't know. The magic traces were faded. My diagnostic spells have probab. Lee fouled up any possibility of knowing for sure. Oh, well, Harry said, shoving his hands in his pockets and turning his thoughts to the course of action. If it is a fake, we don't need it, Bellatrix said, moving to put it back. True, Harry said, but the Death Eaters probably don't know it is fake. If they steal it, maybe it would be nice if there was a tracking charm. Yeah, let's help. The French Muggles recover their fake cereal bowl when it is stolen, Bellatrix said, the tone of her voice hiding the sarcasm well. Harry shot Bellatrix a miffed look. I'm not dumb. I am thinking it would be nice to be able to track it if it does get stolen, for curiosity's sake. It could shed light on what the Death Eaters are doing. And if, by some chance, the bowl becomes a horcrux, we will have an easier time finding it. Bellatrix sighed and started casting tracking charms on the bowl. Do you agree with my logic? Harry asked. Tracking charms will not work as well as you imagine, Bellatrix said. But I am thinking it would be faster for me to cast the charms than argue against it. I will even do charms to conceal the tracking charms, free of charge. So generous. Yes, Bellatrix said as she finished and replaced the bowl in the display case. Let's go back. I'm tired and am going to need every minute of sleep I can get if I am going to do well in the tournament. The tournament began in earnest the next morning. Lily Evans' sense of duty led her to seek out the junior squad and sit with them in the spectator section while they waited for their turns to compete in the team matches and solo duels. Originally, Lily had worked to convince herself that the proximity to James Potter and his friends would not be so bad because her friends Alice and Severus were on his squad. However, Lily soon found her respect for James Potter growing as his leadership drew her into his orbit. Under James's direction, the junior squad was scrutinizing each team fight and solo duel, taking notes about strengths and weaknesses. When they were not taking notes, they were crafting plans for how best to beat each team and each solo competitor. Occasionally, Professor Ashworth or Professor Greengrass would stop by or sit with them and contribute to the discussion. The junior squad's dedication to the tournament sharply contrasted with that of the senior squad. Lucius, Rodolphus, and Rabaston had breezed into the arena only long enough to chat with some of the competition and discover that none of their events were scheduled until the afternoon. They had then wandered off and had not been seen since. Their parents were also absent. Frank Longbottom was watching the tournament events intently. But it was not clear whether he was taking notes. As for Bellatrix, she had used an assortment of transfiguration spells and charms to turn some of the spectator seats into a bed. Pointedly ignoring Lily's outraged stares, Bellatrix had made up the bed with sheets and blankets and settled in for a long nap. As the leader of the dueling club, Lily had brought the senior squad's misbehavior to the attention of Professor Ashworth and Professor Greengrass. In response, the SSORS shrugged off the absentee senior squad members and snickered about Bellatrix. On Lily's further urging that something really ought to be done, Professor Greengrass acquiesced by posing next to He's sleeping 6th-year Slytherin for a few prank photographs. The fact that Bellatrix had brought an ornate alarm clock to wake her up in time for her first duel did not do much to relieve Lily of her concerns. Nor did the fact that she went on to win the duel with ease. Can you believe her? Lily muttered to Alice as they watched Bellatrix climb back into her bed after the duel. The rest of THE Junior Squad was also watching Bellatrix. It's hilarious. Sirius chuckled. If she wins, can you imagine how epic that would be? Just be glad we're not against her, James said, his mind clearly set on tournament strategy. She is a force with which to be reckoned. At the Hotel d'Avon, spirits were high after the first day of the tournament. I hear that you all live to fight another day, Abraxas Malfoy declared, grinning at all the students as they gathered in the dining room for dinner. Quite remarkable, Reinhard Lestrange said, sounding like he might believe it. Participation trophies for everybody, Pythia declared, raising her water glass in a mock toast. What is on the agenda for tomorrow? Orion Black inquired, his voice somehow cutting through the din and commanding everyone's attention. I think our team will start to see some eliminations tomorrow, Pythia explained as students and other guests finished loading their plates and settled down at the long table. It is inevitable, however. Let's remember teamwork. If you or your squad is eliminated, you're still part of the team and the team is still battling. We need you to help those who have not been eliminated. You can still take notes and make suggestions. Those notes will help you, too. We will see some of these witches and wizards at Cape Town and probably almost all of them at Salem. That's right, Harry said. We're in this for the long haul. Please regard this tournament as a learning exercise as anything else. The next day, as predicted, the eliminations started happening. Except, instead of trickling, they were pouring in. Alice had the misfortune of being set for a solo duel against a heavy hitter from Durmstrang and found herself being used to wipe the floor. Remus lasted a round longer than Alice, but met the same unlucky fate. James and Sirius managed to eke out nail-biting wins. However, Harry assumed that they would be quickly eliminated on the third and final day. Severus Snape performed well, and it seemed to Harry that he would probably go far on the third day. As for the senior squad, the Lestrange brothers each put on solo performances so dismal that Harry assumed they must have deliberately thrown the matches. Lucius Malfoy fought hard, until, suddenly, he did not. He was eliminated later in the day, having advanced a few rounds past the Lestrange brothers. Rank Longbottom got a little further than Lucius before being eliminated, leaving Bellatrix as the only senior squad member who had not been eliminated from solo competition. Harry felt he might be biased, but as far as he could tell, there was nobody at the competition who was going to be able to best Bellatrix in a solo duel. As far as team competition went, the junior squad was putting on a commanding performance. Under the leadership of James Potter, sheer focus and preparation was overcoming the squad's lack of experience. The squad's careful observation and note-taking was paying dividends. Lily's hard work behind the scenes was making the dividends exponential. She had taken charge of the squad's notes and organized them. As soon as the next matchup became apparent, she would set to work drafting match-specific proposals. With a little input from James and Sirius, Lily's notes would be turned into the team's plan for the match. She's really carrying them, isn't she? Harry mused. To Pythia from where they were observing the tournament. He was watching Lily meet the junior squad after another of their wins. Bellatrix or Lily? Pythia asked. I was looking down at Lily, Harry clarified. Oh, yes, she is being helpful, Pythia acknowledged. She pointed over to the other end of the arena where the senior-level squads were competing. Looks like Bellatrix is going to have try to carry her deadweight squad through another match. Harry looked over and saw the senior squad lining up for another fight. I'm surprised the Lestranges and Malfoy even bothered to stick around. Yes. They're itching to go and play tourist in Paris, it seems, Pythia said, the annoyance in her voice plain. Harry and Pythia settled in to watch as the referees organized the match between Hogwarts senior squad and another team composed of homeschooled students from Spar Flying. I don't think those stinkers are even aiming at the other team, Harry exclaimed as he watched spells from the Lestranges and Malfoy missing the target. Pythia nodded. Don't worry. Bellatrix knows it and is compensating. She's lashing out with spells of mass destruction. I don't know how. Long she can keep up that level of power expenditure, though. Good thing she's been sleeping as much as possible between each duel and match. And there's Frank, for what he's worth, Harry grumbled watching as Frank rigidly shot spell after spell at one specific member of the other team. Pythia grinned. Bless his heart. What's that supposed to mean? Harry asked. Don't worry about it, Pythia said. I'll work on thinking of some extra practical training for him. Harry sighed as he wondered what kind of training could overcome Frank's inability to think outside of the box. He watched with disgust as the Lestranges and Malfoy allowed themselves to be picked off. Predictably, the other team quickly pivoted, and 4 of them went after Longbottom. They made short work of him, leaving Bellatrix against 5 opponents. It was at this point that Bellatrix glanced up to where Harry was standing, a look of annoyance on her face. Their eyes met, and with a slight widening of Bellatrix's eyes and tilt of her head, she asked Harry if further effort on her part was really necessary. Harry responded that it was not, using a hand to make a barely noticeable cutting gesture at his throat. Without further ado, Bellatrix raised her arms to signal surrender and walked backward across the dueling area boundary. This triggered the match ending and the Hogwarts senior squad being eliminated from the team portion of the tournament. Dinner at the Hotel Diavon featured a collection of mixed emotions among those that were present. The junior squad and Lily were all brimming with excitement when discussing the team competition and their prospects. However, when other subjects came up, Alice and Remus were more subdued. Bellatrix seemed irritable despite her good performance. Frank's attitude was so stuffy that nobody could tell whether or not he was depressed about being eliminated from both team and solo competition. Aside from Frank, Bellatrix, the Black Patriarchs, and Abraxas Malfoy, the res. T of the senior squad and their parents were missing. The latter was a notable exception. Abraxas Malfoy was lavishing praise on all the students who had progressed, seeming not to notice that his son was missing from the dinner and had been eliminated from the competition. After dinner, everybody was left to their own devices. Bellatrix and Frank disappeared into their bedrooms. The Black Patriarch CHS set up a chess game in a quiet side room. Lily and the junior squad went to the main sitting room and noisily relived the day and planned for the next, with Abraxas Malfoy even stopping to chat with them and give suggestions before he joined the Blacks. Harry and Pythia settled on playing a card game in the main sitting room. There was a small side table positioned next to one of the windows. It gave them a good view of Paris and some solitude. Even though tomorrow is the last day, it should be easier, albeit longer, Pythia told Harry. How far do you think the junior squad will make it? Harry asked. Maybe to the semifinals. If they keep working hard, Pythia predicted. It would be too much to expect for them to make it to the finals during their first competition. And aren't the semifinals to be held in the evening? After dinner? Yes, Pythia said as she shuffled the cards and dealt. Harry sighed and looked out the window at the moon rising over Paris. It was dangerously close to being full. By Harry's reckoning, it would be full after one more night. It seemed that if the junior squad made it to the semifinals, which would be in the evening, Remus would be having a slight werewolf problem. I suppose you had better put Lily on notice, then, Harry said casually. Pythia arched her eyebrows and followed Harry's gaze toward the moon. Subtly, she glanced at Remus, who seemed to be interacting with his friends without problem. How do you know about that? She asked. I'm the defense professor. Give me some credit, Harry grinned. Albus did not want you to know, Pythia said apologetically. He wants to ensure that as few people as possible know about the situation so that his career prospects are not ruined. I take it you already have contingency plans, Harry said. Pythia's smile offered confirmation. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, his parents will come pick him up by late afternoon. We'll explain to the students that there was urgent family business. I am sure Lily will do as well or better than he would have done. So, it is unlikely his absence will draw ire from anyone on the team. Despite having spent many hours over the course of the competition scouting out the Louvre, Reinhard Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, and the Lestrange brothers still had not figured out how the Muggle security devices worked. Nor did they particularly care. The Y all apparated directly into the exhibit hall that housed the Bowl of Astaroth. Like wolves, They circled the display case, almost sniffing the air as they checked for signs of magical security. They found none. So, at Reinhard's nod, Lucius Malfoy cast a vanishing charm on the glass cover. Had Lucius known more about Muggle security or possessed more finesse, he could have limited the vanishing charm to only the glass and left the crude Muggle security wiring glued to the glass in place. However, both the glass and the wiring vanished. With the electronic circuit broken, the Muggle alarm tripped. As alarm bells clanged, Reinhard Lestrange grabbed the bowl that Bellatrix had previously determined to be a fake. With their prize in hand, the group apparated away. The next day at the competition, James and Sirius were eliminated during each of their solo duels. After lunch, Snape was eliminated, falling just short of qualifying for the solo semifinals. This left Bellatrix as the only member of the Hogwarts team who would be making it into the solo semifinals and perhaps final round. The junior squad had done well in the team competition and had just won another match, qualifying for the semifinals. As Lily waited for the squad to return to the sidelines, her eyes fell on Bellatrix, who was pacing back and forth, apparently mentally preparing for her next solo round. Remembering how Bellatrix had practically slept her way through the competition, Lily could not help but feel a rush of indignation. "Shouldn't you be celebrating?" Pythia asked, catching Lily instead of her guard. "Sorry, what?" Lily asked, looking at Pythia. "Your squad just pulled off another win," Pythia said, giving Lily a teasing smile. "Oh, right," Lily said, changing the subject of her thoughts and putting on a smile. "I was just thinking about something else. Do we know who the semifinal opponent will be?" Pythia shook her head. "No, but I need to talk to you about something else. It seems there's a little bit of an urgent situation in Mr. Lupin's family. It is not a serious emergency or anything, but I assured his parents that it would not be a problem if they picked him up before dinner because it so happens that we have an alternate on the team who can step in." Lily's eyes widened as she felt a rush of excitement. "Really? So, you want me to compete with the squad in the semifinal? Hopefully the final, too," Pythia said. "Let's go talk to the team." Mr. Lupin already knew that he might need to leave, so it will not be too much of a surprise. When late afternoon arrived, the tournament paused for an early dinner. The semifinal and final matches for each category and age level would be held in the evening, with the arena opened up to members of the public who might be interested in spectating. Mainly, the public would be parents who had not been brought as chaperones and a local reporter or two. Dinner at the Hotel d'Avon was a little disjointed and rushed since Harry, Pythia, Bellatrix, and the junior squad were focused on duels. Although James Potter was not so secretly thrilled at having Lily on the squad with him, he also insisted on some extra practices to properly integrate her. All too soon, the team was back at the arena with the junior squad preparing for their first match. While they prepared, Bellatrix found herself pacing back and forth. She was not sure if she felt anxious because she wanted to win or anxious because she wanted the competition to be over. It would have been easier for Bellatrix to pass the time if she could chat with Harry. But he was focused intently on the match from his position. There was also the fact that she and Harry needed to avoid looking too friendly in public to avoid people suspecting they were working together or fraternizing. Lacking anything better to do, Bellatrix stopped pacing and turned her attention to the junior squad's performance. It seemed they were fortunate in that their semifinal opponent was a squad from Beauxbatons that had been a little too lucky and gone further in the competition than merited. Briefly, Bellatrix was interrupted when the Lestrange brothers and Malfoy walked by and stopped to talk. "Have you seen my father?" Rodolphus demanded. "No," Bellatrix responded. "He said he was going to meet us here." "That doesn't change whether I've seen him or not," Bellatrix said, arching her eyebrows at them in a way that suggested she thought they were idiots. The Lestranges and Malfoys walked away, and Bellatrix turned her attention back to the junior squad's match. As Bellatrix watched with a critical eye, she could not help but acknowledge that the squad was doing uncommonly well. It seemed James Potter had whipped them into shape and created a highly coordinated squad. They were carefully executing strategies and even altering strategies mid-match. Toward the end of the match, Bellatrix rendered final judgment on the junior squad's weaknesses. The two most obvious weaknesses were Snape's attitude and Alice's skill level. The only other weakness was, in Bellatrix's opinion, a mismatch or imbalance. A lot of the squad's plays involved one member working in tandem with another member to target one or two members of the opposing squad. Bellatrix noted that James and Sirius typically worked in tandem with each other to great effect. However, in Bellatrix's opinion, the team would have been stronger if James had partnered with Lily and Sirius had partnered with Alice for tandem maneuvers. Those sets would have complemented each other better while increasing the total number of successful tandem maneuvers. Regardless of the flaws Bellatrix had identified, the junior squad managed to prevail over the Beauxbatons team, having only lost Alice during the match. After exuberant rejoicing in the fact that they had won, at minimum, second place in the junior division of the tournament, the junior squad was up for the final. Bellatrix could not help but feel a little amused as she watched Harry lean forward in his seat to watch the junior squad's performance in the final round. She was tempted to tease him. However, Bellatrix remembered that senior solo semifinals were up next. So, she resumed her pacing and mental preparation. Bellatrix was absorbed in deep thoughts about strategy when she heard Harry let out something like a gasp followed by a long groan. She looked up at the ongoing match but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Next, she looked at Harry and saw that he was taking deep breaths while his face was screwed up in pain. Swiftly, Bellatrix went to his side. "What's going on?" she demanded, feeling a little scared. Harry moaned quietly, seemingly not having heard Bellatrix's question. Seeing that Harry was slumping and about to fall out of his seat, Bellatrix laid him back on the bench and then worked to get his legs up on the bench, too. Once he was laid out, she quickly cast a number of cushioning charms. Harry was no longer moaning. However, his eyes were clamped shut, and his head was slowly shaking back and forth as if he was caught up in a bad dream. The full moon bathed the Parisian magical cemetery with eerie light. Reinhard was walking through the cemetery toward the Lestrange family's crypt, carrying the bowl he, his sons, and Lucius Malfoy had stolen. It had been decades since his branch of the family had been denizens of Paris. In fact, if quizzed, Reinhard would be hard-pressed to name any Lestrange actually laid to rest in the crypt in the past century. However, in choosing the place for his rendezvous with Lord Voldemort, Reinhard had wanted a backdrop to remind the Dark Lord of his impressive pureblood heritage. Having attended Hogwarts at the same time as Tom Riddle, Reinhard had more knowledge than most about Voldemort's background. This included his half-blood status. A pureblood himself, Reinhard had always felt superior to Tom Riddle in that regard. His reflections on this topic were terminated when Lord Voldemort, shrouded in a dark, hooded cloak, stepped out from behind a monument. "My old friend," the Dark Lord whispered. Reinhard shot an involuntary glance toward the Lestrange crypt, only a few hundred feet away, and wondered if Voldemort had deliberately headed him off to change the meeting place. "Do you have it?" Voldemort demanded. "Yes," Reinhard said, holding out the bowl. Voldemort accepted the bowl and began examining it. After admiring it, he began casting charms on it. After 5 or 6 charms, Voldemort ceased his examination. "A fake," Voldemort pronounced. "What?" Reinhard asked, feeling surprised. "Perhaps the French ministry seized the real one and replaced it with a fake for safety. We can work to track it down. That would be a good explanation if he fake had not been created just recently." "What do you mean?" Reinhard asked. "Magic touched this bowl within days or hours of me examining it. It is not clear what kind of magic has been used with this bowl, but one can sense the residue." Voldemort said coldly. "Your sons and wife warned me that you have developed an unfaithful nature. They've noticed your adventures, and they resent it." "What is that supposed to mean?" Reinhard demanded, beginning to feel an inkling of fear. He was angry at his sons apparently being more loyal to the Dark Lord than himself, but that was not an immediate concern. "Why would I steal the bowl and give you a fake? There is nothing to indicate that the real bowl of Astaroth has significant magical power." "Then why do you think I wanted the bowl?" Voldemort asked, his voice maintaining a tone of deadly calm. "Well, I recall you doing research, once, after I told you some old legends," Reinhard said. "What research?" "Just research," Reinhard said, "really. Zing too late that some things were best left forgotten." Voldemort looked at Reinhard and then looked at the bowl. "What are you thinking, my lord?" Reinhard asked, emphasizing the last part of the sentence. He felt his pureblood status was superior. But he was not above flattering people. In a split second, Voldemort's wand was in his hand. Avada Kedavra. Aside from Bellatrix, the only person who had noticed Harry's collapse was Lily Evans. However, in the middle of the team's final match, there was not much she could do. So far, in the match, Alice and Snape had fallen. James, Sirius, and Lily were left barely holding their own against a Durmstrang squad that was showing no sign of flagging. The Hogwarts defeat was inevitable. But with Lily distracted by Harry's collapse, it hastened, and the junior squad was eliminated. Having taken second place, teammates from both sides rushed in to congratulate their teams. However, Lily did not stick around. She rushed past Professor Greengrass and up to where Harry had collapsed. She charged up the stairs and rounded the corner just in time to see Harry weakly whisper something into one of Bellatrix's ears. "Are you serious?" Bellatrix exclaimed in response to what Harry had whispered. "What did he say?" Lily asked as she arrived at Harry's side. "Nothing," Bellatrix snapped, her face unusually pale. At this moment, Professor Greengrass arrived, panting the stairs. "What has happened?" "I saw Professor Ashworth collapse during the match," Lily explained. Bellatrix frowned at Lily before answering Pythia's question. "It looks like exhaustion or dehydration overcame Professor Ashworth. He'll probably be all right in just a moment." "She's right. I'm fine," Harry said weakly, apparently having regained his full faculties. "I'll fetch something to perk him up," Pythia said, turning and heading toward the refreshment stand. "I can take over for you," Lily told Bellatrix. "What do you mean?" Bellatrix asked. "You're up next," Lily said, gesturing toward the center of the arena. Bellatrix took turns glaring at Lily and glaring at the arena floor. Finally, she arose from her crouching position and made her way to her next duel. Lily was soon crouching over Harry and asking how he felt. So far, Bellatrix's performance in the tournament had been above par and by the book. Her wins were based on her executing standard SPLs and strategies better and more powerfully than her opponents. But now, she was angry, a little scared, and in a hurry to get back to Harry's side to monitor his status. She also needed to talk to him about what he had whispered to her before Lily had interrupted them. Bellatrix's semifinal opponent was a home-schooled wizard from Nigeria. The poor wizard did not know what hit him. As soon as the match began, Bellatrix unleashed a powerful banishing charm. He blocked it with a shield, but then Bellatrix cast one after the other. Repeatedly and rapidly, Bellatrix cast the same banishing charm, pouring more and more power into each one. The Nigerian wizard kept shielding, but each successful block was costing him strength. However, he also perceived that Bellatrix was losing strength more quickly than he was. So, in the heat of the moment, he decided to wait for her to run out of strength. However, he failed to realize that he was being pushed a little farther back. Each time one of Bellatrix's banishing charms hit his shield, he was surprised when Bellatrix hit him with one last banishing charm and forced him over the boundary. As soon as he crossed the boundary and was thereby defeated, Bellatrix disengaged. Instantly she doubled over and vomited. Expending so much power in such a short time had taken its toll. It probably did not help that she had been holding her breath, either. While Bellatrix bent over with her hands on her knees and tried to get her breath back, her opponent's angry coach was having a heated discussion with the referee. The referee ignored the anger. Why coach and declared Bellatrix the winner despite her unconventional approach. Upon hearing this announcement and no longer panting uncontrollably, Bellatrix tried to stumble back to where Harry was. However, a concerned tournament official directed her to a bench on the edge of the dueling field, telling her that she was going to be dueling for first place in just a few minutes and urging her to recover while she could. As soon as she was on the bench, Bellatrix realized that she really had needed to sit down and that perhaps she had been a little foolish. She looked up to where she had left Harry and saw that he was now sitting upright between Pythia and Lily. When she made eye contact with them, they grinned and waved. Harry gave her an extra smile and an amused tilt of his head, which she interpreted as a signal for her to calm down and take it easy. Taking comfort from Harry's attitude, but still annoyed at being stuck in the competition while something consequential might be happening, Bellatrix took a deep breath and turned her attention toward the next duel. Now that she had wasted a lot of magical energy, Bellatrix realized she was going to have to think of other options and strategies. She held her wand up to examine it. She felt that with her old wand, she could have come off her duel feeling less drained. With her current wand being Phoenix Feather and Blackthorn, it should have had a respectable amount of power for her to draw on. However, Bellatrix did not sense a bond with it as much as she had sensed with her prior wand. Idly, she wondered what she could do to better earn the wand's loyalty. Not seeing a quick fix for the wand, Bellatrix turned to plotting out a low-energy strategy for the duel, assuming that her opponent had probably observed her prior performance in the tournament or talked to others who had been paying attention. All too soon, the tournament officials were shepherding Bellatrix back to the floor of the arena. It appeared that her opponent was a witch from Beaubaxton's. This boded well for Bellatrix's strategy, which was based on the assumption that the opponent would have done homework on or otherwise compared notes about her. Where Bellatrix had previously launched her prior duels with a powerful combo and dodges, she shot off a couple of minor spells and shielded. Her opponent unleashed a pair of fiery spells, each of W. Hitch could have done significant damage to a dodger. However, such spells tended to do very poorly against shields. Bellatrix proceeded to randomly alternate between her three most popular combos, XC, EPT that she cast the spells in reverse order. This sacrificed the smoothness that resulted from carefully choreographed and curated combos. However, Bellatrix was nimble and quick enough, and her depth ardor from her pattern was startling enough that she was not disadvantaged by the loss of smooth transitions. With Bellatrix's opponent now flailing as she tried to cope with the inverse of the combos she had expected, Bellatrix strained herself a little and unleashed a barrage of attack spells. The Beaubaxton's witch quickly cast several shield charms, then decided to dodge. Then thought better of it. This led to a fumble, and one of Bellatrix's spells caught her. Seconds after that, it was over. Bellatrix had won first place in the senior-level solo duelist category. Those of the Hogwarts team she could see in the audience were clapping and cheering excitedly. Harry was standing and clapping, a warm smile on his face. She spied her father, uncle, and Abraxas Malfoy who were giving her a standing ovation. Still holding her wand, Bellatrix let out the faintest of smiles as the flash from a camera bathed her in bright white light. There was a brief award ceremony after the senior-level team competition ended. The junior squad and Bellatrix emerged from it wearing medals and holding trophies. They had also obtained a medal for Remus and would give it to him when they caught up with him at Hogwarts. Before they could get back to the Hotel d'Avon, Cygnus Black proposed treating those of the team still present to dessert. The junior squad, Frank, and Bellatrix proceeded with Harry, Pythia, Cygnus, Orion, and Abraxas to a pastry shop in Place Cachet, where Cygnus instructed everyone to order anything they wanted from the menu. Alice and Frank were sitting with Harry, James, and Sirius, while Bellatrix was sitting with her father, uncle, and their friend Abraxas. It looked like Snape was going to impose on the Blacks and Malfoy. So, Lily snagged a table with Pythia. D very well both tonight and throughout the competition, Pythia told Lily warmly as they waited to be served. Not only were you able to step in, but you provided valuable contributions even when you were not competing. What about Cape Town? Lily asked. Am I going to make the team? Of course, Pythia said. We have more slots there. But the Cape Town tournament is hosted by a different dueling organization. So, the competition will not be the same. Instead of 2 5-person squads, we will be having 4 3-person squads. We may even have extra solo spots. How are you going to divide the teams? Pythia smiled knowingly at Lily. Although Mr. Potter and even Mr. Longbottom did well, I would prefer to spread out leadership opportunities in Cape Town. For the junior level, I think we'll have Mr. Blacken and Mr. Lupin be captains. For senior level, we may as well group Mr. Malfoy and the brothers Lestrange. Since Mr. Malfoy seems to be their natural leader, I will ACD then Bellatrix, no doubt, Lily sighed. She did win first place. She deserves it. She knows what she is doing. No, the time for Miss Black's reign is not yet upon you, Pythia said, grinning as if her vocabulary was some sort of inside joke. We will have to put her and Mr. Longbottom on the same team. However, As we have seen, they are too different to work together well without the help of a superb organizer and strategist. That is why I am going to bend the junior distinction a little bit and make you the captain of their team. Really? Lily gasped as she felt the thrill of validation and promotion. Her green eyes sparkled. Equally as quickly, the fear of not being able to do well set in. Are you sure about that? I think you will do well, Pythia said. All you need to do is same thing you did with the junior squad at this competition. If you can maintain the same attitude and not let being captain go to your head, I think you will get good results out of Miss Black. Just remember, I'm not making you captain because you're better at dueling. I am making you captain because I trust you can harness Miss Black's talent and Mr. Longbottom's dedication. I won't let you down, Lily said eagerly. The celebrations continued into the night. When the pastry shop closed, the team proceeded back to the Hotel d'Avon and continued the celebration. Eventually, Pythia declared that it was time for everybody to go to bed if they were to be ready to depart for Hogwarts at a good time the next morning. The students were tired and did not protest. We'll take care of the lights, Abraxas assured Harry and Pythia as he, Cygnus, and Orion started to set up a game of chess. Thanks, Harry replied. As he and Pythia climbed the stairs, Harry wondered aloud where Lucius Malfoy, Reinhard Lestrange, the Lestrange brothers, and their friends Crabbe and Goyle could be. I don't know, Pythia sighed. If anybody asks, I'll just say I assumed they were with their parents or under their parents' supervision. Good plan, Harry said, sharing a mischievous grin with Pythia. In Harry's case, the grin was more forced. He had a pretty good idea what the junior Death Eaters were doing. He also knew that Reinhard Lestrange was dead and that, at some point, his corpse or absence would be discovered. Pythia and Harry separated, and Harry proceeded to his room and prepared for bed. Thoughts of the vision and pain in his scar from earlier that evening assailed him, but he shoved them aside. Even if he dared go collect Reinhard's remains, there was nothing he could do about Einhard's corpse without raising questions. He would just have to let those events take their natural course. As for updating Bellatrix on what he had seen in his vision, Harry figured that he could meet with her later and explore the implications of his scar hurting. Harry dozed off, but he was startled awake an hour or so later when he felt a hand on his shoulder, shaking him. Somebody had lit a couple of candles and was standing over him. It's just me, Bellatrix said as Harry's wand appeared in his hand, ready for action. Seeing that it really was her, Harry let out a breath and put his wand away. Don't do that, he warned as he sat up in his bed and squinted at Bellatrix. She was dressed in one of the nighties that he remembered her wearing during the summer when he had visited her bedroom on a number of occasions. I've cast silencing charms around the room, Bellatrix said, gesturing vaguely as she grabbed a chair, moved it closer to the bed, and perched on it. We have to talk. About me collapsing this evening or something else. This evening, obviously. What happened? And did you really mean it when you said that the Dark Lord made a horcrux? I wasn't joking, Harry said. I saw it. I dare say I even felt it. Ever since the Dark Lord tried to kill me as a child, I have sometimes had painful visions or nightmares of what he is doing when he is very angry. There are theories that my scar gives me a connection to him. And you had one of those episodes tonight, Bellatrix guessed. Yes. I saw the Dark Lord in a graveyard with Reinhard Lestrange. It seems Reinhard had the fake bowl of Astaroth from the Louvre. Long story short, Reinhard is dead, and I am pretty sure the bowl is now a horcrux. Bellatrix took a few minutes to absorb this as she shifted back and forth on her chair. As she contemplated Harry's words, the bracelet she had received from Swearingfieldy appeared on her wrist, and she proceeded to play with it absent-mindedly. Why are you still having those nightmares? She asked. Shouldn't time travel have somehow severed the connection? You have no connection to the Dark Lord at this point on the timeline. At least, not yet. I don't know, Harry mused. But I agree with you. Logically, the connection should not be there. Though, now that I think about it, this evening's vision was less clear, and the pain was different. Maybe it only weakened the connection instead of severing it. Perhaps, Bellatrix said, looking thoughtful. Harry and Pythia were not in a hurry to get the students back to Hogwarts since it was a weekend. They allowed the students to sleep in late enough that breakfast became brunch. Abraxas Malfoy, Orion Black, and Cygnus Black emerged from their quarters just as the team had packed and was leaving. Still in his bathrobe, Abraxas cheerfully escorted the team out and renewed his congratulations. When Abraxas re-entered the Hotel Diavon, he was waylaid by a house elf. Twisting his hands anxiously, Elf requested that Abraxas come to the master suite, which Reinhard Lestrange had claimed for himself. Abraxas obliged. When he walked into the room, he stared with surprise as the house elf explained that Reinhard Lestrange had apparently passed away during the night. Feeling a little shocked, he proceeded down to the dining area. There, he found Orion and Cygnus helping themselves to brunch. Abraxas cleared his throat. It has come to my attention that our friend Reinhard has passed away. His remains are, upstairs. Really? Cygnus asked skeptically. How old was he? He looked down at the food on his plate, apparently wondering if he should feel free to eat or if he should do something about the news. Orion was displeased. Show me, he commanded, abandoning his plate. He gestured for Cygnus to come with him. Soon, the three wizards were in Reinhard's room, eyeing Reinhard's corpse. He was under the covers and wearing a peaceful expression on his face. It appeared he had died in his sleep. He looks to be on the younger side, Cygnus mused. But death at his age is not necessarily uncommon. Natural causes, right? Orion was surveying the entire room, his lips thin from being pressed together. I think not. But for now, let's pretend we don't know any better. That'll be easy for me, Abraxas muttered. Something is amiss, Alistair Moody growled. He clenched his hand into a fist and struck the palm of his left as he paced back and forth in front of the entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Perhaps, but I am having a hard time understanding what specifically is amiss, Dumbledore mused. His eyes twinkling as he watched Moody stalk back and forth as they waited for the Hogwarts team to arrive from Paris. Mr. Lestrange's death is hardly what I would expect from a Dark Lord. It may just be natural causes. A coincidence. It doesn't smell right, Moody insisted, and I am not the only one who thinks that. The message you received from Orion Black via House Elf was peculiarly worded. My contacts in French law enforcement are treading carefully. Or at least, they are not willing to discuss it over international flow. Indeed, Dumbledore said, only half listening. He had been trying to turn things over in his head. As he remembered, Reinhard Lestrange and Tom Riddle had been in the same friend group. Surely they would have been natural allies. Dumbledore's musings were interrupted as the Thestral carriages the team had taken to Paris entered the Hogwarts grounds. They quickly pulled up to the Hogwarts entrance to work welcoming the team back and congratulating them. Having attended to that duty, he singled out the Lestrange brothers and asked them to step apart from the group and into the castle where Professor Slughorn was waiting to help break the news about their father's death. The fact that the senior squad had done poorly at the Paris tournament and that the team had been greeted at Hogwarts with news of Reinhard Lestrange's death did not stop Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers from strutting into the Slytherin dungeon as if they had each been awarded the Order of Merlin. They made their way to Lucius and Rodolphus' dorm room, where they found a parchment envelope waiting on Rodolphus' bed. With a smug smile, Rodolphus picked up the envelope, broke the seal, and examined the newspaper clipping from inside before passing it to Lucius and Rabaston. The clipping was from a French newspaper. A photo of Bellatrix Black taken just after she had defeated her final tournament opponent covered most of the clipping. There was a small smile on her lips. A headline proclaimed that she had won first place. Scrawled in the margin was a message from the Dark Lord. Recruit her. Rodolphus arched his eyebrows and shared significa. NT glances with his comrades before drawing his wand and casting a charm to incinerate the envelope and newspaper clipping. Lucius maintained an impassive composure, but, inwardly, he was seething with anger, envy, and a little fear. Until now, messages from the Dark Lord to his schoolmates had come through him. Now, they were coming through Rodolphus and apparently also through some other anonymous person who had access to their dorm. Was it another student? Or perhaps a professor? Did the Dark Lord trust that person more than he trusted him? The reason for the Dark Lord treating Rodolphus as the leader of Lucius' coterie was obvious to Lucius. With the death of Reinhard Lestrange, Rodolphus was now Lord Lestrange, to the extent one could truly be a lord of the ancient magical families. Where the Dark Lord had viewed Lucius as a leader among his knights-in-waiting, Rodolphus was now a lord. Carefully masking his inner turbulence, Lucius participated in the discussion with the Lestran GE brothers of possible ways to recruit Bellatrix. On another track in his brain, he was working out how soon he could expect to become Lord Malfoy and whether he should consider branching out to develop alliances with other followers of the Dark Lord. Knight of Infamy. A.N. Your reviews are always appreciated. Thank you. Delinda Est. Rebooted Lord Silver. Chapter 10. Knight of Infamy. The time bet. The Paris and Cape Town tournaments passed like a blur for everyone concerned. During that time, Harry and Bellatrix engaged in weekly one-on-one dueling sessions in the room of requirement while Lily Evans insisted that Bellatrix come to squad practices every day except Sunday. Another drain on Bellatrix's time was the sudden desire of Lucius Malfoy and the Lestrange brothers to socialize with her during her free time. Bellatrix had discussed this development with Harry. They had decided she should be slightly more than polite and try to mirror their attitudes toward politics and other subjects. The Hogwarts team, including a few extra students beyond the Paris cadre, soon found itself in South Africa after an exceptionally long ride in the Thestral-drawn carriages. Much to Bellatrix's disgust, the Cape Town tournament was being held out in the African bush instead of in Cape Town. During the prior tournament, competitors had lodged in Paris and commuted to the dueling arena by Portkey. However, for Cape Town, competitors were being hosted in an encampment next to what barely passed as a proper competition arena. If this was not bad enough for Bellatrix, tournament officials were discouraging any unnecessary travel into Cape Town. On the other hand, one thing Bellatrix did not mind was the pace of the tournament. It was markedly more relaxed than that of the Paris tournament. In fact, the Cape Town tournament was moving so slowly that a lot of the schools were treating it as a study abroad or seminar experience. It was not uncommon to see teams go on safaris in the early mornings or evenings. Duels and matches were held in the later morning and early afternoon. In the late afternoon, professors, coaches, or parents taught classes or analyzed some of the more notable duels. In the late evening, tournament participants gathered around campfires and told stories or socialized. It was late in the evening on the third day of the tournament when Bellatrix returned from a personal hunting expedition in the bush and found Lily waiting for her a fair distance beyond the encampment's perimeter. If the ground had been something firmer than grassland, one of Lily's feet would have been tapping expectantly. "Good evening," Bellatrix said, nodding as she walked past the precocious fourth year who had been appointed to lead her squad in the tournament. With Bellatrix unwilling to stop and be confronted, Lily had no choice but to turn and follow Bellatrix to the tents and campfires. "You missed our evening practice," she said, sounding a little out of breath as he worked to keep her pace equal to that of Bellatrix. "Was there a practice?" Bellatrix asked, feigning surprise. "We have it every night after dinner," Lily exclaimed. "Oh, well, I was busy tonight. And will be for most of tomorrow, too." Quote. "Busy doing what?" Lily asked suspiciously. "You're supposed to be focused on competing." "I need to fix some wagons and attend to other weighty matters," Bellatrix said matter-of-factly. She smirked as she reflected on her payback plans but bit her lip nervously as she considered the weighty matters of the morning. What she was going to do might make Harry angry. But she wanted to make a point and ensure he did not forget it. "What's in that bag?" Lily demanded, pointing to a leather satchel Bellatrix was carrying. "Safari pies." Lily apparently interpreted this as sarcasm. And a blush on her face suggested that she had realized that the contents of Bellatrix's bag were none of her concern. "Never mind. Keep your secrets. But we still need to practice," Lily insisted. "And plan," she emphasized, changing her argument strategy. "Who are we against?" Bellatrix asked, slowing her stride a little. "Those 3 American wizards. From California." Bellatrix twisted her lips with derision as she recalled making their acquaintance. "Okay. Our plan is that I will suffocate them with area of effect combos. If, by chance, they are able to launch anything offensive, I will handle shielding for all 3 of us. You can snipe at whichever wizard that Pillock Longbottom chooses to engage with. Then you and Longbottom move to the next. I'll work on the third. Isn't that the basic plan you recommend for all our matches?" Lily sighed. "I adjust my combos based on the opponents," Bellatrix insisted. Would you care to share more details on which combos you will be using? Why? Lily was on the verge of grinding her teeth. Maybe Frank and I can cast spells that work well with what you are casting, she said, speaking slowly for emphasis. Try casting some of the spells your good friend Potter uses for forcing dodges, Bellatrix recommended. He and my cousin seem to have worked out a pretty good system. Okay, Lily said, her composure suddenly a little stiff. Now, which of the three Californians do you think is the weakest? What about the one who brags about surfing? Bellatrix pursed her lips. He is weak, but he is more devious than he seems. Left too long. He could be dangerous. Okay. Should we get him out of the way first? Sure. If you can get Longbottom to aim at him. I'll talk to Frank, Lily promised. Excellent, Bellatrix said as they arrived in the midst of the tents and campfires. Now, if you don't mind, I should get to bed. She held a hand up to her mouth and faked a yawn before turning and walking away from Lily. Good night, then, Lily called to Bellatrix, not believing for a second that the older witch was going to bed. She watched Editharan disappeared into the darkness among the tents. When Bellatrix was out of sight, Lily made her way over to the campfire the junior squad and a couple of friends had claimed for their own. Did you find her? Frank Longbottom asked from where he was sitting on a blanket next to Alice. Yes, Lily said as she sat down on a camp stool. It seems she went on a little outing into the bush. Alone. That could have been dangerous, Remus observed. I'm more interested in why she blew off practice. Frank grumbled. She claimed to have forgotten, Lily sighed. She also said she was busy tonight and probably will be tomorrow, too. What? Frank exclaimed as Alice rolled her eyes in disgust. Frank was working up something of a stuffy lecture about duty and teamwork and how there was no room on a team for a prima donna, but Sirius Black cleared his throat and cut Frank off. Actually, Sirius said, I think tomorrow is Bellatrix's birthday. Oh, Lily said, suddenly feeling a lot more understanding about Bellatrix's lack of enthusiasm for tournament activities. Even Frank looked slightly chagrined. Is there going to be a celebration or anything? Her dad and uncle are here. Sirius shrugged in response to Lily's inquiry. I wouldn't count on anything from my dad. He sends out all the birthday cards and gifts at about the same time the Hogwarts letters are delivered. Uncle Cygnus should be good for at least a cake or gift or something, though. He is pretty boring. But he loves his daughters. Should we try to do something for her, then? Lily wondered. Would she appreciate that? Or would she be embarrassed? I can see it going both ways, Sirius mused. Maybe I'll ask Professor Greengrass, Lily said. She assured the others that she was going to be back and then started wandering among the encampment, trying to figure out where Pythia had gone. Lily did not find Pythia around any of the campfires. However, with a little luck and a sharp eye, Lily found that Pythia had set up a reclining camp chair beyond the encampment's perimeter. When Lily walked up, she found Pythia looking up at the stars. Are you stargazing, Professor? Lily asked. Yes, Pythia confirmed, as she stared into the night sky, hardly even blinking. Her voice was friendly, but her body language suggested she was not interested in a conversation with Lily. Do stars in the southern hemisphere have a message for those of us who live in the north? Lily asked, trying to spark more of a conversation. Sometimes the view from the outside looking in tells us more than those on the inside can see for themselves, Pythia explained, continuing to focus on the stars. Lily waited, but Pythia did not expound. Holding back a sigh, she concluded that Pythia was not going to have much to say. However, she did at least want to pass on the information about Bellatrix. Did you know it is Bellatrix's birthday tomorrow? Even in the dark, Lily could see Pythia's eyebrows arch upward. That would explain a lot, Pythia muttered, frowning up at the sky. I was wondering if we should do something for her. I'll figure something out or have Harry follow up, Pythia promised. Sleep well. You need to keep up your strength. Right, Lily said, feeling a little stung by the dismissal. But reassuring herself that Pythia was probably busy or just wanting some alone time. She rejoined her teammates at the campfire and spent another hour or so listening to N. telling stories before they all retired for the night. As Lily and Alice made their way into the tent assigned to the Hogwarts witches, Lily marveled again at how magic had enlarged the interior to make it nearly as spacious and luxurious as a hotel. She had just settled into her blankets and was drifting off to sleep when some shouting and masculine-sounding shrieks broke out from the tent assigned to the Hogwarts wizards. Naturally, Lily bounded out of her cot. With Alice and others, she rushed out to see the commotion. There, she found James, Sirius, and Remus standing outside their tent. As they frantically jumped around and brushed at their pajamas, a crowd was gathering. What happened? Somebody called out. However, the Marauder contingent was too busy dancing around in panic to respond. Soon, Professor Ashworth emerged from the tent looking groggy. "What's this?" he asked, peering around at the crowd and focusing in on the Marauders. "There's bugs in our cots," James Potter X claimed as he continued frantically brushing at himself. "They're everywhere." "Oh," Harry said, suddenly perking up as he watched the Marauders dance around. A grin that some might describe as evil appeared on his face. "If the insects are in your pajamas, we had better get them out quickly. Some of the bugs around here are poisonous." He whipped out his wand and vanished their pajamas with a flick of his wand. Shrieks, giggles, and raucous laughter broke out. Lily covered her mouth to hide an amused grin. She looked away as a couple of onlookers stepped forward to help the boys and Professor Ashworth make sure the insects were cleared off. Seeing that the crowd was already beginning to disperse, Lily and Alice made their way back to their sleeping quarters, exchanging the occasional giggle. Convinced that Bellatrix was responsible for the insects, Harry had a hard time concealing his amusement as he finished cleaning up James, Sirius, and Remus and restoring their pajamas. Once that was done, he went with them to their sleeping quarters and found the entire room crawling with a wide assortment of insects. Methodically, Harry and the fourth-year wizards went through the room and banished the insects from the floor, the luggage, the bed sheets and covers, and everywhere else. The Marauders did not discuss their suspicions with Harry, but he thought he heard them muttering a boo. Ta prank and speculating how it was done. They concluded that whoever might be responsible had done it before they came in for the night and somehow delayed or concealed the insects until after curfew. Harry was soon back in his own private quarters and going back to bed. He fell asleep quickly. Having originally gone to bed early, he woke in the early hours of the morning but stubbornly remained in bed, alternating between drowsing and dreaming. In one dream, his mind was drawn back to his own Hogwarts days and the circumstances in which he and Ginny Weasley had kissed for the first time. Alt. Huff. Any chance of romance with Ginny was long gone. Harry found himself eagerly anticipating the part of the dream where they kissed. Harry and Ginny put their arms around each other and touched lips. Harry thought he could actually feel Ginny's lips brush against him. A tingle shot through Harry, and Harry let out a sigh of pleasure as he relaxed and savored that moment from the past. Harry's mind began drawing back from the dream. He was too rested to keep sleeping. Yet, though the dream was fading, Ginny was kissing him again. This time, she was being insistent and pressing against his lips harder. Abruptly, Harry realized the sensation on his lips was not a dream. His eyes shot open, and he found himself looking into Bellatrix's cool violet eyes as she kissed him a third time. Seeing that Harry was awake, she immediately drew back. "Huh," Harry gasped, shooting upright in bed. He stared at Bellatrix. She was kneeling next to his cot and looking at him with a peculiar expression on her face. "What are you doing?" Harry demanded as he struggled to gather his wits and remind himself that this Bellatrix was not the one from his timeline. This was the Bellatrix who had sworn fealty to him with an unbreakable vow. Bellatrix smirked at Harry as she propped her elbows on the side of Harry's cot and rested her head on the palms of her hands. "There's no need to fear. I'm not trying to get into your bed. I just wanted you to know, and remember, that today is my 17th birthday. Legally, I am finally an adult." Merlin's beard, Harry muttered, quickly connecting the dots. And remembering how Bellatrix had insisted on dramatically kneeling before him to perform her unbreakable, Harry eyed Bellatrix suspiciously and saw that she was fully dressed for the day. Her Hogwarts uniform was not unattractive. But it was not lingerie or her standard nightie, either. It would appear that she was, as she claimed, just making a dramatic statement and not trying to seduce him. Concluding that this was not another marriage proposal nor an attempt to launch a romance, Harry relaxed. Another memory of his friends turning 17 struck Harry, and he grinned at Bellatrix teasingly. "I bet you apparated yourself in here, too, didn't you?" Proudly, Bellatrix returned Harry's grin. She moved one of her hands and touched the handle of her wand in its holster on the other arm. In the space of a short second, she apparated to the other side of Harry's quarters and then back to the side of his bed, with each popping sound being no louder than a whisper. After apparating back to Harry's bedside, Bellatrix was standing, looking down at him. Anyway, she said, the main point is that I am 17, and I want you to remember that. Duly noted, Harry said, rolling his eyes. And there is one other thing. Bellatrix said, grinning mischievously. What is it? Harry asked, almost chuckling at the whole situation. Bellatrix suddenly seemed hesitant. Actually, forget about it. We can talk later. Just remember that I am an adult now. All right, Harry said, slumping back into a resting position, closing his eyes, and snuggling under his blankets. When he opened his eyes to check if Bellatrix was still there, he was faintly surprised to see that she had apparated away without him even hearing the popping noise. Bellatrix's next stop was a private nook in the dueling arena. It was too early for anyone else to be there. Relieved to see that she was alone, Bellatrix leaned against a wall and let out a sigh of contentment. She smiled faintly as she let the sensation of adulthood, freedom, and relief at Harry's good humor wash over her. Daydreaming, she closed her eyes and repeatedly replayed in her mind the sensation of kissing Harry. She had not anticipated at kissing Harry would be something to savor. In her mind, it had been a means to an end, a way of signifying that she was an adult and could be treated as an adult. She had wanted to make sure Harry knew that so that he would not need to feel like he was a babysitter or that he needed to account to her parents. Although she had been matter of fact and bossy about having him sign permission slips as Lord Black, asking him to do so had been a little demoralizing. But now, having kissed him and having chuckled about it with him, she could feel that they were peers and partners, except that he was in charge of their campaign against the Dark Lord. Now, Bellatrix wanted to kiss Harry again. She told herself that she merely wanted to revel in her newly achieved adulthood. Not because I am attracted to him or have feelings for him. Though, Bellatrix explained to herself, being firm on that boundary. Unfortunately, Bellatrix did not have any legitimate upcoming excuses to kiss Harry. In fact, making a regular business of it would be problematic, even if he was willing. On the other hand, if they were to become married, surely kissing and other intimacy would be part of that. Bellatrix pulled a small sheaf of parchment from a pocket. It was a draft copy of the marriage contract on which she had been working. She had intended to present it to Harry not as a marriage proposal but as a starting point to talk more about the possibility. Bellatrix was confident that she could persuade him that a marriage of convenience would be the perfect enhancement to their alliance. If only he would read the contract. He would see how beneficial the arrangement could be. However, after such a successful kiss and a calm response, Bellatrix had chickened out. If Harry had been angry, she would have steeled herself and gone on with presenting the marriage contract with her usual snark. They were bound together in their campaign, and he could not afford to cast her off just because she was annoying or in disagreement about a detail. But Harry had been reasonable, and Bellatrix had not wanted to destroy the mood. Bellatrix glanced through the marriage contract again and made some mental notes about potential edits. Perhaps the contract did not have to have so many boundaries between him and her. Carefully, she tucked the draft back in her pocket. She could edit it some more and approach Harry about it another time. She did it, James muttered. Oh, absolutely, Sirius agreed as they looked across the semi-official Hogwarts campfire to where Bellatrix was sitting and eating breakfast. I don't think I have ever seen her act so cheerful in my entire life. It's her 17th birthday, Remus reminded James and Sirius. Of course she's happy. In case you didn't notice, she apparated from the serving table to her seat. She's usually more sour than ever on her birthday, Sirius insisted. It's possible she is happy both because it is her birthday and because of a prank well played, James proposed. Who else would have pulled that prank on us? Some other school, Remus proposed half-heartedly. Nope, Sirius said. She did it. Should we get her back for it? James inquired. Remus sighed. I kind of want to, Sirius declared. Do you really want to start a war with her? Remus asked. Has it occurred to you that she does not seem to care about whether we know she did it or not? If we keep pranking her, she will just inflict misery on us. There won't be any humor or rivalry. She would just be punishing us. Sirius sighed as they watched Lily approach Bellatrix and wish her a happy birthday. Not long after, Cygnus Black, Orion Black, and Abraxas Malfoy emerged from their tents and joined her. That afternoon, after the duels and matches of the day, Ia organized a modest birthday celebration for Bellatrix. The Hogwarts contingent and even a few stragglers stopped by the Hogwarts campfire to have cake, drink butterbeer, and offer Bellatrix congratulations. Harry could tell that Bellatrix found the whole thing quaint and embarrassing. However, she put on a good face and was unusually gracious. After the party ended, Bellatrix left with her father, uncle, and Abraxas Malfoy to go have dinner in Cape Town. While Bellatrix dined with her family in Cape Town, Harry kept himself occupied with various team coach tasks. Later, he went on a safari with a mixture of students from Hogwarts and other schools. The group ate dinner while out in the bush and returned after dark, having seen a lot of animals, including magical ones that Muggles would not have been able to see. Harry was just cozying up in bed when the smallest of Pops announced that Bellatrix had apparated into his tent. Unlike in Paris, where Bellatrix had worn a nightie during a nighttime intrusion into his room, she was now wearing a dark skirt and blouse. It made her look less like a student and more like the Bellatrix from Harry's future. "Did you have a good birthday dinner?" Harry asked. "It was good enough," Bellatrix said as she conjured a chair next to Harry's bed and sat down. "Abraxas Malfoy was a little too boisterous, and my uncle kept asking me questions about you." "Me?" Harry asked. "Yes. Why?" Quote, "I don't know. Is he suspicious about my origins or something?" "I don't think so. He just wanted to know about you. It is not as if you are a non-entity, you know. You launched this dueling club. Even if Professor Greengrass has basically taken over everything." "I see," Harry said, smiling at Bellatrix's jab on his behalf. The two then sat in silence for a moment. It was clear that Bellatrix had come to do more than talk about her birthday dinner. However, she did not seem quite ready. So, Harry waited and was soon rewarded. "I think it is time," Bellatrix said. "For what?" "We've already talked about Malfoy and the Lestranges warming up to me. I think it is time for me to start acting intrigued," Bellatrix said. "I should see what they have to offer." Harry winced. "This is the most logical time for me to show entered out. When Reinhardt attempted to recruit me, I used my age as an excuse. However, I am now 17. I can maybe go CW. Here they are when they sneak away from the castle on weekends." Harry did not like it. "I already know who will become Death Eaters. It is not like we need you to cozy up to them to figure that out. You don't know where the Dark Lord is, though, or what he is doing. Your knowledge on those topics is sadly lacking. It is time to put out some feelers. It is not like I have to sign up to be one of his fighters. I can pass myself off as a sympathizer and flirt with recruitment attempts for now." Harry knew she was right. He had turned up nothing in the pub crawls. So far, his only ability to learn more about Voldemort's activities was spying on the junior Death Eaters. A part of him quailed at the thought of sending a young witch to do that spying and possibly end up in the Serpent's Den itself. But in his mind, he knew that Bellatrix could take care of herself. He also knew that if he was going to conquer, he was going to have to be prepared to send people into risky situations. "Then do it," Harry said. "But be safe. There is nothing you can accomplish in this situation that makes it worth you getting killed." As he stared into the crackling campfire, Lucius Malfoy allowed hymns LF to sulk some more about Rodolphus Lestrange being elevated above him in status among the Dark Lord's followers. He had rationalized away the sting by telling himself that he would eventually succeed his father as Lord Malfoy. If the Dark Lord was to give proper respect to purebloods and their families, he had to give proper respect to the heads of pureblood families. Lucius could live with that, especially considering that Rodolphus was lord only of the English and modestly wealthy branch of the Lestrange family, while Lucius was heir to a lordship that came with more wealth and prestige. In Lucius's mind, the difference between Lord Lestrange and Lord Malfoy was as wide as the difference between a Muggle baron and a Muggle duke. Though, in reality, the Lestrange and Malfoy estates were more akin to earldoms. Despite his rationalizations about pureblood status and precedence, Lucius had developed growing impatience with Rodolphus asserting precedence everywhere. Rodolphus had taken he lead at the tournament despite Professor Greengrass having assigned Lucius to be captain of one of the senior squads. If this was not bad enough, Rodolphus was not showing competence. The Lestrange brothers and Malfoy were not performing well in the tournament. This was no different than Paris, but in Paris there had been a motive or need for performing poorly. Now, there was no need to perform badly. In fact, Lucius was wanting to distinguish himself since it could improve his standing with the Dark Lord. Bellatrix Black winning the Paris tournament had elevated her in the Dark Lord's eye. And had led to him demanding more aggressive efforts in her recruitment. Her sheer skill and power had raised her to the Dark Lord's attention despite the fact that she was the niece of head of the Black family instead of an actual daughter. This gave Lucius hope that he could elevate himself in the Dark Lord's eyes regardless of whether he was the head of the Malfoy family. On the other hand, Bellatrix's own status undermined Lucius' theory slightly. She was a scion of the noble and most ancient House of Black, which Lucius, out of a sentiment he mistook as generosity, was willing to regard as equivalent to a Muggle dukedom. In reality, the Black estate was only slightly more elevated than an earldom, making it akin to a march. This came from the Blacks being ancient, wealthy, and the descendants of witches and wizards who had been prominent and influential in the government. His thoughts on this subject were interrupted when Bellatrix Black approached the Slytherin campfire. She saw down and nodded casually to everyone present, which comprised the Lestrange brothers, Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, Snape, and a couple of kindred spirits from other schools. "Good evening, Miss Black," Rodolphus said, apparently trying to imitate his late father's silky way of interacting with people. Bellatrix tilted her head and widened her eyes at Rodolphus as if to ask if that was the most intelligent thing he had to say. Lucius smirked inwardly at Rodolphus and his lack of social finesse. His amusement quickly transformed into eagerness. If he was the one to recruit Bellatrix into the Dark Lord's ranks, he would find favor and have a powerful ally. With a grin that did not quite reach his eyes, Lucius welcomed Bellatrix to their campfire and launched some small talk with the intent of dually working his way into subjects about her long-term plans. The Cape Town tournament closed with an evening award ceremony inside of the arena. A bonfire burned on the floor of the arena. In the air, where Harry would have expected to see box seats in a Muggle stadium, an award presentation platform hovered. The award platform was accessed by riding smaller platforms up and down, much like magic carpets. Unlike the Paris tournament, the awards for the Cape Town tournament were based on points and not on which teams or competitors avoided elimination. At a team meeting between dinner and the ceremony, Pythia had reiterated this concept to the Hogwarts students and cautioned that there might be surprises and disappointments. Since not all teams and competitors had dueled each other, multiple teams and multiple competitors had gone undefeated. So, going without defeat was not necessarily an indicator that an award would be won. In fact, defeat was not necessarily a disqualification. Because teams and competitors were being judged for style, execution, coordination, and other key dueling attributes. Consistent with Pythia's warnings, there were surprises. Out of the Hogwarts team, Lily, Bellatrix, and Frank placed highest in solo competition. Others from Hogwarts did not score as high despite putting on performances that would have won in Paris or in a more traditional elimination tournament. Harry was surprised toward the end of the ceremony when it was announced that Hogwarts had scored first place for having the highest across-the-board scores, or average, for all competing students even though not all those scores qualified for individual student recognition. A little stunned, Harry allowed Pythia to lead him to one of the rising platforms on which they ascended to the award platform. There, they collected the award on behalf of Hogwarts. Harry plastered on a smile as Pythia handled acceptance of the award. The Hogwarts team returned to Hogwarts from Cape Town the night before the winter holidays began. The next morning, Professor Dumbledore made his way to the divination classroom as the students who were opting to spend the holiday at home were leaving the castle. There, he found Pythia standing in front of one of the windows. She was sipping a cup of tea and watching students exit the castle. Her eyes were gloomy, unlike Dumbledore's eyes, which had been twinkling madly ever since the Hogwarts team had come back from Cape Town with a team-wide trophy. The trophy in question now sat on the side table next to Pythia's rocking chair. Canute, for your thoughts? Dumbledore asked as he wondered if it would be too soon to ask Pythia to surrender the trophy to the school's trophy room. Pythia placed her teacup in the saucer she was holding and then held out her hand, palm up. Not missing a beat, Dumbledore produced a Canute and placed it in Pythia's outstretched hand. Pythia smiled ruefully, pocketed the Canute, and went back to sipping the tea. I am sad, she explained. Why? Dumbledore asked. When these students return after the holidays, they will be coming back to a whole new world. What does that mean? We will know all too soon, Pythia said, finishing the tea and commencing her study of the tea leaves. What do you see? Dumbledore asked, craning his neck to peer at her cup. He had always wondered if she saw the same leaves he did, and knew the interpretation, or whether she entirely. Many years, even decades, of darkness and then, hopefully, mere blackness, Pythia said, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. She set down the cup and saucer and started walking away from Dumbledore, apparently toward her living quarters. I am sorry, but I am not well. I need to rest. Rodolphus will be leaving Hogwarts soon, Druella BL. Ack mused as Bellatrix cut the fatty and tender pieces off of a chuck steak before returning the remaining lean portion to the serving platter. Narcissa and Cygnus were cringing at Bellatrix's contemptuous table manners, but her mother, Druella, was oblivious. If the match can be arranged, there's no need for you to continue at Hogwarts. He has inherited. It was Bellatrix's first night home for the holidays. And it was only her allegiance to Harry that kept her at the dinner table as her mother, Druella Black, discussed Bellatrix's marriage prospects. It was probably my allegiance to the Dar K-Lord or whatever else that kept me here in the other timeline, Bellatrix mused. It would seem that sitting through this miserable dinner is my unalterable fate. Did you hear me, Bellatrix? Bellatrix snapped out of her reverie and focused on her mother. Pardon me. You need to pay attention, Druella snapped. As I was saying, we'll be having dinner with the Lestrange family tomorrow evening. Very well, Bellatrix said calmly. Inwardly, she was fuming despite appreciating that her mother was inadvertently helping her spy on the Lestrange brothers. By the time Bellatrix was on her way to her bedroom after dinner, she had gone from fuming to a full-blown rant inside her head. Druella had immediately stepped up her matchmaking efforts after Bellatrix's birthday, but she had not stopped to wish her happy birthday or acknowledge her achievements at the Paris and Cape Town tournaments. If you want me to leave Hogwarts and marry Rodolphus Lestrange, then surely you won't mind if I leave now and never come home again. Bellatrix ranted internally. Bellatrix stalked into her bedroom and locked the door behind her. She lit several candles, and, despite the cold weather outside, threw open her windows to signal to Harry that she was prepared for him to visit. Bellatrix had told Harry in no uncertain terms that she expected frequent visits, though she had phrased it as reports. For the next hour or so, Bellatrix alternated between thumbing through some of her rarer spellbooks and fantasizing about moving out of her parents' house. Thanks to her deal with Harry and her work harvesting and selling the basilisk carcass, she had a decent pile of gold sitting in Gringotts. Not only that, to avoid flooding the market, she and Harry had stockpiled much of the basilisk and were planning to sell it off gradually. For many years to come, she could expect to receive a modest pile of galleons from basilisk part sales. Bellatrix's fantasies about moving away from her mother began with a modest but stylish apartment over a shop in Diagon Alley. It did not take her imagination long to escalate her daydreams to swankier and larger options. The options became even more grandiose and the thought occurred to her that she and Harry could share a residence, even if their relationship remained platonic. Eventually, Bellatrix opted to make the transition from lazing around her room to relaxing in her bed. She had just finished stripping off her clothes and changing into one of her customary nighties when she heard a faint popping noise near the window. It took you long enough, Bellatrix grumbled as she hopped onto her bed and pulled the covers over her. She smirked at Harry, who was standing in a corner near the window. Now I am the one who gets to sit in bed while you squirm in a chair. Quite, Harry said dryly, waving his wand to shut windows and draw curtains. He conjured a cushy armchair and positioned it next to her bed before sitting down. How was your train ride? Smooth, Bellatrix yawned. The Lestranges and Malfoy are fully convinced that I agree with whatever nonsense they're pushing. What nonsense was on tap? We're all victims. The Ministry is letting the Muggleborns get away with everything and take over. The old families are not being respected. Our traditions are in danger. More and more heirlooms or spells are becoming illegal every day. We're not going to stand for it. Change is coming. You had better keep an eye out for opportunities to get in at the ground floor. Do you think it is nonsense? Bellatrix shrugged and laid down. I have not really thought about it. There's no point. She held out her arm to Harry and on it, her bracelet appeared. Harry nodded, his relief alloyed only by a slight twinge of guilt. Even if Bellatrix might have natural leanings to the Death Eater cause, she was bound against it. Of course, it would be better if she had consciously decided against such evil things instead basing her allegiance on pragmatics. The two chatted for a few moments before Harry told Bellatrix to keep him updated and Bellatrix told Harry to keep stopping by. On her second night home for the holidays, Bellatrix's Thayer and aunt took her and Narcissa to dinner at the Lestrange family's London townhouse. They arrived to find the Lestrange brothers, their mother, and Lucius Malfoy in attendance. Dinner proved to be so peculiar that even Bellatrix's mother and Aunt Druella were discomfited. As the meal commenced with Rodolphus Lestrange sitting at the head of the table with Reinhard's widow on his left, Druella and Walburga took the opportunity to renew the condolences they had previously sent by Owl. The Black Matriarch's condolences were met with thinly disguised disdain. When they thought nobody was looking, the Lestrange brothers and their mother shared smirks. This baffled Druella and Walburga. Bellatrix knew enough to interpret the undercurrents and had to hide a smile. Through Harry, who had seen a vision of Reinhard's death. She knew, or perhaps only suspected, that Reinhard's sons and widow had been complicit in his death. Not realizing that the Lestranges might be happy about Reinhard's passing. Bellatrix's aunt and mother were left to speculate over whether they had somehow offended the Lestranges with their condolences. Their fear that they had offended the Lestranges increased through out dinner as the Lestranges largely ignored Druella and Walburga in favor of making conversation with Bellatrix. Although this marked focus on Bellatrix was welcome to Druella and Walburga, they felt cut out of a transaction they wanted to negotiate. They began to suspect that the Lestranges intended to court Bellatrix without their involvement and somehow cut them out of negotiations. Another twist and extra tension began to manifest itself as it became obvious that Lucius Malfoy was also competing for Bellatrix's attention instead of focusing on Narcissa as most had assumed he would. Bellatrix was not sure how to decipher Lucius' intentions. She assumed he and the Lestranges shared the goal of recruiting her. But she did not understand why he was treating the Lestranges as competitors. Lucius Malfoy proved to be a better conversationalist and drew Bellatrix in. By the time the house elves served dessert, tensions had increased. Bellatrix's aunt and mother were feeling slighted and on edge. The Lestranges seemed to be angry with Lucius Malfoy and frustrated with Bellatrix for not being enamored with Rodolphus. And Narcissa, as well as Walburga and Druella, were angry at Bellatrix for chatting with Lucius. Bellatrix sampled her dessert, found it not to her liking, and excused herself to go powder her nose while everyone else finished. In the bathroom, she allowed herself the luxury of chuckling darkly at all the tension. On her way back, she was waylaid by Rodolphus and Rabaston. Your family is in a sitting room with Lucius and our mother talking about boring stuff, Rodolphus informed Bellatrix. How about we go find something else more fun? What did you have in mind? Bellatrix asked. Pub. All right. Bellatrix agreed. And then eventually, they got drunk. Bellatrix as she finished reporting the events of the evening to Harry. She flopped back in her bed. It was very tedious. I hope you stayed safe. Harry sighed as he paced back and forth across Bellatrix's bedroom. Bellatrix had been out late, and he had waited in her room for a couple of hours before she came home. I'm here, aren't I? Bellatrix retorted, ignoring that Harry was hoping to hear that she had taken extra precautions. Harry ignored her retort. It is more than just whining and wanting power. They enjoy being nasty and want to get away with it. They have also attributed very thing wrong in their life to the Muggles and want to take out their anger on them. Sounds about right, Bellatrix agreed. Anyway, we apparated back to the Lestrange townhouse. My mother, Aunt and Narcissa were there. They couldn't figure out whether to be peeved at me for wandering off or thrilled that I hit it off so well with the Lestrange boys. Lucius was furious, though. He kept glaring at Rodolphus. I'm not sure I understand that byplay, Harry mused. Late on Christmas Eve, the leaky cauldron was quiet. The last-minute shopping rush in Diagon Alley was over, and things were settling down. Overnight guests had withdrawn to their rooms. Those remaining in the dining area of the pub were loners and the occasional worker stopping by while on break. Dumbledore entered the pub. ND found Alistair Moody sitting at a table with a grumpy expression on his face. Smiling benignly, Dumbledore made his way over to his friend. Good evening, Alistair. He surveyed the table and saw tea. There was no chess board and no fire whiskey. No time for a game tonight. Or a drink. I'm on overtime duty, Moody groused. Apparently you are not the only person who received a dose of gloom and doom from the Greengrass girl. The headmaster's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Really? He said, as he sat down. To be honest, I had hoped she was just exhausted after the tournament or having a bout of depression. I only warned you out of an abundance of caution. Yeah, well, her uncle. Chief Unspeakable Fox, right? Yes. He put the Department of Mysteries on high alert on the same day you told me about Greengrass. He then went to his brother, Director Fox, and demanded that he put the Auror Corps and Hit Wizards on high alert during the entire holiday season. He wanted extra staffing and patrols. He wanted Aurors working overtime. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows again. Instead of reacting verbally, he contented himself with accepting a mug of cocoa from the barkeeper and murmuring his thanks. As you can probably already guess, Moody explained, Director Fox did not appreciate being told what to do. Nor did Director Fox have any intention to interrupt his holiday plans or anybody else's holiday plans. Not surprising. I'm sure his resolve was appreciated by many. Yes, Moody groused. Anyway, to keep this story short and simple, Chief Unspeakable Fox stormed out of his brother's office in a cold fury and went back down to the Department of Mysteries. A couple of hours later, or rather, exactly 2 minutes after Director Fox left the office for his extended holiday, an Unspeakable filed a report saying that some highly dangerous potions have been stolen and need to be tracked down immediately. So of course, we now have the high alert status Fox wanted in the first place. Dumbledore grinned and let out a small laugh. I wish I could laugh, Moody sighed. We're all on overtime and unhappy. But those of us with brains know that if Edward Fox is worried, the populace should be in a panic. Who else is worried? A few of the wizards my age. Some of the older crowd, too, Moody reported. I also heard that Davian Pruitt is stirring trouble. I don't know if he believes that anything is wrong, but he is acting like he believes it and is trying to capitalize on it. He's been trying to oust Director Fox for a long time. Pruitt is a little too much of a zealot for my taste. Dumbledore grimaced. He's better than what we have at the moment, Moody pointed out. Yes, I suppose so, Dumbledore mused. If you see anything that strikes you as odd, let me know immediately. If you can find a way to incorporate keeping tabs on the Chief Unspeakable into your current assignment, I would appreciate it. On Christmas morning, Harry was pleasantly surprised to see that Bellatrix had sent him a handsome pile of gifts. She had strongly hinted that she would like to receive gifts and had even provided a list of suggestions. Harry had obliged since he had plenty of money and practically nobody else in his life to whom he could give gifts. He had wondered if she would reciprocate. To Harry's surprise, not only had she reciprocated, but he had also demonstrated a keen insight into Harry's needs. Perhaps Harry's favorite gift from her was a set of wand holsters and straps that would better serve his dueling styles. Grinning happily, Ari collected the parcel containing his gift to Pythia and made his way to her divination classroom. She seemed thrilled to see him, but on edge. Instead of peering through the windows or rocking in her chair with a cup of tea, she was wandering the room, almost, but not quite, pacing. Harry, Pythia said, grinning. She eyed the parcel tucked under his arm. That looks promising. A bit embarrassed, Harry shrugged and allowed himself to be guided to one of the classroom's tables where they both sat down. Pythia opened the parcel from Harry to find an extensive collection of teas and cocoa powders, some quite expensive. You're very thoughtful, Pythia declared, looking delighted. She then produced a parcel for Harry. I think you'll find this useful in the coming years. Harry unwrapped it and found what looked like a cross between a set of dueling gauntlets and Muggle dishwashing gloves. Try them on, Pythia instructed. I think you'll find that they feel as thin as parchment. However, in effect, they are as good as the thickest dragon hide. Harry obliged her, and as she promised, it felt like he was slipping on a pair of delicate, paper-thin gloves. However, as he flexed and tested the gloves out, it was apparent that they would offer protection as strong as dragonhide. Where did you find these? Harry asked. They're experimental surplus from the Department of Mysteries, Pythia confessed. I got them through my uncle. He would appreciate it if you did not spread that around, though. My lips are sealed, Harry said, looking at the gloves and flexing his hands in them. The night before New Year's Eve, Bellatrix looked up from the spellbook she was reading and saw from the clock that it was nearly 9:30. Sighing, she put the book down and prepared to go out. She had promised to meet Malfoy and the Lestranges at a pub in Nocturne Alley. Gauging by past outings, Bellatrix fully expected her new friends to get drunk and spend the night griping about muggles and better opportunities. Bellatrix finished preparing and apparated to the cloakroom of the pub in question, with the associated pop being as quiet as a whisper. From what Bellatrix could hear from inside the cloakroom, it was going to be a quiet night at the pub. Except, Bellatrix could hear Lucius and Rodolphus arguing. Apparently, they had not heard her arrive. Instead of walking right out, she took a moment to eavesdrop. It's too soon, Rodolphus said, his tone of voice almost a snarl. We need to sell it more, first. I think not, Lucius said, sounding smug. There's no need for fast talking. He agreed with me. It's all set. There's nothing to discuss. You shouldn't have gone behind my back. Why not? Isn't it obvious? No. This seemed to end the conversation. So, Bellatrix waited for a while longer and then emerged from the cloakroom. The Lestrange brothers and Malfoy quickly spotted her from their nearby table where they were sitting with Crabbe and Goyle and waved her over to their table. What's happening tonight? Bellatrix asked, sitting down. We thought we would go on a little bit of an outing, Lucius said, grinning. Where? Do you need a drink first? I came straight from dinner, Bellatrix said as the group started gathering things and preparing to depart. Feeling restless, Harry was roaming the darkened halls of Hogwarts. He was peering out a window toward the Quidditch pitch when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He spun and saw that it was Pythia. Breaking curfew. Huh, Pythia said, grinning mischievously. Perhaps, Harry said. How many points is it going to cost me and which house is going to pay? 5 points, maybe, Pythia proposed. And of course, it is Gryffindor. Perhaps so. Why don't you come up to my classroom? We can have a cup of tea or hot cocoa. Having nothing better to do, Harry obliged. Does this place look familiar to you? Lucius asked Bellatrix after Sidialong apparating her to a dark place in the woods. He guided her toward a clearing as the Lestranges, Crabbe, and Goyle also arrived. It's my family's cemetery, Bellatrix responded, looking at Lucius quizzically. Nearly all the Blacks are buried here. It's more than that, Lucius pointed out. As I recall, your family's cemetery is on the grounds of Ravensburg, the Black family's ancient stronghold. Technically, yes, Bellatrix admitted. Ravensburg was a long time ago, though. Hundreds of years, in fact. It is hardly worth mentioning. Nothing remains of the structure. It is still interesting, Lucius countered. It is part of your heritage. A landmark. In theory, but there is nothing to see except moldy tombstones. That's all right, Lucius said as he led Bellatrix and the group through the Black family's graveyard. They emerged on the other side in a clearing where most believed the castle had stood. There, they found a wizard dressed in dark robes waiting for them. As they approached, Bellatrix got a better look at his face. She could tell that the wizard had once been handsome. However, now, he barely looked human. It was as if all the life had been sapped out of him. Bellatrix realized that this could only be Lord Voldemort. The gauntness of his face corroborated Harry's belief that horcruxes were involved. Once Bellatrix was within earshot, Lord Voldemort smiled at her, as much as his face would allow. I am Lord Voldemort. I've been waiting to meet you, Miss Black. I'm afraid you've caught me unprepared, Bellatrix said, using a dry and casual tone to mask her nervousness. Using her family's burial ground for a recruitment pitch had spooked her. However, she was able to keep her emotions under control since she already had information about Voldemort from Harry. Let me off. Are my apologies for the abrupt and even unsolicited introduction, Voldemort said smoothly. It is just that I prefer to handle some matters directly and privately. Bellatrix offered what might be interpreted as a forgiving nod. If you're Lord Voldemort, I can only assume you are claiming to be a Dark Lord. Unless there is a foreign Voldemort family with which I am unfamiliar. Bellatrix was mocking small talk as much as she was probing for information. In her discussions with Harry about the future, Harry's knowledge about Voldemort's nature and history had been largely limited to essentials. Bellatrix wanted to know more than essentials so she could diagnose for herself the cancer that was Voldemort. Only then would she be ready to prescribe and double down on any treatments. Your assumption is correct. I have done what is necessary to become Dark Lord, Voldemort admitted, spreading his hands as if he were her humble servant. With the Ministry more friendly to Muggles and with the likes of Dumbledore ensconced at Hogwarts, there is nothing the purebloods can do short of turning to the dark arts if they want to preserve their way of life. I have made the necessary sacrifices. I have learned and become what nobody else could. Now, I have unspeakable power. I am ready. I see, Bellatrix said, her nervousness actually beginning to escalate into fear. This did not sound like some crazy or angry wizard who had learned a few dark spells and had intimidated a few people or had even learned a lot of dark spells. He was talking as if he knew what it was to become a Dark Lord and had undergone that transformation. Of course, if Voldemort had any pureblood background or knew history, he could be faking it. I suppose you wonder why I have brought you here, Voldemort said. The question had crossed my mind. Bellatrix admitted. We've all noticed that you are a witch of extraordinary power and talent. Your heritage is such that you are a natural fit in our ranks. Lucius has told me that you're sympathetic to our cause. We would like your support and hopefully even your allegiance. Bellatrix pushed her lips together as she eyed her fellow Slytherins who had circled around her and Voldemort. There were also a dozen or so other dark figures that she had not seen arrive. I understand where you are coming from on pureblood ideology and tensions with the Ministry, Bellatrix said. After all, I am a pureblood, but I am not sure I understand what your goals are. Can you be a little more concrete there? Also, what is the difference between support and allegiance? I'm here to serve the purebloods. Voldemort said, again spreading his hands to suggest humility. At the moment, it looks like we will need to bring the Ministry into submission. We will then decide whether it is even necessary. I am hoping that in the future, the purebloods will be free to do and live as they once did. No longer will Muggles control us. If there is still a need for a ministry, we will ensure the Minister of Magic is a pureblood with proper beliefs, Voldemort explained. He gestured around to the grounds of Ravensburg. More directly applicable to you, I want to restore purebloods to their former glory. Once again, the Black family would be able to have dominion in their own stronghold without the Ministry interfering. That's a thought, Bellatrix said, nodding as she surveyed the grounds of Ravensburg. Rebuilding the castle into something of a manor would be a far cry better than renting out an apartment over a shop in Diagon Alley. It would also far exceed Grimmauld Place. She pursed her lips as she tried to consider how much it would cost and whether the Black coffers had that much money. Likely not, since the Blacks had never bothered to rebuild Ravensburg. Of course, abandoning Ravensburg could be traced to the Blacks preferring to live in London. Regardless, if Ravensburg was to be rebuilt, there would have to be financing of some sort, and the would also be the problem of convincing Harry to approve and buy in. Now, let me tell you the difference between support and allegiance, Voldemort continued. It's one thing for you to be sympathetic to the cause. In fact, it is easy. However, we need the powerful and talented to come out and fight. Those who fight will be rewarded. I'm offering you that chance. I believe in our pureblood traditions, and I will support you. Bellatrix said without hesitation, purposefully avoiding eye contact with Voldemort. Being part of an army is a different matter. I'll have to consider that more carefully. She shifted her posture ever so slightly, and that movement betrayed not only her desire to leave but also her discomfort with Voldemort. With the lightning-like speed of a wraith, Voldemort's arm shot out. He grabbed Bellatrix by the throat and twisted her head so that he was looking straight into her violet eyes. Although Bellatrix had naturally strong mental defenses, Voldemort's legilimency attack was sudden and powerful. Before she could obfuscate and guide Voldemort into the more inane parts of her memory, he had seen in Bellatrix's mind an intent to report the events of the night to somebody. Who are you going to tell? Voldemort demanded, holding her by the neck, his grip nearly cutting off her breathing. Bellatrix could think of no good answer, so she tried a denial. Nobody, she gasped. I was just thinking I might want to discuss your proposal with a confidant before I commit. Voldemort dug his fingers deeper into Iz's. Who? He hissed. I saw that your intent was firm. We both know you were not speculating. Professor Greengrass, Bellatrix whispered as her mind suddenly seized on a reasonable-sounding answer. She is a pureblood and teaches divination. I think she is trustworthy and sympathetic to our cause. She was a Slytherin, after all. Very sly. I am having a hard time believing you, Voldemort said, his voice eerily calm. What you say could be true. But it does not feel true. What are you going to do to convince me that you are telling the truth? I need to know I can trust you. At this point, Bellatrix knew she had sold it. By demanding that she tell him or show him that she could be trusted, he was trying to manipulate her into begging for admission into his little club. Unfortunately, Bellatrix did not know what she could offer to reassure him. Seeing that she was coming up empty, Voldemort pushed her. You support our cause, right? Voldemort asked. I told you that. Then why don't you join us? As I said, though I sympathize and support you, I am not ready to commit to being one of your soldiers. You don't have to be a soldier, Voldemort whispered. You can help us in other ways. If I don't have to fight, I suppose I could join you. Bellatrix mused, trying to figure out how to play the situation. Voldemort had heard enough. With a feral grin, he grabbed Bellatrix's hand and yanked it toward him. He produced his wand and stabbed it into Bellatrix's exposed wrist. I claim you mine, he crowed. Oh, Merlin, Bellatrix gasped, her mind racing as she realized he was trying to apply the dark mark to her arm. She had told Harry that she doubted anybody who wore the dark mark had escaped Voldemort's influence in their life. She should have realized that Voldemort would not need a full-hearted commitment before attempting to use that magic to bind her to him. In fact, as she reflected in that microsecond, she realized it could be that many of his minions in Harry's timeline had been bound to him with the dark mark despite only being half-hearted supporters. Bellatrix's fear of the dark mark was quickly allayed, though. Not only was Bellatrix the sworn servant of another lord, but they were stand-in on the grounds of what once was and still could be that lord's fortress. The magic of the House of Black was strong where the Blacks had erected defenses with their spells with their blood, where Blacks had sworn and honored oaths of loyalty, and where the Blacks were buried. Icy fire surrounded Bellatrix's wrist at the exact point where Voldemort had attempted to apply the dark mark. But instead of the dark mark appearing, the bracelet she had received upon swearing allegiance to Harry appeared. Violently, it repelled the dark mark spell and threw Voldemort back a few inches. For a millisecond, Bellatrix thought she could feel a connection to Harry's ring as if an alarm had been sent to him through her bracelet, but she could not be sure. Unfortunately, the bracelet was not precisely a weapon. And Voldemort was quick to recover. Before Bellatrix could draw her wand and escape, Voldemort had used magic to knock Bellatrix down and conjure chains to restrain her against the ground. What is this? He whispered, his face betraying fear and surprise as he examined Bellatrix's bracelet. At this point, the Lestrange brothers, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and the others who had appeared, tightened the circle and stepped forward. It was Rodolphus Lestrange who identified the bracelet. As deeply as Voldemort had delved into the dark arts, the fact remained that he was not a pureblood and had not enjoyed a pureblood upbringing. Not all pureblood tradition and lore were documented. Not all of it was dark. It is ancient magic like your symbol. She has somehow invoked that magic and sworn fealty to another, my lord. Rodolphus explained. Perhaps the head of one of the old magic families. The magic was strong enough to repel your mark. Who? Voldemort snarled as he turned his focus back to Bellatrix. Bellatrix ignored him. In vain, she had been attempting to use wandless magic to apparate away or summon her wand. So far, it was not working. Perhaps Voldemort had cast other charms to keep her prisoner. Answer me. Voldemort hissed, lashing out and slapping her across the face. When she did not respond, he slapped and hit her again and again until she did respond. No. Crucio. Voldemort screamed.